survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? Alright, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về xem Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between Esports and the grand finals.
Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là vô địch. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được phải của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand final.
Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. Esports, your champions victorious.
This is Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and V Grand Finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Sports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Title Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, PE Sports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Sports and the grand finals.
PE Sports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Sports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu thắng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là vô địch. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Sports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Sports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Sports, your champions, victorious.
This is PE Sports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups. Day 1 was just the warm-up, but today the gloves are completely off. The leaderboard is already bleeding, and 4 new wars are about to push these squads to their absolute limits. In Match 1, it's a desperate battle for redemption and dominance. The Giants of Indonesia, EVOS Divine, are locking horns with Vietnam's Agents of Chaos, WAG. 2 explosive playstyles, 1 survivor.
WAG menurutku dia bakalan lebih agresif ya di FFCM kali ini karena kan dia dapetin mental boost dari juara saya.
EVOS Divine có khi họ đã hết nhiệt rồi, cần sự thay đổi để họ quay trở lại.
No breathing room because Match 2 is a pure tactical masterclass. Thailand's mechanical kings AG.AL face off against the blinding speed of Vietnam's Team Flash.
ก็รู้สึกแฟดก็เฉยๆครับก็วัดได้เหมือนเดิมครับก็ทีมผมก็ไหวหมดครับ
AG họ là cạnh tranh vô địch với các đội tuyển khác vì họ kỹ năng cá nhân khá là cao.
The heat rises to a boiling point in match 3. The legendary King of Kings, Indonesia's RRQ Kazu, are looking to silence the crowd as they take on Malaysia's very own homegrown heroes Argon.
Menurut gua Argon mereka gacor sih, soalnya mereka bisa ngewakilin Malaysia kan. Terus ngalahin Aurora juga kan yang lagi gacor-gacornya di Asia kemarin.
Jadi RRQ lebih kepada ruang punya makro tinggi, tapi mekanik agak kurang sikit.
And finally, the match the entire world has been waiting for. Match 4 brings you the reigning world champions, Thailand's Buriram United Esports, going toe-to-toe with the terrifying winner of last FFCM tournament, P Esports.
ผมมองว่าทีมนี้จะเป็นทีมที่ใช้ดวงเยอะครับไม่ค่อยเน้นฝีมือเท่าไหร่
Với Bru thì bố thì vẫn là bố của các khu vực khác thôi. Tuy bố đã già nhưng mà con thì vẫn là các con thôi.
Champions will fall, legends will be forged, and the server will burn. Day 2 of FFCM 2026 is ablaze.
The race to the top 2 of the group stage continues, and the team needs to hustle even more if they want to pave their way onto the upper bracket. I am Neptune Jan Garcia together with Husky, and this is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 Summer, and this is day number 2 of the group stages.
It's gonna be pretty interesting. We had some pretty fun matches back yesterday in day 1. Some big surprises. You know, the Malaysians, they really did step up. They gave the defending champions a full series. BRU got taken down 0-2 by RQ Kazu. So that one is also something that was very unexpected, to the point that a lot of people in the crowd were calling it an AI broadcast. But I assure you, the results as raw as it gets. But I want to see some of these teams bounce back. I think BRU is going to be hungry because they are taking on GAMX PE. I want to see more from Argon MY because they will be taking on RQ Kazu. But also teams like Team Flash, who didn't really have a good day 1, today against AG.AL is going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was tough yesterday already for Team Flash, and it's even tougher for today because even in the intro video, I mean, we have the global finals, Clash Squad champions right here, and it's really, really getting tough. And I do agree that there's a few contenders right here in the competition and we haven't seen them really pop off just yet. Argon is one of those that might bring a little bit of flip of the table against RQ Kazu, but you did mention about Buriram United and PE Sport, or GAMX PE, because Buriram United, we didn't expect them to lose the matches from yesterday. And GAMX PE right now is going against them. They are the champions of defending champions of Clash Masters. So they really need to bring their A game right now for Buriram United.
And I think if, you know, PE Sports, they've done it last season. And even for BRU, right, the road to getting to the Summer Clash Master isn't exactly the smoothest. They had to do a full lower bracket gauntlet run as well. So both of these teams definitely have something to prove. But for all of you folks out there who might not understand or might not be familiar with how the format works, for the map selector, it's pretty simple. For game 1, we will randomly draw a winner between, you know, one of these teams, and they will get to pick the map for map 1. The opponents pick map 2, and then they pick map 3. Only 4 maps are available from Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera, and Solara, and the map that has been picked cannot be picked again, so no duplicates in a single series.
Yeah, I do agree, and I'm really, really looking forward to how the teams are going to flip the script out of these maps. Because again, it's only 4 maps that they have to work with, and Clash Squad gives a few more of those advantages, especially in those areas that has open, like long areas for the snipers. But we were talking about pre-show, wherein even the snipers are making their way in a different scene. They are trying to go for a CQC. You mentioned something about, we've seen that from yesterday, where AG.AL tried a CQC gameplay for them. So hopefully this is one thing that we see constant all throughout if we want some changes into group standings. Again, for Group A, we have Secret WAG as well as AG.AL taking the lead against EVOS Divine and Team Flash. For Group B, it's RRQ, Kazu, and GAMX PE, who is on the top 2 against Argon and Buriram United Esports.
And of course, for some of these fans who might be worried by if their team don't perform well, they're gonna get eliminated. Do not worry. This is all just for the seedings leading into playoffs this weekend. Doesn't really matter if they lose all their games or win all their matches. They are still going to play in the playoffs. It only matters whether they go into the upper bracket and get 2 lives, or they have to start from the lower bracket. Either way, the game's wins don't really matter. It really just comes down whether you win the series or not, which I think in this case, at least for today, the teams that didn't win yesterday, it would be great to get a W. If not, then you're most likely looking at a lower bracket placement already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to the previous season where GAM-XPE went in a lower bracket run and they still managed to be champions. And that's one thing that the fans out there, the viewers out there are going to expect. Another thing is today's schedule. Again, the setup would be EVOS Divine starting it off, going against Secret WAG, and then AG Global, or AG.AL, going against Team Flash. And then on the third game, we have RQ Kazu against Argon of Malaysia, and Buriram United against the defending champions GAM-XPE for the game number 4.
So all of these are at least high-stakes matches for teams that didn't get a win yesterday. I think, we didn't get the time to talk a bit about EVOS, but I think now is a good time to mention there. I think even EVOS yesterday, in their first series, it didn't really felt like EVOS was on the full form. We heard it from WAG themselves. Nan said that EVOS felt like they've lost some of that flair from when they were at their prime. Maybe a switch up is needed. I think it's a plausible argument there, but EVOS, they still decided to roll with what they have, and I think today is a good litmus test, right, to see where EVOS stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since both of these teams went against each other. And I think the first time we saw them was when Clash Squad is part of FFWS, Southeast Asia. So from the spring, and then we have the fall season, and they have met 6 times. So 6 matches, that's 3 for 3 for those 2 seasons. And it seems like the numbers are still gearing towards EVOS Divine, because out of those 6 matches that they face against each other, 4 wins has been gathered by EVOS Divine, wherein WAG was, or Secret WAG has been put down in most cases. But they were fighting for a few of those games. But again, overall, it's more how you win the series. And adjustment is being done quite well by EVOS Divine. Though they haven't had any championship just yet, but it seems like this time around, they can be closer to be the champions for the season.
Even when you look at the trophy cabinet of EVOS, just as an organization, right, they have three trophies: the EVOS Capital, EVOS Phoenix, and then EVOS Divine. And sure, it looks great. They had won some world tournaments. In fact, all of them were technically World Series, but you still want more from them, right? And I think for me, I need more convincing. I think Secret WAG, they just look a lot more solid. And they should, in theory, take down EVOS Divine unless EVOS really wakes up.
Yeah, for me, I'm gearing towards past records, and I already told that story, and I'm still looking for EVOS Divine to win this game. But it's not a full-blown 2-0. It's a 2-1, because those adjustments as well as the changes in meta right now can give the opportunity for Secret WAG. And again, our champions, our defending champions, are coming from the same region, so there's a little bit of a similar approach that they can use. Our Secret WAG can use that what GAM-XPE has managed to pull off from the previous season.
I think even for Secret WAG, there were some good highlights yesterday, right? Albeit if we factor in that Team Flash didn't really show up as much, that gave Secret WAG more of a landslide victory, a very easy path to the W. There were some standout players, right? And then we're going to get to that in just a little bit. But for now, we will check out EVOS Divine's lineup. If you still are not familiar who they are the same people who won EWC 25 last year. ABAX, Imgod, Russia, and Ray. Still looking for that magic, that fire that allowed them to reach the summit from almost a year ago. And ever since then, ever since fall season 2025, they haven't been the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough if they couldn't bring back the flair, as you mentioned. They haven't been the same. We don't see I know. I mean, it's good not to be the same from the previous season if you were the champions of a different competition, but it's bad if it's on a downward trend. So I think EVOS Divine would need to make all those changes right now, especially as Rasia is not being dependent that much on the long range already. There's still a few of those changes they have done to go in for front line, and that is what's important in Clash Squad right now. What for Secret WAG? Well, there's no question. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of improvement coming from this team, and I want to see that not only in Battle Royale, but also in the season's Clash Masters.
Even you heard it from the Wonder Kid himself. He said that the Secret WAG probably would be a lot more aggressive in the approach for FFCM just because they are riding off the momentum from the Spring's Battle Royale. And I wouldn't blame them, right? I think yesterday PLS1 and TQA, they had a fantastic series against Team Flash, especially PLS1, who was consistently allowed to do what he does best, to provide long-range support. Team Flash had no answers for him. And today he's going to be going up against Russia, but I would also argue that even against AG.AL yesterday, Russia didn't exactly have the best time, especially in Game 3, where he was basically 0-6 against Dew every single time the round begins. And if PLS1 can replicate that success, then I can see Secret WAG taking a dub.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, they could take it up. And back to EVOS Divine. Again, even from yesterday, the way I'm watching EVOS Divine's player cam, even if they're lost, they're still in a chill mode right now. So I'm really looking forward to them to really lock in, to be focused, and the same goes with all of the team. So there's I don't know, not so much a pressure, which is good, but hopefully it translates to the numbers as well, because it's getting tougher and tougher. We're getting closer to the end of the group stages, but I do agree what you mentioned earlier in the beginning of the show. There's really not so much of I would say, penalty for the teams. It's just the placement of their brackets towards the next stage, and there's still a way for them to recover from that.
If I remember correctly, like last season, even was it EVOS Divine that they didn't even survive like the first lower bracket run, first lower bracket match of last season, right? So obviously we're looking for them to at least go further this time, but there's also the pressure of 2 weeks after this you have to compete in Paris as the defending champions of EWC, right? Which is, in of itself a different conversation, but I think carrying that as EVOS Divine when you've had a substandard season since fall 2025, it's going to be the challenge whether they can bounce back or whether they can start getting that groove on before they move on to the next stage. The map pick for this best of 3, we start with EVOS taking Bermuda for themselves, and then WAG takes Xterra, and then in the end we will go to Solara. So pretty surprising that we don't have Kalahari as EVOS' map pick.
Well, I'm really looking forward to how this is going to end. Probably one reason why EVOS didn't pick Kalahari is because they didn't win that fight against AG.AL. Their most advantage would be on Bermuda, and that's how they're going to start it off. So let's see though, maybe this is the one or the +1 advantage that EVOS Divine is looking for them. But as we look at bans right now, so we start off with A124 as well as Steffi being banned, and it has been often right now that these two active skills are being banned all throughout the FFCM.
It is also pretty, for me, slightly interesting that EVOS opted to go for the A124 ban, because I would assume that they want to take the A124 just as a protective measure against Secret WAG's lineup, right? We have the Cassie, the Chrono, and the Oscar, so a very standard frontal lineup, just like what Russia predicted. They have an aggressive setup here, but that A124 could put a stop to it. But without it, you are relying on the Ignis to buy time. You're relying on the Orion to play a more selfish role in hopes that the rest of the team can back you up. So I think this A124 ban is quite a roll of the dice for EVOS.
Yeah, I do agree. Or they just want to prevent that for the moment, and then they can use it later on. Because if they can find out other alternatives to use other than A124, then they will be able to at least beef themselves up right now. And speaking of being beefed up, look at the roster, or look at the pick from EVOS right now. They have that Zane, they have that Orion. So the front lines is a little bit buff up. They have a more potential of a rush together with that Ignis wherein it covers their approach, and if needed, that Santino would be the game changer for them. So, well, we have the picks for the teams. We have explained so much. Let's see if they can make the intention work this time for this first game in Bermuda. As we start battle in day number 2 of the group stage between EVOS Divine and Secret AG.
It's time to rock and roll. Interesting to point out as well that EVOS Divine didn't opt for NT booster. It's actually 3 tech markets on their end. They made some last minute switches. So you're not going to have that utility when someone gets down, and that means they're more reliant on this individual macro, which they will go for the rush with the Orion backing them up, aim guard with the setup there, but it's still Shiryu and Nan getting those knockdowns. That is the worst case scenario that EVOS Divine would have wanted. And that's exactly what I fear. I think, you know, the idea was correct. Sure, you have to set up with the Orion. This is how you should approach, but you gotta land those shots, man.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the way I'm looking at it as well for the Secret AG is they're just funneling them in one corner. Look, if you saw Shiryu in one point in the corner, trying to protect themselves in that time turner on the corner of that building, he's just pulling them in while the rest of the squad is shooting them from the back or from behind. So it's just a different approach right now. The communication was on point for Secret AG, but let's see on how EVOS is going to respond right here. Because Rasia a little bit too quick with that deagle, but the confirmation is needed. Ray has been taken out, so that would be the distraction against EVOS Divine. And there goes another takedown. Apex is down, Aim God is down. Rasia is the only one remaining, and there's little to no hope for them winning this fight in a 1v4.
Raja finally gets the third one, but again, like you said, you need confirmation, and this Deagle can only do so much. He needs one more. Okay, Raja starting to put the heavy weight in, but still it's just a knockdown, and PLS1 is gonna shut that show down very quickly there. Some heroics from Raja with that Deagle in hand. But again, we talk about the fact that since EVOS Divine, they do not have team boosters, you're relying a lot on confirmation. Whereas the Secret AG, they have team boosters, and best yet, they just have better weaponry, and there's only so much the Wonder Kid can do with this single hand cannon here. Respectable effort, but it was a tough battle to begin with.
I agree. I mean, and also with the matches being one or two matches or 2 rounds being won by AG already, they have more to increase the weapons that they have. But surprisingly, they're not bringing that much. We have 4 of those G36 right now, wherein Rasia is being forced to buy that Thompson. It's not even his weapon of choice. He is going for a CQC, but Nan is just playing around with them. Apex and Aim God is caught off guard, and Tikui with that flank together with Shiryu. This might be a downfall once again of EVOS Divine.
I cannot believe that Nan was able to get away with all of that, and that will be cleanup time for Secret AG. This man, 1v3 in the smoke vortex. I think EVOS just did not know where to find him. I'm not sure how much intel Nan got for his team, but the fact that they were able to flush out Raja, force the reposition, and then get the confirmation, the takedown, I believe, by Shiryu afterwards, really basically just put Secret AG in such a strong spot. The Orion wasn't in position to provide any sort of a cover for his team. If you isolate yourself like that, you are free pickings. So Secret AG finds themselves up 3-0, and that Arsenal is starting to really rack up.
Let's see. I mean, we have 1 cyber point for AG, so they have more that they can buy in here. And I'm seeing a level 3 on that MP5. So even in the mid to close range, you will have that firepower. 9-7 with the ice grenade. Ray's already damaged, but it's Aim God who will be shot at by Shiryu, none other with at G36 that they're not letting go. So even not the strongest weapon is still favoring Secret AG, and I don't know what is the plan for EVOS right now, because anything that they're trying to do is not working.
At least there is some sort of an answer from EVOS, right? They got a trade, Shiryu for Aim God, and Ray finds that onto Nan. So EVOS now have a numbers lead. Nan drops down and looks for help. They have the team booster on the side of Secret AG, but Raja gets up close and personal and turns it into a 1v3. Tikoi is full health though. The Star Rusher of WAG can't really do much. And some sort of a recovery from EVOS Divine. Much needed round, considering that they did come into this with subpar weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, finally, it's a good thing that they managed to get a 1 point. And with this as well, they're not far away from those they are confirming. So they can get the loots that they have. And they cannot play the eco game anymore. So I'm really looking forward to how they're going to switch it up this time. Because quite surprising, even for the final shot from that previous game, Russia is on an M590, so we didn't expect most of the snipers to be in a CQC, but this is how things work in Clash Squad. If you cannot adjust on a CQC, then you might be lost, similar to what we're seeing from the past. But great position, B-line in the compound for this building inside of Clock Tower, but unfortunately Aim God has been aimed at and is now being brought down. Secret WAG is using smokes, glue wall, anything that they use to have a little bit of cover despite of EVOS Divine having high ground.
I mean, Serial with the Thompson spray down there, and of course Decoy. The quick follow-up. This round pretty much over when it began. Lane is close-quarter combat in that building. The moment Decoy got a trooper, I think EVOS Divine realized that they have to speed things up, but with the lack of manpower and just little to no info to work with against an Aurora Vision from PLS1, they were on the back foot from the get-go. Secret WAG finds a very easy conversion for the 4th round.
Well, let's see. They managed to get it back. And I'm just looking for anyone who will take that 3rd floor, get in a rooftop, get a better weapon. Especially, I think I saw Russia with the AC-80 earlier. That was an ideation. But a couple of their players from EVOS Divine just went on a CQC, on a 2v4 in the bottom of this building. And that's where they didn't manage to pull off that play. But Tigui with a spray not praying onto the windows with that Thompson, and they are winning this gunfight. Only one remains. Similar story from what we've seen earlier. And Secret WAG is about to win this game unless a clutch happen. It's a 1v2 right now.
Able to find another split on the PLS1. This is now very doable into the time turner, but just does not have the health bar as Nan was at 100%. Again, the variable is just not favoring EVOS Divine. You cannot just rely purely on heroics. Man, Rasha is breaking his back, trying to win the round for his team. But everyone else, man, you are losing first contact in the first 5 seconds. EVOS Divine, they need to calm down.
Definitely. I mean, that was a great potential for an ace right now, or for a clutch right now for Russia. But I do believe they do have a Thiva on the side of Secret WAG. Thus, the pickup was quick enough. And even if Russia managed to go for a knockdown, the battle was not over. And he was really hesitating to back away from that fight because they don't want to give that chance for that pickup just yet. But let's see. We have Tikui who might be cooking this nade. Will he be able to tag up anyone? Ray, I believe, was tagged up and now backing away. But Apex right now will be taken out by Shiryu.
That is getting completely rushed from the front. There's just, again, no cigar dance for EVOS Divine. This round most likely done and dusted. Russia, as always, left standing. They're with a soft position with the mannequin, but they will find him 6-1. Secret WAG with a landslide victory on map 1, and it was this map pick of Bermuda too. And gotta say, the statistics, they don't look good for EVOS Divine. The front lines are 0 eliminations, by the way. I think they are both like 0-6 or like 0-7. So yeah, EVOS Divine, they got a lot to think about.
Oh yeah, a lot to think about right now. But Secret WAG showing that they will not be falling down the 3rd time after dealing with EVOS Divine from the previous tournaments when they face against each other. And now they are winning this fight. So that's one already in the favor of Secret WAG. EVOS Divine, though, there's still a lot of questions in my mind right now. Though there's a glimpse of hopes from some of the play that they have, but it's still dependent on Russia. And we're going back to that same boat wherein they're always winning the fight if only Russia is performing. But from most of the instances in those battles, he's the only one remaining.
Yeah, like he is performing, right? Like in all things considered, Russia was the only one performing in game 1. Yeah. Everyone else, they're just nothing, right? It's not to say that they're not putting up a fight. I think they are, but they're just getting completely outclassed by Secret WAG. All these first contacts go to the Viet team, and unfortunately, this this idea, this Orion, it's just not paying off, right? You can. I think ideally for Orion, you don't want to use it immediately when the round starts, and even worse, if you get just blasted without being able to use the Crimson Crush, you are just wasting that ability, and unfortunately. And I think for EVOS Divine, going onto Solara next, Nextera next, there will be a lot that they need to figure out. I think you might need to consider, first of all, opening A124 for yourself and not taking the Orion, because it's not working out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really surprised on what is happening right now for the teams. But let's take a peek of some of the highlights that we have in that game number 1 and see where things went right and wrong for most instances, especially for Secret WAG. And this is what I'm talking about. That quarter that's being held right there by one player from Secret WAG, wherein that was the distraction that forced EVOS Divine to lose out that game number 1.
And even though in game 2, we saw some really good heroics there from Russia with the Deagle in hand up against all these rifles and semi-automatic weapons. But again, like the rest of the team, just nothing. It's nothing that they were able to convert. And unfortunately, you know, when you're up against superior weaponry in round 2, it is very, very hard to make a win unless, you know, you really catch them off guard. Round 3 was almost a similar story where EVOS Divine were just out of position, and sure, they got one round after that, but that was it. From that point onwards, Secret WAG did make some minor adjustments and outgun EVOS Divine.
I mean, it is getting tough. I'm really looking forward to what the team has brought in here, because if I'm not mistaken, I've seen a few of those passive skills that we don't see often in this game, and that might explain why Secret WAG has been that aggressive and still managed to sustain that fight, especially in this moment wherein Russia can pull off that clutch, but that pickup as well as recovery was just quite quick for Secret WAG. And even for this final moment, there's no question, it was just in a few seconds, and Secret WAG just ended EVOS Divine from that game number 1.
And you know, like if EVOS Divine don't kind of find a solution and you kind of adjust to this, I think we are looking at a very quick 2-0 in favor of Secret WAG. Tikoi with the Thompson, just him and PLS1 having just great late rounds, and of course the opener was led by Shiryu, but afterwards it was just free pickings, right? You didn't really need to work extra hard because EVOS Divine weren't really showing too much of a resistance, and it just felt like they were in shambles in that game 1.
Bro, I mean, look at that. You have the Cassie, you have the Capella, and this is what I'm talking about, the Remedy round. So, not only are you helping your teammates to heal up quickly with that Olivia, but you also can shoot at your teammates and still heal them up. If you remember in Battle Royale, we've seen a lot of those heal pistols being used right now, and this is a replacement for that. So, despite of the bomber, he's multitasking right now. He's a bomber and still the support of the squad, and he is the key for the squad to sustain all those fight against EVOS Divine. Quite amazing on how they pull it off. Let's see in the rest of the squad on how they made it. Shiryu, though, with 11 elimination, that is quite a huge gap between them and between him and the rest of EVOS Divine.
I mean, for anyone who does not believe the fact that only Russia is playing the game, I mean, look at this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else on the EVOS Divine side, less than 1,000 damage dealt, and then there's the Wonder Kid, you know, 4.4k. In fact, highest in the entire lobby, despite going 1-6 in total team scoreline. It really says a lot on the work that Russia is putting in, but everyone else, they are just not playing their part enough, I think.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is tough. It's getting tougher because this is one thing that we've asked from the Global Finals champion. If only the snipers would be the ones working their way into this fight of Clash Squad, then it would not work. But that's what is being asked. This is the request that we have for Ray, Aim God, and the rest of EVOS Divine right now, the A-backs, to be better on the front line to give more chances for Russia to do what he does best. But look at more of the numbers right here in the battle between Secret WAG as well as EVOS Divine. We know for a fact that it doesn't look good for EVOS Divine. It doesn't look good for them, but it's that recovery that we're asking for. Nextera, though, it brings us a different set of maps, a different approach so far compared to Bermuda, but one thing is for sure, if it's only left to Russia, then it would be difficult for EVOS Divine to really catch up on numbers, and I would be losing out on my prediction.
Yeah, I think for EVOS, even yesterday against AG.AL, EVOS looked a lot more composed, right? Like barring match 3 where they sort of got outclassed by AG.AL, but it was a good idea, right? I mean, good fundamentals there from EVOS that they were trying to pull off. But again, game 1 against WAG, we have to be critical because I feel like this team, there's this drought that they're going through, right? I did mention since fall season last year, I think all of us can agree on that. And we were waiting, maybe they were going through an adjustment period. And I think during spring, they also mentioned that they're not showing their full cards just yet. But when, right? We can't just be waiting until Paris. At some point, you have to step up. And I think EVOS, maybe Ngan was right. Maybe they have lost that flair. Maybe some changes is needed. But until then, this current roster, they got to find a solution to it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really tough right now. There's a lot of adjustment, and they're running out of time. There's more that needs to be done right here by the team, but it's not working just yet. Or probably they're just telling a different story before the big stage, and then later on another surprise will happen. That has been the storyline for most of the teams right now, like Secret WAG, like EVOS Divine, like Team Falcons for the first EWC. Like, we didn't expect them to be that aggressive. So I guess it's something that they can play with. But if they want to get that prestige, if they want to get trophy after trophy, prize pool after prize pool, then why not just give it all, regardless of what other people might think, and read out of your play?
I agree. I think, if aren't you supposed to always play at your best, And it's a genuine question, right? It's a genuine question. I think you always have to be hungry, and I'm not to say that the players are complacent. Sure, they are very cheery, and I think that's good. Keep that positive mindset. Don't let it get to you, especially when you have been doing this for a long time. Despite Russia being literally the youngest player on the team and probably one of the youngest in the competitive circuit right now, I think the rest of the team has, has nurtured a good enough environment for them to always keep on moving. But what's the next step, right? We've seen how they adapt last year in Riyadh, and that is one of the primary reasons they came out as the best team. But I think, we can also go back to what Moshi said yesterday in one of the pre-hit videos, that Indonesia as a region, and maybe it's EVOS Divine as an example, they're just better in Battle Royale. Maybe Clash Squad 4v4 isn't really what they're good at, and sure, I can agree with that, but I'm pretty sure it can be better than what we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know what the play is right now. I don't know what the script they're following, but hopefully there will be a change. Just bring it to game 3. That's one of the hope that I have right now for the team. Even if they have a little bit of leeway, even if they manage to get to win their fights previously, at least give them a great fight right now. But again, EVOS Divine, they are at a loss right now because it's Secret WAG who's going to who managed to pick an Xterra right now, and I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring to the table in terms of skills, because I feel that the ideation from the earlier pick or draft for EVOS Divine was okay, but it didn't work because it's just a better sustainability for Secret WAG.
Yep. Right now we're going to Secret WAG's map pick on Nextera as well. I think, for this Nextera map, I am definitely leaning more towards Secret WAG. Unfortunately, I think, even when we look at Battle Royale, it's not EVOS' comfort map regardless, but they did make some changes, right? We're looking at the Coda ban right now, as well as the Zane ban out by Secret WAG. So the A124 is open, but will EVOS Divine go for it?
Let's see. They managed to pull off the AIM managed to pull off a Ryan and the Steffi. So I don't no, it's still questionable, but they do have that sustain that Secret AG did manage to pull off earlier, and they're already showing their cards for their next pick. So I don't like this play. I would say that I know that Ray is deadly when it comes to Clash Squad, but they can switch it up later on. But that time turner as well as that Valiant Dash from Shiryu that we've seen earlier in Bermuda was just phenomenal, and PLS1 was given an opportunity for the 8-1-2-4. So this is quite surprising. It's the first time that I'm seeing that Steffi was picked first, and then one thing that can deny you of those throwables is pick seconds, which is that 8-1-2-4. So I don't know what the plan is right now, but it's a good thing that they're evening things out.
And it's just who presses the utility first, right? They even take up the narrow for themselves for a bit more zone control in terms of utility-wise. But contrary to game one, you don't really have that, I'd say, primary rusher anymore since the Oscar did go over to Secret WAG. So this is an even more technical lineup from the side of EVOS Divine, and it requires a lot more precision with lesser margin of error. I think just draft alone is already looking harder than game one as they head into next era.
Well, let's see. Not so much of changes in terms of big. If that Coda wasn't banned by EVOS Divine, could still be taken by Secret WAG, but the rest is somewhat the same. So it's 3 out of 4 from what WAG has pulled off earlier in terms of active skill is still there. And look at them, just going straight against Ray. And there's really no knowing who's going against them. But Tikui goes down first from the M50 coming from Russia. Time turner to go for the pickup, and priority would be to get a full squad.
And well, with the Cassie back up, now they can go for round number 2, and Apex is going to get completely surrounded, swarmed by 4 people as Tikui takes them out. Rasha needs to provide help, but gotta do it quickly though, because Aimgard's already gone, and then Rasha finds himself outnumbered. Siru comes in, dunks on him, PLS1 with the M500 takes him, 50 takes him down, and another round 1 for Secret WAG.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at that. They went in straight onto that second floor, and EVOS Divine was just spread a little too thin. There's potential for backstab right now, but the quickness of movement coming from Secret WAG was just on point, especially with Shiryu on that Valiant Dash. He can move from the other side of the platform to the from one side of the platform to the other, just in case he's needed. And that basic therapy, that basic and focus therapy coming from the Cassie was just deadly from Tikui. So let's see though, they have the VSS Kingfishers already on the side of Secret WAG. We have a triple Kingfisher though from EVOS Divine, and they're just switching side right now. So the plan might still be the same.
And unfortunately, even if EVOS Divine wants to go in, for an honest 4v4 blitz, it's not going to be easy because their lineup is just slightly weaker in that regard. They throw in the narrow plushie as well for some zone control. Siru gets taken down, and again, Raja is the one putting in the legwork with Avax backing him up. And this time, EVOS Divine, they invest in the weaponry and they fight back, looking so much better so far.
Well, I'm really loving this trade right now. And it's more of, I guess, them sticking with that Painted Refuge is a saving grace for EVOS Divine at this point. They didn't stray away from that. They even have, I think the Super Bonfire is also coming from the squad. And I'm really loving the update right now wherein you can easily release all those utilities coming from the tactical market. Makes it easier for you to make those adjustments. Heal up if you need it. Get some cover. Get some smoke if you need it, instead of playing it before the actual countdown ends. So I'm loving this movement. EVOS Divine a little bit too quick, and this flank 9-7 might be caught off guard, but it's Shiryu who goes in for the fight. Valiant Dash, and Rasia was left alone.
Completely caught with his pants down, and Tikui also finds a conversion, and sure, Imgard does find a trade on the Shiryu, but can he get the confirmation there? Doesn't seem like it. Imgard, okay, with a 2-piece now. Now him against none. Aimgard comes in with 3. Someone stepping up to the occasion. Aimgard takes all of them down.
Well, I guess they're listening. They are watching as well what is needed. And I didn't expect this. I mean, Russia was one that they depend on that much. But moment that Russia falls down, Aim God was just weaving in and out. Basic therapy, electrotherapy, it doesn't matter. He can bring that battle up close and personal. And even ABAX, they're a little bit deep as well in trying to distract one of the players so that they will have that fighting chance. So EVOS Divine already have 2-0, and I guess they can have better weapons, but there's a force buy coming from Secret WAG with that Thompson as well as a few more of the VSS, and hopefully this win this fight because those are costly.
Even for, especially now that AWM is a lot more expensive, right? These sniper players also need to make sure that the money counts, which means that the losses are going to hit them even harder. Of course, we haven't gotten to that point just yet, but the round goal stage is going to be an inevitability. They see where Russia is again. Unfortunately, Tico also getting blasted in the back. The electrotherapy will be what keeps Secret WAG topped up as an insurance policy, but at least for EVOS Divine, this time they're able to keep Secret WAG at bay. As I say that, a rush comes in as Secret WAG just explodes into the battlefield and takes out 2.
I'll share you right now, taking down Aim God up close and personal within that time turner. And, well, same scenarios. Different from earlier when EVOS Divine was winning. Russia with that movement on the shape splitter, he managed to stray away from that bleachers, but unfortunately they are waiting for him just to stand up. Not so much of cover in there. Even if he backs away through that door, they can be shut down as well, and with the zone closing in, it would be deadly for Russia. So it's just a little bit too delayed, and hopefully the timing will be better later on.
Unfortunately, he's put in another 1v4, so it's tough odds to beat. But it's already looking better than game 1. I think EVOS Divine, they had again, we just said that this lineup is slightly harder to pull off, but for some reason that they are a lot more comfortable doing this one. Utilizing the Orion as sort of like the frontline distraction in a sense. Steffi also helping them out, making sure that these utilities from Secret WAG don't hinder their progress. Russia goes for the quick peek and finds info on 2 of the Secret WAG members. Shiru takes some shots, but he does have T-Quay with it. From the back, Aim God needs to find it, and Ray will help him do so.
Great timing on that Crimson Crush moment that he's about to expire. He managed to pull it up, and Ray for the follow-up, making sure that there's no pickup even with the team boosters. And even with that plushie being shot at, that only exposed the position of one of the players from PLS1. But 9-7, hack and slash. That is what he's playing right now. But here comes zone closing in. It's not looking good for Secret WAG. A pickup can be done with the time turner, and they have the advantage. Secret WAG has advantage. It's only left to Ray right now, who's going solo. What a turnaround being done by the Vietnamese team.
And the utilities from Secret WAG just allow them to really drag things out if EVOS don't make it quick and painless. This 1v2 is not going to be easy. Ray needs to find an isolated 1v1, so all Secret WAG needs to do is to double up. 2 wall melters. Barely a tickle there. Just hiding behind the conveyor belt. But with the circle closing in, eventually they will have to run into each other, and Ray can start making use of that magazine. They split up for just a little bit, but Ngan just has the better spray control with that Thompson. Secret WAG, they will take back the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised because Nero is already cooled down. He has an opportunity to use that, probably force them to pull away from cover, and he doesn't even need to run. The conveyor belt is helping them. It's as if they're in an amusement park at some moment in time in that fight, but that could have been a clutch from Ray if they pull up that cryo mine and then tries to go for a flank as the conveyor is moving, or they're distracted with a plushie, then he could have managed to make that clutch. But it is what it is. Score right now being taken, or the leads being taken by Secret WAG. Russia needs to make this work.
A couple of shots there, an attempt onto Secret WAG's members, but sadly, no connection. So we'll have to find a different way or maybe reposition, because now his hiding spot is exposed. Apex Gonal throws in the smoke grenade as well, just to make sure that he cuts off line of sight. Does have Ray to provide support, and Rasha, the Winchester, takes out Shiryu too. So great stuff there from EVOS Divine. But multi-prong attack, T-Quay also lit up too. WAG playing with one man less.
Now let's see. Regroup by ABAX and Ray. Not quite sure what's happening with ABAX right now. He's not healing up. He needs to heal up, otherwise he will be taken it out. Someone talking about PLS1 a little bit too aggressive with a VSS on the other platform, on other carousel. And there's a map, and he's not even challenged. He's not being taken down. So this might be a threat for EVOS Divine. And not quite sure why they're not healing up. Only they have a little bit of mids more for them. But Rasya on the flank. PLS1 being shot at. Good thing that EVOS is a full squad. But as I say that, Aim God will be knocked out.
This is down to none. And sadly, 1v4 for him. Not doable here. EVOS finds the equalizer. Slightly weird movements there from Secret WAG. I felt like they were fighting off too much more than they could shoot, right? They were trying to take control of the entire compound. So they ended up spreading their manpower thin and couldn't provide backup when they needed. I think they didn't really need to do that. Don't need to stretch things out too much. But let's see how EVOS having a very, very good chance, even in terms of the bank. They're not too far behind Secret WAG.
Well, let's see. Zipway, this is where magic did happen in Global Finals.
What?
Secret WAG being gunned down. Most of them have an HP. Aim God goes in for the push. Inside the time turner, into the smoke. But the rest of the squad is being pulled in. Rasya, up close and personal. But with the help of Aim God, managed to take down Shiryu. And they're just hiding out. It's not ring around the rosy anymore. This is hide and seek. And EVOS Divine is winning the fight. Other than Aim God being knocked down, he can be picked up with the team boosters. And as quickly as that, that's a 4v3 favoring EVOS Divine.
What is going on? Secret WAG, what was the plan there? So 4-man stack up, but didn't commit the time turner on landing, on arrival. So they just took free damage from EVOS Divine and decided to drop down into the smoke instead without much utility usage there. I think that was pretty reckless there from Secret WAG. Again, didn't need to do that. Now for the first time in the series, they are behind.
Let's see. I mean, better weapons right now being pulled in. It's a good thing that they're still getting a few of those knocks, and they're ending up towards this. Because at this point of this match, they do have enough money to buy a few of those weapons, even if it's only one. At least they can fight back. But it's 1v2 situation. Aim God is trying to survive. He's just charged up that Crimson Crush. He might be able to get away, but he's not really fighting back. He's just luring them in, making sure that the rest of the squad of EVOS Divine has a clear shot, and Rasya with Winchester goes for a knockdown against Sikui. It's now a 3v4. It's not looking good for Secret WAG. This might be a series win if this continues for EVOS Divine.
Well, for some reason, of all people, is the Cassie that got taken down, and Shiryu just instantly loses as well. Contrary to game 1, where Rasha was the only one playing the game, right now it was only Ngan is the only one that is having some sort of an impact. I think Secret WAG might have gotten a bit too overconfident after the game 1 win over EVOS Divine, and it's just giving free knockdowns. That shouldn't be the case. Why is the Chrono so far away? Why is the Cassie the first one to go down? Plenty of questions that Secret WAG needs to answer.
Yeah, I do agree. Probably it's because Aim God's distraction. He was just weaving in and out right there. And there's really so much at this point that can be done, that needs to be done. So hopefully we see that adjustment coming from Secret WAG right now, because it's like EVOS Divine is already in match point. So let's see if this is where they can make it work. But unfortunately, Ray takes a shot with a VSS, great on the fire rate, but pickup is also quick for Secret WAG. EVOS Divine right now a little bit too deep, but the Valiant Dash, that is their downfall, and Apex on the ground. Now, Secret WAG can recover a point if they can bring up at least 9 to get the numbers.
Yep, team booster didn't work, but again, they still have to pick up. Quick switcheroo there for Rasha. Ray takes out 9 again for the 3rd time. As he comes in for the flank, Rasha takes out Shiryu, and now Battlefield almost even out. Rasha does get knocked down by the throw from PLS1. Secret WAG refusing to yield, but this is a lot more winnable than a couple of seconds ago. Another flush being thrown. Now T-Quay better with his M1887. Bringing it down to just ABAX alone, and Secret WAG will find themselves another opportunity to stay in this round. PLS1 with the rush. ABAX to his own devices, 1v3. Not doable there. Shiryu cleans it up.
Well, it's just unfortunate. That's a position that you don't want to be in, especially zone closing in. Going solo against 3 or against 2 would be deadly. But that turn has been done by Secret WAG against ABAX. It's not so much of like leg room, not so much of walking space for them. And one wrong move will bring you to ground. But one mistake that has been done is because they got a little too close, knowing that that Valiant dash is still available for Secret WAG. And Secret WAG just lured them in. Now they're switching sides. Let's see if that mistake will be done once again, because you don't want to lose, especially if you're already 1 point away from this game.
Yeah, Secret WAG, they should see AimGod coming in, right? Yep, they have an interception there. AimGod will try to buy time with the Orion, and then they wall him off. That is exactly how you do it with an Orion when he's too far forward. We talk about this at the start of day 1, and AimGod needs a bit of help. ABAX comes in for the reinforcement. They might be able to get AimGod out here. It's so low. They find on two. EVOS might have just bailed themselves out from this perilous disaster. Shiryu can stand back up, and T-Quay gets knocked down, but Shiryu needs to find some sort of a win there. Cannot find anything, and it's just down to PLS1. And I cannot believe this. EVOS device somehow crawled back from the depths of despair. And this is most likely going to be a map number 3. Man, Secret WAG, unbelievable that they just dropped the ball like that in the next era.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like the tactics is a little bit better compared to game number 1. It's just EVO's divine response was different as well. Because remember, in one point where we have Marastia being taken down a little bit early, the rest of the squad is now motivated to get that win. That started off with AimGod, and then it follows through with the rest of the squad. So everyone, just out of one game. The comparison of game number 1 against game number 2, the dependency of Rasia was thrown out the window, and everyone was just working. So I'm loving this, but I hate it that they have to build that story for EVO's Divine.
I mean, a part of me slightly disappointed on what Secret WAG did. I honestly think they had what it takes to win Nextera. I'm not sure if it's overconfidence or EVOS stepped up. I think EVOS definitely stepped up a bit, but we saw the same thing from GAM XPE yesterday, where they kind of wrecked Argon MY60, and then they got complacent, and then they dropped game 2. Secret WAG, they had a couple of openings there, but then they just decided to autopilot, and well, now we get game 3. We go back to EVOS' map pick of Solara.
Well, this is my ask earlier. At least bring it to game 3, because that game number 1, WAG just took it away from EVO's Divine. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. And EVO's Divine, I'm really questioning how they managed to pull off some of the games or lose some of the games from the earlier match. But now there's no question that both sides are improving. I did mention that WAG's performance right now, game number 2, it didn't go down. It's just EVO's Divine had better approach in all those battles, because even in the final moment, it was too close into the score. But let's see on the highlights right now. Again, let's take a peek on what happened. Few changes that need to be done before we head into the next map, because this is what's needed by both teams if they want to win the series.
I personally think that, for Secret WAG, they don't really need to change much, because I think they already had a good idea. But EVO's Divine, good on them, because it's not just a Russia game anymore, right? Like everyone else on the side of that team has stepped up and has really put in the effort to kind of clean up the gameplay, especially with the utilization of this Orion. Even though this Lina is a trap that requires more finesse, they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm going to say again, in most players that we've seen in EVO's Divine, most of them, if not all of them, has a Luna. So that fight and flight on a passive skill, it makes them even deadlier in this map or in the store of this map, because we've seen that VSS being pulled off in most cases, and if you have a decrease of that fire rate, that would even be deadly. That would be more deadly in these matches. So they know exactly what needs to pull off right now based on the stores that is available. But let's see who managed to get more in this fight, because we know for a fact that it's just a back and forth. EVOS Divine is getting most of the wins, but it was a close fight in here with only 2-point difference between the two teams.
Yeah. And of course, this one we did say that is very important for EVOS Divine to win the series, because if they don't, it's most likely going to be like a lower bracket placement for them in the playoffs. But of course, the Wonder Kid is going to get the MVP title for this game with the Santino, and even has the Winchester as the featured weapon.
Yeah, they're also bringing in that Kelly a little bit of a speed in terms of movement. And I did mention about Luna and Moko as well. If you get a shot out of this kit, you will be marked. And I'm not surprised as well, because I was reviewing some gameplays or the matches yesterday. And even here in MVP, Sensei Tig being brought in. So you need to get that to make sure that the marking skills will be reduced. And this is what this pet has been doing all throughout. A lot of the players right now has been bringing that to the table. Other than Rocky, I think that would be the most pet skills that we have seen. It's either the Rocky as well as Sensei Tig right now, and we might see most of them into this next scene where we see all of the skills being brought in by the squad of EVOS Divine. But before we go that, let's go into numbers. And it's not just Rasia right now is making it work. Even Ray, Aim God, and Avax equalize on 7 all across the board with elimination.
Yep. And I think this game, the game when we said that, you know, only Russia was sort of like playing the game. This one, only Ngan was playing the game, and everyone else, pretty weird. Like T-Quay wasn't getting the job done, and they were the ones starting to lose the first contact. But again, there were some pretty odd rounds where I'm not really sure what the comms were, but it could have been cleaner. But it's okay. I mean, at least, you know, we still have game 3, and, you know, worst case scenario, they get 1-1 on the scoreboard. Still a chance to go for the upper bracket.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there's still a lot of changes, a little adjustment, but it's a good thing as well for Secret AG. They're seeing this side of EVOS Divine right now, because they will be able to make that change. They will be able to make those adjustments onto the next game. And let's take a peek of other numbers as well as what are we going to expect in terms of our final game. Again, a lot of elimination being brought in, equalized on all fronts for EVOS Divine. And you did mention Non-7, the only one making it work from Secret AG. But Solara is something that might change the gameplay for both sides, because there's a lot of differences in terms of area of the map where it might throw off your usual gameplay compared to the previous 2 games.
Yeah, and this time it's a lot more not more evenly distributed in terms of numbers. Of course, unfortunately, the Mr. Do-It-All for Secret of the AG T-Quay didn't really get to do too much this game. They're still having a 10 assist stats. It's pretty remarkable, right? And at least if there's one thing that it shows is that at least for both teams, they are playing together as a unit. It's just a little bit scrappy from the side of Secret of the AG.
Now, I mean, really, let's see on what is being done to make that change for Secret AG, especially in this Solara. So we might be seeing less of that pick from that time turner from that chrono, because it is available on tactical market. In most cases, they do have 2 tactical markets to play with in most of the teams that we've seen in this game. So this is something that they can use if they have, or if they will be choosing to buy those, or if they're winning those gunfights and getting a few more coins. Otherwise, if you're losing, then you will lose out on that opportunity in getting all those that you can buy out of the tactical market. But we'll have to see on what adjustment needs to be done. I'm trying to look for any references in Solara, but I just got reminded this is a new map, so we might not have, or they might have not met just yet in this map from the past. So I'm really looking forward to this battle between these two teams.
Yep. I wonder if there's going to be any more changes or just, some tweaks to the draft. I think the EVOS draft, again, is a lot more technical in Game 2. But at the end of the day, they were able to pull it off, even though there's a A124 on the side of Secret WAG.
Yeah.
Of course, I think for Secret WAG, he quit looking a bit tense after Game 2. And again, it's a pretty tough game when you are not able to sort of like perform your duties, right? Especially as a Cassie, it always feels bad when of all the people, you are the first one to get taken down, and that sort of was the case in Game 2 because players like Rasha and Ray were constantly hunting them down.
Yeah, I mean, there's also one surprise. I think it was earlier when... Was it Tikui who was the MVP of the game? He was the support of the squad, does have that Cassie, but he also have a few more of passive skill that they're bringing to the table to make sure that he doesn't go down that easily. So I don't know why it's not working this time around, but hopefully they can bring that back or probably change it a little bit so that at least even a distance or even getting up close and personal, Secret WAG can be sustainable in this fight. But again, Solara, game number 3, a map that decides it all for the series on who's going ahead out of this group right now after we've seen most of the fights between these two teams.
Yeah, and we're gonna head into the draft for game number 3, and let's see if Secret WAG have any more tricks up their sleeves, because so far the drafts have been the same, and Secret WAG will be the one that take out the Cassie instead. They will be on the second pick, so no Cassie this time. They will get their hands on the Orion.
Well, they have the Orion, they don't have the Cassie. I mean, it's a good trade-off because they have been using that Cassie overall, and even if they choose otherwise, then they will have that trouble. No trouble of that going against them. But Ignis, it's been a while since we've seen Ignis, and hopefully this is what makes it work. But we're seeing EVOS Divine trying to pull off the same active skill that's being used by Secret WAG from game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. And only difference now is that Chrono, the time turner that they can bring into the table, and it might just be a copy of what Secret WAG has pulled off earlier. But no, Tikui is deciding that he might want that, but no, switch it over and denying Rasya of that Santino.
Yeah, so what is Rasha gonna get for himself? The Chrono is still up. The Iris is not really in season anymore, so probably the Chrono, there it is, gets locked in by ABAX. But we've also seen some sniper players opt to use the A124 as well, so would it be a surprise if Rasha decides that he's gonna hold on to the A124 and have ABAX get the time turner? It seems like that is going to be the case. Now, the stylistic in terms of the draft have switched sides. I want to see how WAG functions with a more utility-based draft.
Let's see. I mean, this is similar to what we've seen in game number 1. The actual draft is similar to what we've seen in game number 1 out of Secret WAG. So they are pulling this off, probably going for the same scoreline as well as the games, the same standings, but Secret WAG is a little bit better than that. With the pick that they have, especially with that Ignis, this might be the game changer for this squad, but group up, going for the rush, and Rasya is being isolated from the rest of the squad.
Okay, but a switcheroo for Tikui to reposition, but Ngan already knocked down. For one so far. Ray, ABAX, they also go down as well. PLS1 putting in the legwork there. And that will be round 1 for Secret WAG. So still pretty solid in those opening rounds. Secret WAG, they just have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving as well that they're anticipating that Rasya will be staying behind from that spot. And they just head straight in the middle. In most cases in Aquarium, they always, players always go for the edges or those rooms from both sides. And that's where they split up, go for a backstab or a pinch maneuver. But no, not Secret WAG. But I don't know if they can pull it off once again. They're just switching side. They're still in aquarium. And this is what I'm talking about. A couple of players in the middle. They want to get away from the same tactics earlier and still go for the isolation. Tikui a little bit too close against 3 players. And hopefully he can pull away or probably back up will come in.
Russia is getting pressure right now. Holding on pretty well, but needs help eventually. Able to stifle the rush there, but again, with 3 members of Secret AG on him, it's only a matter of time before he falls, and unfortunately for Ray, doesn't really have much health to work with. It was a time attack mode for EVOS Divine, and how fast they could, you know, take out the rest of WAG before Russia falls, and EVOS did provide some help, but a bit too late. So WAG up 2-0.
Well, let's see, 2-0 right now. And I was assuming that EVOS Divine has a different plan overall, especially after copying what active skill was brought in by Secret WAG from game number 1. Balance 100 over, still early. The goal for the team is to get this to 6, and there's still 4 more chances if Secret WAG would be winning most of them. But as you can see, EVOS Divine pulling away from that fully group push, and it's again being split up. And Shiryu right now, or Tikui rather, goes in for elimination against AimGod, and Shiryu up close and personal Crimson Crush. He might be able to take a shot and takes down AimGod. Now, pickup has been done on EVOS Divine. They can recover, but Secret WAG is not giving them that chance.
Russia is going to be in the back lines, but again, sadly, all the members of Secret WAG, they have full health. And that's more like it. More of a fight this time. EVOS Divine have a good idea, but sadly, WAG able to outgun them. But a lot of the work put in by Shiryu, it is great target selection. Sees an isolated AimGod, go straight for him, and having a health bar advantage adds on to that win chance. WAG halfway through the series win.
Oh, let's see. I mean, halfway through, it seems like whatever tactic that EVOS Divine is planning against them is not working. 3 on A94 or AN94. We have a Mag 7 as well in the hands of Shiryu, and that's deadly, especially Orion, because even if you get close and got shot down, if you have that Crimson Crush available, you can switch it up, damage their opponents, and pull off that Mag 7. But the timing was not on them, and Ray managed to bring it down the players of Secret WAG, and 1 by 1 they go. Nan was just a little bit too aggressive, not taking possession of the rest of the squad. Now EVOS Divine is on a fight back. Only 2 green remains and not so much of HP. And there goes 1 point being taken by EVOS Divine, as well as a lot of those weapons being left behind by Secret WAG.
Dang, with the P90 of all things, Ray really showing what he's got there. Maybe that's the key, you know, give him some power weapons to make him fight harder, because Ray, he is pushing that P90 to the absolute max. Of course, the Mag 7 too, in the hands of I believe ABAX, also putting in some of that work. Oh, EVOS Divine. Let's see, they have won that first round. Now they get to invest in slightly better weaponry to face off against Secret WAG. The more open area this time. Shiro making the frontal splits of 1-3 formation. You do have the shape splitter to get Tikui into a closer spot if needed. An instant engage there, followed by the Crimson Crush, but Shiryu can't hold on for long. Good takedown by Russia as EVOS Divine again gains a man advantage.
Well, they do have a position advantage as well, but AimGod was caught off guard. Tikui managed to slip through, but PLS1 has been taken out. 2v3 situation. Russia not even putting his best weapon, only M1917 right now. Double revolver, and Tikui for the flank. And there you have it. Tikui managed to bring down Ray. Unfortunate for him, he's going solo. But it's a 1v1, and ABAC says no. Mag 7 and 94 there in the catch-up game, and EVOS Divine might bring this home.
Okay, we got a game on our hands. Again, EVOS Divine winning first contact, and slightly unfortunate for the side of Secret WAG. They just do not have the abilities, enough health bar, and not to mention the drill of battle. The A124 actually disable both Nan and Tikui's abilities. Not that they have it off cooldown, but it did allow EVOS Divine to really even out the battlefield there. Oh, Secret WAG, that's 2 losses in a row, and we see Russia breaking the bank for that AWM. It's a lot more expensive now in Clash Squad, but if you get value out of it, it is going to kind of offset the cost. Let's see. Russia has been sharp in this entire series. Where's the first pop going to come through? ABAX will have to hold the front.
Well, let's see though. That's a 4K investment coming from Russia right now. We're at AWM. Up close and personal though. That's not needed that much. And PLS1, A94, but Russia managed to get an angle. Now they can go for that 5, but unfortunately the pickup is not that quick. Shiryu goes down, level 3 MP5. And EVOS Divine, if they break down this glue walls, they also might break the spirit. And ABAX up close and personal. It's Nico who managed to win that fight. But to what expense? The rest of the squad's already on the ground and they equalize the numbers in this series.
All right, I know the key now. I know the keys of victory for EVOS Divine. Just give Ray subpar weapons. Give him the P90, the MP5, the Mini Uzi. You know, the most he gets is the Thompson. All right, because he is somehow he's rocking it very well. The MP5 and P90 as a secondary when everyone else on his team have at least an AWM or a Max 7. This guy, he's on another level. For Secret AG, that's 3 losses in a row, and they are starting to feel the heat. And PLS1 is his turn for an AWM investment.
Well, let's see now. PLS1, I don't know if he can be that deadly, but he needs to get an angle. He have an opportunity, especially with the high ground that they have. But aim god, there goes the dash. Now, Non7 would be stuck in the corner, but no takedown just yet. And Non7 tries to survive. Aim god turns around. Ice grenade might damage aim god. And there goes the shot as well, coming from PLS1. So great trade-off. No confirmation just yet, but a pickup can be done onto Secret WAG, and this is what they're capitalizing on, the numbers. And once again, Russia being left alone. He will be a loss on that AWM and SKS, but if he can pull this off, this would be the amazing clutch that we've seen for this competition.
And Russia, this time, not stand a chance. The AWM, they pry out of its cold dead body there. I think there's 2 AWMs now for the side of CWAG. I saw Shiru equipped it, so I can only assume that he picked it up. WAG regains that lead. This one a lot more aggressive with the approach in that open area. That ice grenade really putting in the work. And unfortunately, the truth of the battle this time from Russia wasn't able to stop WAG's advances in time.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Drill Battle is mostly being used by either the midliner or the frontliner. If you want to deny them of that final 20 seconds of those CQCs. But as a sniper, I don't know. It's not often that we've seen this happen, but it's a good play as well because he has a lot of information if he had that crosshairs. But Non7, I'm not sure if this is planned or a misclick on that painted refuge, but there's a couple of players from EVOS Divine that can throw all those nades against them. Looking at it, it's a little bit slow down despite of how well they're positioning themselves, but no takedown just yet.
You can hear the bang of the AWM there. PLS1 having both AWMs in his inventory. Like we said yesterday with AJ, switching to a secondary is faster than reloading. And Tico gets a pop on the aim guard. That's going to be the green light for Secret WAG to rush on forward. Now around the corner with the pre-fire. Time turner to protect himself. Arash is putting in the work. What an exchange in the split second. Aim guard though getting stuck a shot in. What was that from PLS1? Right through the pixel, and he finds Russia. Oh, and that's going to be disaster. Aim guard able to pull it back and keep EVOS running.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised right there on that shot being done by PLS1. Just in between the glue walls, not so much of time as well. That's what I'm talking about. Ingod was on the ground, but it's just unfortunate that they went split up. And when EVOS Divine was getting an angle against them, they're just funneling them inside those flurry of glue walls, and now it's equalized once again. Back and forth might not good or might not look good in numbers, but I'm enjoying this right now because they are on an even playing field. But let's see on how this is going to work right now, because this is one of, I guess, the most favorite map or most favorite area when it comes to Solara because of the advantage that you have on those high grounds.
Antigua actually able to find aim guard in the front line. Let's see if they can kind of pressured them enough to take ABEX out too. And that's going to be a confirmation on ABEX going down, and PLS1 able to dip out of there with the Shade Splitter. And T-Quay coming the backlines too, and the grenade right in Ray's face. He's down. ABEX again back down on his feet. And it's down to Rasha with the AWM in the hand. 1v4, tough task. First tag, second one, a quick follow-up, the quick scope on the T-Quay. Rasha really pulling it together as Ngan gets dropped as well. 1v2, the Orion as a distraction. Rasha needs to back off into the building. Find the third one. Rasha almost does it. But Secret WAG will now find themselves on series point.
Oh my goodness. And I thought Rasha is going to pull off the clutch of a century right now. And again, this is one of the favorite areas of snipers because of a couple, like from both sides, you have a sniper's nest. And Rasha was taking one of those. And this is where it becomes deadly. But again, the numbers still favoring WAG or Secret WAG. Also, there's a few more challenges right there, like the active skill. And Rasha almost managed to get that clutch. Only one more. But well, let's see though if this is where Secret WAG ends this game, this series, as they fight against EVOS Divine on a potential last round.
Secret WAG came close to a potential comeback, but let's see if EVOS can win out the series in that fashion. It would be quite the story to tell, and a big morale boost heading into the last day of groups tomorrow. Those ice grenades are starting to hurt. The Oscar dash. Oh, PLS1, what a preemptive support, and that's gonna allow Ngan to convert it as well. An instant wipeout there, and a hit scratcher for EVOS Divine as Secret WAG closes out the series. And of course, they will be up 2-0 in that group stage.
Yeah, 2-0 in the group stage, and when I thought that it can be turned around, EVOS Divine was just at a loss right there. Secret WAG just pulled off a great escape and also made sure that they isolate Rasha on those matches. Thus, they can win a fight on the front line. And there you go. Another booyah from Secret WAG. That brings them closer to getting into the upper bracket.
Good stuff from Secret WAG. This is 100% upper bracket locked in already for the playoffs. Yep. So tomorrow they have one last match. I believe it's going to be against AG.AL. Another one to look forward to. But at least they can rest easy knowing that they have 2 shots in that playoffs and a very good chance of keeping that win streak off the region going on. But I gotta say, it got pretty scary because EVOS Divine, they woke up and Secret WAG, they got a bit sloppy with a couple of executions. But today, Rasha, 100% on form. It's just we need a bit more from the rest of the team.
I mean, again, not quite sure if it's a great ideation to have that A124 even final battle, even if on a clutch potential. One moment in that area wherein he can just pop off the trail battle, disable any skills that you have. And you saw as well that there was some opportunities right there wherein the skills is what is needed by Secret WAG to finish off Rasha from that moment. If that didn't happen, if that thrill battle was pulled off in that moment, then that could have been a clutch by Rasha. But it's just unfortunate. That's where it started falling down for EVOS Divine. And even the next one was just so quick, similar to what the second game that we have, or one of the rounds, the second game that we have in the series. And Secret WAG just knows how to end it in a flare.
And the last round was a very good demonstration as well, right? The Orion becoming a decoy, and PLS1, once he got his hands on the AWM, it was pretty much lights out. He was keeping up with Rasha, and in certain situations, getting some insane shots off as well onto EVOS Divine. But I gotta say, this series went a bit closer than I would have expected, but it did play into your predictions of that 2-1.
Well, it did play on a 2-1, but the order was wrong. It's a 3-gamer. I was expecting though that EVOS Divine will be taking the one up against Secret WAG, but then again they do have motivation coming from becoming the champions as well, and it's quite different right now compared to the past. Remember, I think it brought it up in the beginning of the show, wherein the last time they met was in FFWS Southeast Asia Fall from last year. So that was a long ago, not even in FFCM. So there's a lot of adjustment that can be done, a lot of surprises that can be pulled off, and whatever promise that they have during that initial interview that Secret WAG has, well, it is coming true right now. It's just unfortunate that EVOS Divine doesn't look as if they are in champion form.
Yeah, not just yet, but this is more of a form that is a bit more acceptable, I think, for EVOS Divine, because they do have some... I think historically they have not been the best in Clash Squad, but they have been known to put up decent fights. So this one is a passing grade, right? But of course, we still have Kazu that a lot of people are going to have their eyes on, especially after yesterday. So we're going to be checking in on EVOS. They have one more series tomorrow before we head into playoffs. For now, I think Secret WAG is still the better team overall.
Well, let's take a peek at the highlights right now. And really looking forward to some of the play that might have changed already in this series, because it's a on and off when it comes to go in, when it comes to quick play right now out of this team, and it's just that isolation that's not working for EVOS Divine that caught them off guard and gave the chances for Secret WAG to really get this point.
And even for EVOS Divine, I think there were some decent rounds where they kind of played into the fact that WAG was slightly sloppy, but not only that, all of them were starting to get some really, good clutch moments. It's just, you can't fully just rely on clutch moments, right? Some execution has to be slightly cleaner, and I think this time it's just PLS1 stepping up and taking the mantle and be like, hey, Russia, you want to play the AWM? I'm going to join you and I'm going to one-up you.
Speaking of which, I mean, for those survivors out there who's watching, I know it's a great highlight to have those clutch moments, but please prioritize on picking up your teammates, especially if I'm your teammate. Because it's more that you have numbers similar to what we're seeing right here from Secret WAG, and that's what they're capitalizing on. Priority on the pickup, and then they go against the players of the opponents, and that secures you a perfect win out of this fight.
And even in the very last round, you can see like just a fraction of a second when Secret WAG won, you saw that hit scratch from EVOS Divine, because I think even they got caught off guard of how fast the round ended, and it's just all the 1v1s that went the way of Secret WAG. MVP going over to Tikwe. We did see him slightly stressed out after the Game 2 loss, but came back swinging regardless in Game 3, this time with the Santino, but still staying true to the Max 7.
Well, we have the Santino being used right now. Also, with that, he does have the Luna Antonio and the Wolfra. The Limelight passive skill, wherein for every elimination, it adds a spectator, and the more numbers that you have, the more damage can be taken from a headshot. Surprisingly, that this passive skill is being brought in, we rarely, if not never, saw this before. It's a good thing that he's taking advantage of this, because knowing that he has Rasia on the other side, the headshot is not that deadly. So great anticipation, great planning out of Secret WAG, especially Tikui right now. He's not even a sniper at this moment, especially with the weapon they have, but the Shade Splitter does work for them in that regards of a rush.
Yep. And Secret WAG, if there's anything that I look forward to from them, is can they handle a team that is aggressive as aggressive as them, right? I think right now they are one of the more proactive ones, but we also have teams that are kind of playing on the same capacity. I think Kazu has been on a tear so far. AG.AL also known to really get in your face. WAG, they have been taking it easy on teams that are sort of like caught by surprise with how fast they roll. So that's gonna be interesting when they take on AG.AL tomorrow.
Well, let's see though. Let's look at a few numbers. Other than Tikoi also have performances coming from Shiryu. Not so much from Nan7. And we also saw him like going down a little bit too early in most cases. Always in the front line together with someone like Shiryu and Tikoi. And I know that is problematic in most cases if you have your support going down easily, but it's a good thing the recovery is being done quite well. Even PLS1, we saw that snipe that he managed to pull off on a mid-range through Pixel Peak, but the numbers is still favoring Secret WAG right now, even if it's not Rasia who's not performing. Only a couple of the points being gathered, but the score was just very close. Similar to what we've seen in game number 2 as well.
A lot more evenly spread out, of course. This time, even though Russia's number isn't as high, but you are still looking at 13 assists, right? He's always actively helping out the team in any possible way. But if I ever talk about, sort of supporting the team, even Ngan has like 14 assists in total. Even though, only 3 eliminations, but hey, it's about the utility that he provides, the cover that he gives that allows Tikoi and Shiryu to just constantly move forward.
Well, definitely. I mean, I'm really loving this kind of numbers right now compared to the first one that we saw on EVOS Divine. Only Rasia is bringing numbers to the table. The rest of the squad's being left behind. But the result though is, I don't know, not what I expect. But I'm still looking forward to more improvement coming from both teams, especially from what we've seen in Secret WAG, because their switch up in the frontliners in active skills, throwing the gameplay or throwing what is anticipated for them. And this is what we want to see in Clash Squad, because there's no way out. There's only a small circle, a small zone that you're working with, mostly CQCs. And if you can give a surprise, like your signature of being a rusher, as a rusher with those skills, then it can be changed as well, similar to what we're seeing that has been brought in by Secret WAG. But more numbers, more scores, but one thing for sure, Secret WAG got it 2-1.
And funny enough, the teams they won on the opposite map picks, right? Like WAG getting the booyah on EVOS' map pick and vice versa. This one, I think, looking back, one thing that is definitely worth highlighting is like the total damage dealt by Russia, right? Even in losing rounds, like he's the one that consistently does the most damage, and that's sort of the quality you want to see from like a sniper player, right? You're always getting something done. You're always threatening your opponents. Obviously, I can't really compare it directly to PLS1, even though they sort of play the same role to a certain degree. But I think, when you look at players like Dew or Ma'ao, well, maybe not Ma'ao in Clash Squad so far, but Dew as the closest example, this is sort of what you want to see from the sniper players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really loving that they're and it's called for. I believe if you're a sniper, you can bring in a lot of damage. You can and with damage, especially if you tag up your opponent, that's equivalent to an assist already. So it's just a confirmation that is left in there for the frontliners. So I'm seeing more of those, but I want to see more of those CQC sniper battle. I want to see more of those movement right there, flary execution of those clutches, similar to what we've seen on both sides, Russia as well as PLS1. And also a little bit switch up in the weapons. Like, who wouldn't want to see your sniper, the best, I would say a few of the best snipers in Southeast Asia, pulling off M590, M1887, because you know that they can pull it off. They have that accuracy. It's just the movement that is needed for that. But that's just for show. If you couldn't win the fight, if you couldn't win the series, then that would be a loss. But it would be exciting.
Yep. And I think it's also, yes, not sure if we saw any AWM yesterday, because when the price has been raised in game, but we saw like both Russia and PLS1 brought that out, and they actually got a lot of value out of it, right? So perhaps, like I said, if we go into the later rounds, perhaps we will see the AWM being picked up as one of those ultimate investment. So good on both teams. With that concluded, we're going to take a look at the standings, at least for Group A. after this best of 3, with Secret WAG winning out. They are in first place with 6 total points. EVOS Divine, unfortunately, still sitting at nothing.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Divine, it's just unfortunate for them. They're like 0-4-2 right now. For Secret WAG, I think they're 2-0 on the scoreline and group standings. Their game wins is a solid 4-1, only getting 1 loss in a round, and they are still in a good spot right now to even overtake, or even if after AG.AL plays, they might still be in the top on this Group A. So I'm really looking forward to this kind of approach, this kind of performance coming from Secret WAG, and won't be surprised as well if they go against the defending champions towards the grand finals. But it's a little bit too forward, a little bit too far away. I'm just thinking ahead as well, but what if it's Vietnam against Vietnam because of how well they're playing?
I mean, right now, I think even for the Vietnamese, they have something to prove, right? They won Spring Clash Masters, the inaugural Clash Masters, and they just won Spring Battle Royale. So, you know, GAMXP and Secret WAG, both in this tournament, both happen to be in different groups as well. So there's a very, very good chance that we get the Vietnam finals. It would be a first, I think, ever. It's a tall ask, but it is going to be quite the morale boost, heading into Paris if that is the case. Of course, one step at a time. We still haven't, seen BRU kind of wake up just yet. And you know what they say, until and unless BRU gets eliminated from the tournament, there's always a chance that they are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a good thing as well that even after group stages, no one will be eliminated. So that they still have a lot more chances right here in the competition. But we just completed first series, and there's a lot of storyline that's already building up all across the board right now from both Group A and Group B. So I'm really loving the performance coming from the squad right now. Even for those who are losing, even for EVOS Divine, lost twice already. But again, there's always that Cinderella story, the hero's journey that we've seen from previous season up until this season. But they just have to pull it off. They have to make those adjustments, and it seems like they're slowly going into that focus mode. And hopefully, it's not too late for them, because having 2 losses in 3-day groups is not looking good for them.
Again, at least for the EVOS fans out there, do not despair. They are going to playoffs regardless, and most likely starting from the lower bracket. And it also depends on the bracket that they will get, right? Like who they will face off against. So it's going to be them and then the pool of the lower bracket participants, which we will only find out after the conclusion of today. Assuming that the teams that lost yesterday loses again, then we will have a better idea on who that might be. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see what the results is. And I'm looking forward to the upcoming matches. I mean, AG.AL and Team Flash, that's also going to be another one that a lot of expectations will be placed on Team Flash to perform better than yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, there's a lot of things that we are looking forward to, and also one of those is the interview as well. So we're going to hear a few of those words coming from the Vuya takers right now. So really looking forward to what they had to say and what they have to offer in terms of challenge for this. So let's bring it over to them right now.
Sự thay đổi lớn nhất của team mình đó chính là mình được đá sân nhiều hơn. Mình cũng là nhân tố quan trọng để đóng góp chiến thắng cho ngày hôm nay. Hiện tại là em đang rất muốn đối đầu với AG.AL và ngày mai tỷ số sẽ là 2-1 dành cho WBC. AG.AL hãy để đó, chúng tôi đang dần tiến bộ và trở nên mạnh mẽ hơn.
Alright, so fighting words from Shiryu, but also a snap of confidence. He believes that, I mean, first of all, he said he has more time to play, which is true, but also him saying that he is one of the main reasons that they came up victorious today. I couldn't agree more. I think, he definitely has proven his mettle, but against AG.AL tomorrow, that would be the ultimate test of Group A. And just so happens, saving the best for last, if they can overcome AG.AL with that scoreline that they mentioned, possible 2-1, then I think Secret WAG have a very, very good chance when we go into playoffs this weekend.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. And it has been a rivalry that has been happening not only in Clash Squad, but also in Battle Royale. So CWAG against AG.AL, it's just historic. It's nostalgic right now. It happens most of the time as well. But I want to see that happen a little bit too fast. I want tomorrow to come in a little bit too quicker, but it's just unfortunate we have to go with the rest of the squad right now. And I'm really excited as well for most of the cases, for most of the battle that is in front of us. That's just the first game. That's just the first series. It seems like we've spent the whole day already, but we want to see how well the remaining matches, especially AG.AL as well as a Team Flash. Once again, I'm Nacho Gentleman Garcia together with Husker right now. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, more Flash Masters continues. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Wing.
Summer continues to heat up at the Free Fire Clash Masters Summer 2026. It's day 2 and the festivities continues with 3 more best of 3s lined up. We just got done with Secret WAG versus EVOS Divine, where the Vietnamese teams came off swinging with a 2-1 victory. Next up, it's going to be Thailand against Vietnam. AG.AL takes on Team Flash, and you're here with us. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by my uncle Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, my nephew right here, really excited to see what's going to happen right now, especially between these 2 teams. AG.AL and Team Flash hasn't played any Clash Squads against each other, even from the previous competition. So this is something that we're looking forward to, but I don't think Team Flash is excited about this because they're going against a global finals champion, and they might have a little bit of surprise, but from what we've seen yesterday, it still needs a little bit of work for the team. So hopefully they made that recovery. They will make that recovery, and also they can get at least 1 round win against the global finals champion.
A lot of eyes are going to be on Dio as usual, because yesterday he put up a stellar performance against EVOS Divine, basically shutting down Russia in game 3 of that series. Whereas for Team Flash, they haven't really shown much resistance, and this time we're on the same page. AG.AL with a 2-0 victory over Team Flash. I'm always a sucker to be proven wrong, to see the teams that we sort of voted against show something special, but they have to prove their mettle first. And I think this one is going to be a bit tough for Team Flash.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they tried different approach from yesterday's game against Secret WAG. They tried that Ignis, Nero, Coda and Oscar combination, didn't work. They tried a different, a more informative way with that Orion and Clue combination. Clue is something that we don't see often this time around. Probably it's off meta, or probably it's just something that hasn't been pulled off because there's a lot of active skills being used quite well. In comparison to Secret, or to AG.AL though, with that win against EVOS Divine, it's 2-1, but every time they deny their opponent of that Valiant Dash, it gives them more opportunity to win those games.
Yeah, and I want to see what the bans are going to be, right? Because I feel like if you're up against AG.AL, it's going to be slightly more difficult because they have a slightly deeper pool in the draft. So no matter what you ban, you are giving something away. Whereas for Team Flash, we need to see a bit more from them. I think yesterday they definitely were trying to stick with the comfort picks. But against AG.AL, you need to be confident enough with your execution, right? Because AG.AL, they don't take no prisoners, and they always have the option to go for substitutes, right? You have Nameless, waiting in the wings whenever he is needed. Speaking about AG.AL, let's bring up the lineup. Let's see who's going to start as the main 4 this time. Sypha, Team SR, and instead of Barros, it's going to be Nameless alongside Dew.
Yeah, I mean, this is Sypha. Hopefully, we see more of that deadly approach right now. It's a good combination, as well as Nameless would be joining him in the front line or probably a mid line in this combination. But Dew is one of those that, or I would say, even as a sniper, he has set the bar already on what can be done. Thus, the adjustment is also trickling to the other teams who's part of this competition or part of this region. But going against them is Team Flash, and really eyeing on how Team Flash is going to fight against AG.AL with ABCD, the Outfit King, Minku, as well as Enluan and the God. And we know the God has potential on that snipe, but he needs to make those angles work, and it's the frontliners that definitely will make it for Team Flash.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of attention was put on Enluan yesterday, you know, sort of as the new kid on the block, right? Some of the newer prospects of Team Flash. But yesterday, you can kind of see the nerves seeping through, right? When we first saw him in I think the Lidoma Cup, he immediately caught a lot of people's eyes with how much potential he has. But you're in the big leagues now, right? You're up against the big dogs. And yesterday, I think it definitely were some catching up that needs to be done for him to get used to the tempo. And AG.AL, they are not a team that plays slow. They're going to come at you once they sense signs of weakness. So this is going to be another, I would say, examination of how sort of like the new prospect of Team Flash can handle the pressure.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, pressure is overall, just from the prestige of the team that they're going against. Team Flash needs a lot of focus. They need a lot of the mental capacity, the mental prowess that they can muster up in this fight, because it's not an easy team to go against. We're not... Like, it seems like whatever I'm saying is favoring AG.AL, because it does. It did work from them even for the past, but there's still some hopes for Team Flash right now to be able to get this win against AG.AL. It's more of start off with the draft, or start off with the maps and then the draft, and then everything else is more of adjustments.
And even yesterday, I think, you know, for Team Flash, because they weren't really to show that much, so there are definitely uncertainties coming into this series against AG.AL. And I think a lot of people would agree that, you know, when you compare Cypher, Nameless, and Barros, probably are looking at Nameless and Cypher as more of like the main faces of the lineup. It's not to take anything away from Barros. I think he also is good, but that's sort of the challenge, right? When all of your players are good, sometimes, you know, you gotta pick and choose your main five. And AG.AL starting off with a Kalahari pick of all maps. And man, that is surprising, right? We go to, you know, Bermuda next if we go game 2 for Team Flash, and then AG.AL decides to go next Terra if we go game 3. But Kalahari opening is not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, Kalahari probably they want to give a different approach right now. This might be AG.AL's chance to draw off whatever tactics Team Flash has to offer in this map. Now, let's head over to the draft and pick. And AG.AL is batting that Oscar Valiant Dash. Again, the potential of them winning if they don't have that Valiant Dash against them, or even on them, is much higher. And on the other side, they don't want that Steffi. So I think they're going for A124, or probably anything that they have as well in terms of throwables that would offset the gameplay of AG.AL.
There's the hover over the chrono for Team Flash 2. I think why not? You can go for the chrono and take the A124, basically eliminating any solid frontline options for AG.AL and forcing them to rely on the Orion. But no, they take the Santino away from Cypher, which was what we saw from EVOS Divine yesterday as well, opting to, you know, remove the Santino from the equation. But that also means you are giving the chrono over to the side of AG.AL, which they go for the Coda first, just fine. We have seen dual play chrono, but it will be interesting to see this guy. Oh, you go for the Morse instead. Okay, full on util.
Well, let's see now. I mean, Moore's good plan for him because it fits his signature. He's a master of flank. He's a master of angles. And with that stealth bites, he will be able to take advantage of that to be able to go and get a better angle against the opponents. But how will that work? Because the response on that Moors would be Minku's Ignis. Because if you can hide the team's position as they go for a rush, then it would even be more deadlier against AG.AL. So let's see how this works. I'm seeing a little bit of intentions right here for squad, more aggression coming from Team Flash right now because of the set that they have, A124, Ignis, as well as Zane, and that Santino would be the game changer to offset whatever Do is going to bring to the table.
see Team Flash off this drills here. Again, the refinery opening. A bit of a contact with the Ignis want to split out the middle. Team Esma already on the hunt, finding the God and behind the God, and he's helped right now. Able to barely slip away, but Nameless able to sneak through. Ming Kwang good stuff with the sight, but ABCD also there to provide assistance if needed. Cypher now needs help, but unfortunately he gets sliced in half, and it's just Dew left. And round one going exactly the way Team Flash wanted it to be. Fortunately for AG.AL, completely forgot about that melee.
Yeah, I mean, Ming could manage to grab that site, and then up close and personal beats down Team SR. And even with that team boost, Team SR couldn't get up because like all angles are covered by Team Flash. So great start from Team Flash right now. This is what we expect, but more weapons will be gathered by AG.AL. They are being forced to buy on long-range weapons, especially for Dew, because I think the pistol doesn't work for him, even M500. So 2 on the G36, and only the God is bringing in a rifle at this point. Hopefully, Team Flash can capitalize on the gains that they have earlier, but unfortunately, N1 will be taken down quite easily, and this is what AG.AL has been looking forward to.
And Cypher absolutely dispatched him, but the God was able to get Nameless off of the uncovered angle. And now looking for Team SR again with the sight in hand. Trying to speed up the tempo. Good glue wall there. ABCD with the confirmation. The God getting Cypher to AG.AL. Left to their own devices. It is just Dew left. The God still not picked up just yet. And Dew will try to go to retrieve his teammate and make it even. And that's going to be the case. Cypher back up and instantly finds the takedown. And turning the tides around for AG.AL.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, if you're going to knock down the teammates or the opponents or the players from AG.AL, at least go for confirmation. And at least that is one thing that has been delayed for Team Flash. They were confident that even if Dew is the only one remaining, they can beat him down. But they went one by one. The God was first, and then everyone just follows through. And to pick up on Cypher, just turn things around because it's better on the front line. So, great turnaround from AG.AL, and this is one reason why they are champs.
I think, you know, Team Flash felt like they needed to, I think, confirm the takedowns first, but so good that Dew was able to slip through and find that bit of opening to salvage the round. And now he's going to continue that momentum, takes down the God. Ming Kwang, good stuff on the Nameless, and Luan goes a double revolver. Okay, Team SR didn't really stand a fighting chance there, and this time they will make sure that whoever gets taken down gets taken out. Dew found by ABCD on the rush, and Cypher doesn't have much left to work with. This is gonna be the second round win for Team Flash.
Well, seems like Cypher the only remaining, and great turnaround. The God was the first one who go down, who got eliminated, and then the follow-through was just insane. Especially with the airdrop that they have, and Team Flash will have that cyber point favoring them as well. So more weapons that they can use later on, and great use of utility with that Ignis to close the gap. But it's just a switch of side in Santa Catarina, and with whatever gameplay has been pulled off by Team Flash earlier, it can be reversed by AG.AL, especially with weapons like Winchester and a couple, 3 on the BSS for the side of AG.AL. So I'm looking, I think they do have Lunas on their side for a better fire rate that might bring down Team Flash.
Right now things are already looking better for Team Flash compared to yesterday. A slightly low bar to clear, but an improvement nonetheless, though they did lose one to Cypher. Going in for the push, and that is the right move, but Cypher was able to take down ABCD, and Team SR on the flank gets a follow-up onto Mink. That should be Team Flash losing out on this round. Sadly, the plan was correct, but they needed to do it slightly faster, and it's these small margins in timing that could make the biggest difference. AG.AL finds the equalizer.
Yeah, well, equalizer indeed. But I'm really happy that we're seeing a back and forth coming from AG.AL and Team Flash, because from what we expect, especially against champs like AG.AL, it could have been a snowball already after 2 games. But Team Flash is just showing so much potential and even trying to equalize on the weaponry at this point. So we get away from Santa Catarina. Now more weapons, more armors is being brought in, a Trogon, as well as a Mag 7 from Mink and ABCD. So we were expect a quick push coming from Team Flash, and they're in a good position. They're a good spawn right now to pull it off. And there you have it, Glue Walls plus that Flame Mirage. But Blue L1 will be taken down. Hopefully that doesn't distract him for the goal, because Team SR is already open for the taking. But he switches with Crimson Tide. Now AG.AL might be able to win this once again. And only the God remains, but the trade back is quite swift. And Do right now against the God, sniper against sniper, no time for the pickup. All they have to do is wait and shoot.
That 1v1 deal with the pickup, able to retrieve one of his teammates. No, not able to do it in time. The God making sure that he covers all bases. Now face off against Dio around the corner. Trogon in hand. Can Dio almost getting sprayed down? The fire rate doesn't connect. Dio doing slightly better in that 1v1 and pulling AG.AL hit.
Oh, it's quite unfortunate right now. I mean, because it's a great momentum for them to be able to get a few more of those knockdowns in the early parts of this game, but they just were baited into this fight, and it just ended on that 1v1. But the movement, this is what we talked about. The movement was just on point for Do, and he switched up on that Mag 7. Something that we don't expect, really. Or was that a Mag 7 or just a Winchester? But something that we don't expect from snipers, and Do has really taken this on a different level as a sniper for AG.AL.
Had the Mag 7 and the Winchester in the previous round.
Mm-hmm.
Have it this time. Open it in hand. ABCD with a pick up on Cypher very early on, and ABCD is catching Cypher, trying to go on an exploration too deep in the enemy lines. Great punish there from Team Flash. Team SR on the hunt, trying to cover these close angles, making sure that Team Flash doesn't really move too far into their territory. Nameless also found out. A 1v2 being forced by Team Flash, main with the Trogon, getting job done, but Duke, good on the Winchester snipe. Takes down ABCD, but he has found cover. So they should be able to bring him back up.
Well, great anticipation from Team Flash right now. It's a 4v2 situation. Team SR and Do on Winchester. Not so much of a CQC weapon to boot. Ice grenade onto Do. Not only is the damage there, but also a slowdown. There's a couple that is being thrown, but they know exactly where they will be coming from. So it's a great equalizer that can pull off, but Team Flash, it's only the patience gameplay that they have to do right now. But L1 trying to go for a peek, and what a jump through the window above the glue wall. And Team Flash right now goes for a 3-4-3 in this game.
Keeping it close. Keeping it very, very tight. This round was just good reactive plays from Team Flash and punishing AG.AL's aggression in trying to overextend into enemy lines. AG.AL, they send Cypher in, trying to get these early pickouts, but if it doesn't work out, it comes at a cost of you playing with lesser members. Team Flash, I think they have figured out what the AG.AL playbook is. So AG.AL, now we gotta see if they will switch things up.
Well, let's see though. We're seeing a 2-2 split right now. And from what I'm seeing, the God has a better angle to catch off guard a Do. It's a 1v2 right now in front line against Team SR. And hopefully Team SR don't go a little bit too aggressive. But the Crimson Crush being used. Well, he has no choice but to pull that off. ABC, you know, trying to go for a Mag 7, but into the Time Turner. Still managed to go for a save. But Do was taken out. And with distraction of Team SR, doesn't give the capability for AG.AL to equalize the number just yet. And Team Flash is really flashing here, only leaving Cypher behind, who doesn't have that weapon in long range other than that Desert Eagle, as well as a Mag 7 for a CQC.
Oh, we're gonna get a pop onto N1 to start. 1v4, almost impossible situation to come back from. Even, I think, for the likes of Cypher, we'll have to take the L, unfortunately. I think AG.AL, once again, it's getting outmaneuvered by Team Flash.
Yeah, it's because of the setup that they have right now. Again, the intention of the active skill pick that they are, the draft that they have right now is aggression. And especially with an A124, it can throw off whatever skill is being brought in on the front line. So if you get hit on A1, even on the Orion or on that Cassie from Team SR, as well as who is that on the Cassie? Nameless. So it would be tough to really use the advantage that you have out of the skills. And this is one thing that has been deadly all throughout Clash Masters, or when we talk about Clash Squad. So I'm just surprised as well, even for past, where not a lot of teams is pulling off that A124, but probably it's a tactic that they are reserving for the grand finals. But for Team Flash, they're not waiting. This deserves a grand final tactic if they're going against AG.AL and do the next another instance wherein he's being targeted first.
Yeah, Team SR just got removed again. No Orion this time. Nameless and Duo trying to work hand in hand to find ABCD. But you have Ming to worry about the ice grenade. Already chipping away at his health bar. Wow, Nameless sneaking that shot through. But he's been left alone this time as Duo repositions. The dome dropped down by Ming. And he wins the 1v1 with the Trogon. Duo now aggresses forward. Has to win this one, but no, does not do so. A risky maneuver that ended up being detrimental to AG.AL. Team Flash are looking at a 5-3 scoreline.
Oh yeah, 5-3 match point already for Team Flash. A result that we're not expecting, but I guess this is the preparation that Team Flash has managed to pull off. Even if ABC team was knocked down out of that ice grenade, as well as Dew's damage, that CQC that was left alone by Dew, and also, well, made to be forced left alone by Dew because of the time turner, was the game changer from that. And now we're on match point. All the weapons are being laid out right now, but not so much for the side of AG.AL. So that they will have, or there's no thinking of economy. All they have to do is bring better armors, better weapons, and get into good position. But this is an equal playing field, especially in this area of Kalahari.
AG.AL winning 3 rounds in a row to come back, pull themselves that win. It's going to be a tough one. Team Flash, they have the solution already. I think there's someone on the flank. I think it's the God trying to hunt for Dew, and Luan definitely doing that. They can shut Dew down, eliminates long range support, and that's why Sci-Fi is trying to fill that void. Dew is on the run as well. 1v1 against everyone. ABCD has already found Team SR in the front line. And there's just no backup there from the side of AG.AL. They're all just preoccupied with their own plays. The God punishes Nameless. The front line collapses and Sci-Fi left to pick up the pieces here. AG.AL in total shambles. And Team Flash looking to take the first map of the series.
A great angle, great elevation to take right now, but not so much of time. Here comes Zone closing in. ABCD going in for the push. Great backstab. Max 7 in hand and a headshot brings down AG.AL. First game in the series between them and Team Flash. And this is what I'm talking about. No pressure at all. As long as you can counter whatever Team AG.AL has to offer, then you can beat them. And that's just what we want to see out of Team Flash right now. Better chances from even comparing them from EVOS Divine, especially the play that they managed to pull off this side.
Yeah, very different from yesterday, honestly. But that's why I felt like it was already slightly weird that AG.AL opted to go for Kalahari for the first map pick. Never really been their strong suit, but Team Flash really punished them on a lot of these maneuvers, especially like AG.AL. They weren't playing as a team at all. There was no cohesion in that gameplay. They just leave their teammates out to dry. Slightly weird game one from AG.AL, but you know, for Team Flash, it's good news, right? They needed a win like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that we really expect out of Team Flash right now. They have set out on a lot of competition when it comes to Clash Squad. And now that they're not just spectators anymore. They can bring that fire already. They are showing that right now. And I'm loving this kind of story for Team Flash because when we face against the giants like AG.AL, we're calling them giants because of the championship that they have. It seems like it's a long shot. But if you understand what is being done on each stages of this match, of this competition, like from the map to the draft and the execution of the play, I think they understood it clearly, and then they just are showing it on that battle. One thing that we know of AG.AL though is they can do the same, and this might be a threat for Team Flash on game number 2.
Let's see if AG.AL or at least Team Flash, if they can close it out, right? If they can close it out, that is going to be fantastic. Heading into tomorrow, then the upper bracket slot will be slightly more uncertain, at least between these two teams. But for AG.AL, definitely a slightly weird game 1, considering that they had a pretty solid start, right? And pretty good ideas, like Duo was popping up, and then they dropped the ball and they never really recovered from that.
Yeah, well, let's see. So look at the highlights right now. Center play, and this is where we expect really AG.AL to pop off, especially in one of the instances in here. Du was left behind in the first game, and then that's where they capitalized on round number 2, because it's quite similar situation. But the moment that Du managed to pick up Sypha, that's where things turn around, and back and forth started there. And that also was awakening for Team Flash right now, not to prioritize in quick execution of those elimination. As long as you can confirm first and play with the same isolation, then they can get that win against AG.AL.
Yeah, and I think for AG.AL, just kind of tighten up the early game a little bit. Like, you see a lot of these rounds, it's just someone is alone, gets picked off, and then there's no response, right? No follow-up, no trade backs. And unfortunately, again, when you run a lineup with an Orion, the first thing you need is to have someone to tag team you. And AG.AL, they just got very sloppy on that part.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, let's see though. So far, there's a lot. There's a glimpse of hope for AG.AL for final moments, but I guess it's just adjustment. And this has been a pattern that is not happening just only for Team Flash, but also all across the board when we're talking about Vietnam. So whatever is happening, whoever is giving them all those information, all those tips, as well as what adjustment is being done by the squad, it is working. So continue that. But let's see though who is the MVP of this match right now. None other than Minku OG, the guy who can get close, especially on fire with that Ignis on him. 10 elimination, 3,971 under damage, and 10 assists. And other than that, Ignis does have that J-Beebs, Joseph, as well as Luna, which we are expect, especially if VSS is available on the map. Rocky, just to make sure that he can also reduce the cooldown of the active skill. And once he gets close, he can pull up that Trogon, and that shotgun really is deadly on those CQCs.
Yeah, he definitely was show a MVP-worthy performance in game 1. Like, he is winning a lot of these 1v1s, but more importantly, all those crucial knockdowns were because of him. And without all that, AG.AL wouldn't be as crippled as they looked, especially in the later stages of match number 1.
Well, looking at scoreboard right now, again, 6-3 is the scoreline for this team. And not only is Minku was the one who was bringing a lot of elimination, ABCD, the Alpha King, also is in there counting 1 to 9 for every knockdown. It's just unfortunate that on the other side, Nameless is not doing that much, not even an assist in the damage. So there's a support role. He's taking it a little too seriously compared to the others who are also increasing the numbers, the odds of them winning. But it's Sypha who did a lot. Probably it's because of the Aurora vision. He knows exactly where to turn. He knows exactly where to shoot. But if the rest of the squad can't catch up, then this would be the result for the team.
Yeah. And I just, again, like the fact that Duo went for the Morse as well, right? Like this game 1 draft, we really thought that they have an option to go for Chrono, but they did went sort of a path less taken. And not to mention that Kalahari as the first map, definitely not something that I would expect from AG.AL. They took a chance and it didn't pay off well. Look at the stats, Nameless, he's 0-7. He didn't really get to play the game much.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's not like nameless out here. But again, that's the only first game out there. And we're seeing a certain pattern right now in terms of how the teams are winning. Earlier in the first series, whoever picks the map are the losers of that map. So the same story continues right now in Kalahari. AG.AL picked this map. They lost it against Team Flash. And I won't be surprised if in Bermuda, Team Flash would be the ones going down because, again, this is not an easy team to go against. Or probably they're still adjusting their meta or probably the tactics of Team Flash as well because, again, we just set this expectation. This is the first time they are playing against each other when it comes to Clash Squad. So Team Flash has that element of surprise against AG.AL.
Yeah, and I mean, to beat AG.AL in your first encounter is going to be something quite special there for Team Flash. But we have to see how that map 2 plays out, right? Map 2, Team Flash, they did pick, I think, Bermuda for map 2. And that's sort of where I expect AG.AL to flourish more. So I want to see if what Team Flash shows in game 1 is going to carry over into game 2. Because so far, I think for AG.AL, they definitely has some lapses in gameplay.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, let's see though, because so far when it comes to this map, one of the most favorite pick, and I think Team Flash can anticipate this already, is that Cassie Coda combination. So if they can, if AG.AL can pull off and squeeze this out of the drafts that they have, then there's a better chance that they can win against a Team Flash right now. Another set would be the Chrono as well as the Sane, but we like that 4. If now that I'm reading it, that 4 is seldom being used right now because even the snipers need a little bit of distance from there, and most of those active skills that I mentioned is more of a frontliner. So that might be pulled off as well by Team Flash. Steal those away, and they can have a better advantage against AG.AL.
Yeah, the fact that they also took the Santino, right, which was what EVOS did yesterday against AG.AL as well, to really limit what you can do. I think there is, some good reason to do that. This time, it paid off because without Santino and only having the Morse, there's some limitations in what you can do. But unlike yesterday, they're not going to go for any subs. This time, they will stick with what they started. So Nameless is still going to be in. We won't see Barros for this round.
Well, let's see though. I'm not sure if this is a good plan because especially in frontliner, Barros is a good player. I'm not saying that they need to take out, but if they want to be to have a stronger frontliner, then they can bring in Barros. But again, just introduce the maps that they are playing in. This is Bermuda, and it has been picked by Team Flash. We know that there's a lot of history already for AG.AL. We're really looking forward to what the rest of the squad, or especially for Team Flash right now, can bring to the table. Probably get away from that curse that we're seeing from map picks.
All will start with the draft as we go into Team Flash's map of choice of Bermuda. Let's see, the Steffi's gonna get banned out, right? Like some of the bans, the Oscar removed as well, so the bans are still the same. ABCD gets his Zane.
Well, it's pretty much the same on the first pick that we have on the table. Not quite sure though if there will, well, AG.AL, they can steal this A124 away. I think this is the bane of the existence that they have earlier when they were playing. But no! They chose that Chrono as their pick together with that Orion. But we have L1 already with that Santino and then the God with the A124. So there might be a switch up later on. And let's see what would be the response coming from AG.AL.
They're willing to roll without the Cassie on the side of AG.AL. Actually, yeah. So completely ignoring the Cassie, they should go over to Team Flash. They lock it in for themselves. Pretty interesting choice there from AG.AL. But then again, you do not have Zane nor Oscar, so the Cassie doesn't really feel like you can get the same amount of value as when you do have the Oscar or Zane on your side.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's It's quite different right now from what we're seeing, but I'm loving this. They're bringing a little bit of flavor into Clash Squad right now, but I won't be surprised if AG.AL will pull off the same as what Team Flash managed to do earlier in the first game, because they do have that Ignis as well as that Orion. So the combination of both can get you closer against your opponent if in case you are in a difficult situation. You do have that time turner, and if you need more information, that Coda will be very useful. So let's see if they will be able to pull it off. Sypha triggered that Aurora Vision, gets tags as well, but the God might be caught off guard. No healing just yet, but Restless Flash making sure that no contention against the God will happen, and they go for the push. Perfect timing from Team SR on that Crimson Courage, and Team Flash is just going down as quickly as that.
Just in the opening sequence, again, AG.AL sharper on the quicker on the trigger, sharper on the draw. The M500 also paying off big time. Team SR this time able to create enough space to draw ABCD's attention away from him, well, at least away from Dio, and allowing Dio to get the easy pop. So still doing things right despite, you know, running with a, I think, least traditional comp. At least this time they have a chrono to work with, right? Which was something that they opted for, or didn't opt for, and went for the Morse instead. This time Dio on the Ignis. So slightly better tools to help himself as well if needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising that 2 is on the Ignis as well, but we already pointed out that they need a great opening. Team SR with the Deagle ending N1 as quickly as that. Only a few seconds as the gates open up. ABCD goes in for the push. Let's see if he'll be able to go for a knockdown. And the third one, only with a mini Uzi, goes for a 3. And there goes an ace. Oh no! It might have been stolen away by the God, but still, Team Flash, what a flashy move!
What a round for Team Flash. It really felt like it was AG.AL's round. TMSI even putting out the sight, but ABCD, yeah, the perfect weapon for occasions like this. And it's called a mini Uzi. If the enemy doesn't have much health bars to work with, the spray down will be more than enough to get the finisher, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean, Team Flash with the turnaround pushed themselves to the better economical state.
Bro, I mean, mini Uzi, I know they are used to it, especially in Battle Royale. The moment you drop, that's the only weapon you have. But I didn't expect that to be pulled off in here in Clash Squad. And Team Flash just like wreck the presence of AG.AL with a mini Uzi. Sypha on her hand, Thompson in hand, and great follow-up as well to bring down Mink as well as the God. ABCD tries to go in for the pickup, but will he have time? Sypha is already in the ground. N1 has cover, and he might be able to go for a pickup. That is not looking good for AG.AL after a great start in this round.
All comes down to Duo again, but 1v4. Impossible odds for AG.AL to win this round. ABCD finds a finisher again. Team Flash taking the lead in game 2. And it's 2-1 so far. And with the economy booming, it's start getting more and more dicey if you are a AG.AL fan.
Oh yeah, do agree. I mean, they spend a little bit more from this game that would not look good in terms of economy. So, look at that. More on the Reds already being taken by AG.AL. So they are forced buying this with a triple on Thompson, 1 in the AC-80. But yeah, we are on game number 4, round number 4 already. So they have invested a lot. And hopefully this doesn't turn around and bite them later on. Great position taken by L1, but doesn't have the weapon to be able to pull this off, especially against 2.
Should be able to fall back for now. They have some cover to work with. Team SR gathering some good intel. Starting to aggress. Here's the Orion. And then Luan. Couple of attacks on the Sypha too. Min Kong finds Nameless. It's the same punish from game 1. But AG.AL wants to be the aggressors and get a pick off, but Team Flash more than ready. And you can see head scratches on Sypha. He knew that was the game plan and it shouldn't work, but Team Flash ever so prepared to receive the hit as Dew gets found out. Team Flash extends the lead again, another flawless round. inbound, and Team SR only has so much left in his tank. And Ming Kwong finds him, and it's 3-1 now for Flash.
All right, survivors, pull out your notes and notebook and pen right now. What N1 pulled off right here is just phenomenal. So he's not primed to be the sniper of the squad. He's more of the information getter for Team Flash, and he's just tagging all of those players from AG.AL, well, not with a weapon, but tagging them with information, making sure that everyone from Team Flash is on point as they go for those isolation plays. So that's wasted effort on everything that was bought by AG.AL right now, and they are down by 2 points. And Team Flash have another opportunity to pull this off. If Team Flash can get to that third floor, get to the rooftop, especially for N1, the same approach might happen.
Yeah. And AG.AL, they're running short of time, that's for sure. The development of these rounds hasn't been kind to them. Into the smoke they go. Cypher finds the spray down somehow, but Nameless gets a good conversion there. The side put out by ABCD. He's swinging away in the smoke. Couldn't find a connection, and Luan trying to help him out. It's just pandemonium in the smoke as it's dispersed. ABCD switches back to the back 7. Finds himself one, and Luan makes it a 1v1. It's him against Du again. The new kid on the block around the corner just has the health. And Team Flash pulls ahead and even closer to victory.
Again, I was expecting the same thing. Anyone who took that rooftop, the moment that everything went aura and this bottom of the building, that's where he was forced to move out. But on the 1v1, even with Ignis, he was not faced at all. He know that he can bring the damage on that one corner on Du, and even Du doesn't have the weapon to go in, or his comfort weapon. He was using that Thompson, and we know for a fact that he needs that ADS. He needs to aim down to be able to shoot better, but it was not given to him. So it's just unfortunate. And now it's 4-1 the scoreline. AG.AL is in trouble.
Yep, and the trouble continues to amplify magnitude as Team SR needs help right now, but they're all getting chipped down low. The A124 connects. They all do not have the abilities. It's going to be a raw gunfight now. Team Flash trying to muscle their way through, but the glue wall did buy some time. Smoke grenade laid down. Team SR getting shot in the dome, and Luan with the takedown again as AG.AL scrambles to get out of the building. The takeover from Team Flash. Absolutely ruthless there. Cypher left to pick up the pieces. And if you have any votes for AG.AL to win this, just like we do, it's time to take that scrap of paper and throw it out the window. Because everything has gone down the drain. Cypher 1v4 not happening here. Team Flash 1 round away from an upset.
Oh yeah, definitely an upset indeed. There's not what to expect out of a team AG.AL as well as Team Flash though. But again, the point that I made is they have been sidelines. They are watching. They were watching most of the games, and I guess they found out a few of those mistakes that still is happening even up to today. So AG.AL, that they have that disadvantage against Team Flash right now, and I'm just seeing great recovery overall for Team Flash. Once a mistake has been done in a previous round, they don't even end the round. They recover from it and then turn it around against AG.AL.
AG.AL make the comeback of a century here.
Oh, tough to call.
It's not going to be easy. TMSR already lost 70% of his health, runs back into the smoke to find cover. They throw out their own Ignis War, ABCD on the hunt there. Smell something. Oh, topped up by the electrotherapy, but Nameless still finds it with a shotgun pump. Ming Kwong, he finds the even exchange here, and he's the one that confirms the knockdown. ABCD now receives help. The VS, they rally, they find Du, they find Nameless. Cypher is no longer going to stand. Team Flash, one of the greatest upsets we have seen in a long time. The first ever encounter with AG.AL, and they come up with a 2-0 victory.
A 2-0 victory and the scoreline to boot 6-1. Something you don't expect would happen against AG.AL. And what a play what an adjustment. Like everything from that, from a few games afterwards is something I didn't expect would happen or can be brought in by Team Flash. But again, whoever is supporting Team Flash at this point, or not just Team Flash, let's say the whole of Vietnam, because like their performance is phenomenal. The improvement is phenomenal. Like, I'm really up for this. We might be seeing another champion coming from Vietnam right here, or probably those who are defending it.
God damn, this quite a shocker here from Team Flash, but very, very much needed from the Vietnamese squad today. It's a good day for Vietnam. Secret WAG, they won theirs. Team Flash, they won theirs as well. Now we're gonna wait and see if Gamex PE can complete that win streak for the region. But AG.AL, it's gonna be some thinking that they needed to do. Match 1, we saw some shakiness, but it's more credits on Team Flash being well prepared, doing the homework and knowing how to respond to AG.AL. But game 2, Team Flash, they took the same recipe from game 1, and AG.AL just couldn't figure out how to work around it.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it seems like AG.AL was, and I don't know, they're scratching their head. It's something that you mentioned as well. It literally happened while they're losing that fight, and that's just a surprise. That's the thing, because we didn't expect this to be pulled off, not only in the performance but also in the skill department, in the draft department. There's something we didn't expect that can be pulled off by Team Flash, but they are just protecting the strong line, the front lines at this point. Always wearing that Zane, denying them of that Steffi as well as Oscar from both sides is not helping AG.AL. So I was expecting AG.AL to ban that Oscar from the first game and then use it later on, because we know that there's that recipe of aggression as well for AG.AL. But they played it a little too safe, and that's where Team Flash worked around AG.AL from most instances in there and just left them to dust. 6-1.
I mean, they were also the tendencies of AG.AL that was repeatedly punished, right? The fact that they always want to send someone into the back line, like very, very deep to get these 1v1 rushes. But it's a high risk, high reward strat, and today there was no reward from that. All of it ended up in losses for AG.AL. So if this is if this is like the only playbook, I think Team Flash did a great job of reading into it.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, even most of the time from the previous season, the moment that a team brings that Orion into the table, it gives more potential of them winning the fight. Probably not like a perfect win, but it would have been close. The Orion, the Ignis tactics, getting too close, and then that's when they go for a beatdown. But Team Flash was just different. They just can counter whatever can be brought into the table by AG.AL. And even from the beginning of this game, this is where we didn't expect this to happen, wherein Team Flash was the first one to go down. But as the recovery happens, AG.AL was being brought down to their knees right now. Or I might be wrong. This might be only the first point that AG.AL gotten. Again, excuse me for that. That's the first point AG.AL gotten, and then that's 6 consecutive matches or consecutive rounds that Team Flash managed to pull off for that win.
Yeah, but and again, this like that one round was the only round that AG.AL was able to get off of, and ever since that point, you see like these first contacts, it's always AG.AL, they find an opening and then Flash hit back with 2. But I think one of the greatest rounds, one of the best rounds was, if I remember correctly, is round 6, right? Like, I feel like this is also a strat that EVOS, I mean, we say that EVOS did yesterday, and Team Flash, they refined it, right? Take the Santino away from Dew, and not only that, the A124 from the God will absolutely magical, especially I think in round 6, where they stormed the building and then the True Hunt hit everyone on AG.AL's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great gameplay coming from both sides already. And position-wise is always on point. What everyone needs to look out for is how N1 is positioned himself. So let's see though if N1 would be the MVP of the game or probably someone else. Won't be surprised if it would be the God, because he's always on point, bringing the damage right here. Not so much an elimination, but we've seen as well that is across the board. So based on what he have on skills department, he is set up. He's primed to be the bomber of the squad. Even if he's a sniper, he's primed to be the bomber. With that Beastin and A124, it increases the distance of your throw with that thrill of battle, and then you have a split. So if you have a grenade, it splits up, so more damage being dealt against your opponent, but it's also bringing more of that sniper on a passive skill. The Moko as well as the Otho, and that memory mist has been deadly overall, especially in Clash Squad.
Yep. And just generally incredible support performance from the guy. You did say that, you know, you want to see more out of him, and he has what it takes. And I think today he proved it, right? He didn't kind of sort of play the man-to-man against Duo, but it's just the overall contribution. The fact that they not only hard-targeted Duo by taking the Santino away, but they're also forcing AG.AL to respond instead of being on the offensive end, and really played into their strength. Being a team that's a lot more responsive, but they punish you very, very hard when you slip up.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's rare that we see AG.AL real split slip up in here, but let's see on how that affects them right now in terms of numbers. Let's take a peek on what else the rest of the squad managed to pull off. ABCD with 9 elimination, 2203 on the damage, and again, you would expect ABCD to always be in the front line, especially with the active skill that he managed to pull off, that Zane, and he's just a tough contender and also has the accuracy to boot.
Yeah, it's just very, very tough to remove, especially with the extra durability, but even more so, you have the A124 as a means to really kind of, I would say, mess up the tempo of AG.AL if they get a bit too aggressive, but also allows it to accelerate your own tempo if you're going in on the offense, which was what Team Flash did once they realized that they got a footing on AG.AL. They got it by the throat. And unfortunately for Nameless, it's another zero-sum round. So the entire series, man, has 0 eliminations.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough indeed. And if this is what will happen, even from the champions, then it's not looking good. I mean, they might not be able to get this season for themselves as a champion. But I know it's, again, I'm always going ahead myself. This might be a play that AG.AL can offer right now. Being in the middle of the table is not that bad. But if you are losing out on opportunities in grabbing more points, then you will be pushed down to the bottom. Go for the longer route, but the longer route doesn't mean that you get eliminated that easily. Remember GAMXPE when they went from last season? So it still works for them, but it's looking dire now. It's looking problematic.
Yeah. And tomorrow Team Flash will be taking on EVOS Divine as well. So again, another important match to look at. But the match summary tells us that today it is Team Flash's day. Man, AG.AL couldn't get a footing at all. All KDA, all below 1. Man, Nameless, having the roughest series that he has in a long time.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, we're not seeing that speed coming from Saifa. Not quite sure what's happening right now. Probably offset on the active and passive skill combination. Because most of the time, he's the one who will distract the opponents, and then that leaves the rest of the squad of AG.AL to go for the isolation and slowly pick them off. But that might also be a play that has been read by Team Flash, and the solution against Saifa is just block off any approach that they have. And even in this game number 2, he tried to pull in that coda just to make sure he knows exactly where the opponents are. But if they can still bring those isolation with the glue walls, with those shots, and with that Cassie as well on the front line, it gets tougher and tougher for AG.AL to recover out of knockdowns as well as confirmations.
And with that being said, we are going to take a look at the group standings at least for Group A, at the end of this series, we're done with the Group A matches, and now the shakeup is at least interesting, right? Secret AG is still at the top, most likely guaranteed upper bracket, but the second upper bracket slot is still unconfirmed, with Team Flash taking the win over AG.AL and with EVOS Divine in last place.
Yeah, I mean, AG.AL, again, middle of the pack. It doesn't hurt them. They might still be able to end it based on what would be the result of tomorrow's game. And this is just where they're aiming for. What they're aiming for right now. Like, lose out on some, especially for those who has no history against them, and then win later on and still get to the top 2. But regardless of what the result is in Group A, whoever is the top 2 or top bottom, same goes with Group B. There's still a chance for them to get in for a longer run because there's no elimination yet out of these teams. They will still play on to the next stage.
And AG.AL, I think their final match is going to be against Secret WAG. So tomorrow, there's a good chance by the end of tomorrow, we will see both the Vietnamese teams heading into playoffs in the upper bracket. And again, I mean, they've been on the rise. Like Spring 2026 has belonged to the Viets, and in quite the fashion as well. The way that Gamex PE did the lower bracket run in the first Clash Masters, and how Secret WAG cleaned up spring finals with 4 consecutive booyahs, is you can't make that up. So if they continue that momentum, I think the future is looking very bright. And again, I talked about this with AJ yesterday. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow when we eventually see the strongest team getting overtaken, but it's going to be a gradual process. And if it begins now with Vietnam, I'd be happy because it's been so many years and they're finally getting the spotlight that they've been working hard for.
Yeah, I do agree. And I'm really looking forward to that battle as well between AG and WAG. Like, words has been thrown earlier after first game. But later on, let's see though who those words will be thrown, especially coming from Team Flash right now. Another squad coming from Vietnam, but still looking forward to that final game because out of the 4 matches that AG and WAG played against each other from the previous season, it's still a 50-50. So their rivalry will continue. But also, there's still more to happen for this day, Husky.
Yeah, I personally am excited for the upcoming series because it's the classic derby between the Malaysians and the Indonesians. It's Argon MY up against RQ Kazu coming up. But before that, we'll head for a 5-minute break. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit for more FFCM action.
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the title slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 Summer, and we've just witnessed 2 series ended, and this is something that the result was something that we didn't expect, but we have 2 more upcoming. I'm Neptune Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Husky, my nephew, and we're looking forward to what the next 2 series has to offer right now.
Yep. The hopes of the Malaysians, Argon and MY, are going to go up against the Kings of ID, RQ Kazu, who had a dominant victory yesterday over BRU, which is no small feat. I feel like any team that takes a victory over BRU is automatically promoted to one of the best teams temporarily, and RQ Kazu currently holds that title. But I would say Argon MY yesterday up against Gamex PE, our defending champions, they put up a decent fight, and even in the preheat video they did say that RQ is more of a macro-based team, and when it comes to just raw mechanics, they are confident that they can overpower the Indonesians.
Well, let's see though if they can overpower them. There's a lot of threats, especially for side of RQ. Kazu, we've seen a lot of changes in their combination as roles. So they still have the same roles, but the active skill that they bring to the table for RQ Kazu is quite different, and that's throwing off guard those opposing them in these matches. For Argon though, there's a little bit of hope that we're seeing right now that they might be able to bring, similar to what we've seen earlier from Team Flash as well as AG.AL, because new contenders means there's an element of surprise that they can bring to the table, as well as that eagerness to get those wins.
We say that we want to see some of these teams really kind of step up from yesterday's performance. The first one that we did that we brought up earlier on was Team Flash, and they got a 2-0 over AG.AL. We say the same about Argon MY, but again, I think, you know, after so long away from the regional stage, the expectations are definitely needs to be managed for Argon MY, right? You know, they deserve to be gone on slightly softer, and I think they need a bit more time. But with what they've shown us from yesterday, I'm going to elevate the expectations a little bit more. I think I want to see slightly more fight against RRQ Kazu, especially now that they have seen the style of play that RRQ brought in against BRU. Especially even AG.AL saying that the Ray is just a Clash Squad exclusive, and if RRQ Kazu wants to run a 4-man Russia squad, I wonder what the answer from Argon MY is going to be.
I don't know. I think they got the formula right now, especially in advantage when it comes to that race. So won't be surprised though if they can ban that raid. But let's see though who's going to start it off for RRQ Kazu. We're going to have Dutz, Abai, as well as AG.AL and Ranze. So we know the frontliners of Ranze, who is great in speed and accuracy as well. But AG.AL playing that Ray would be the game changer. For 2 matches, he against Buriram United managed to pull it off. The only difference that he anticipated is probably bringing in removing that Kairos and bringing in that Joseph, because there's a potential that the A124 or probably a lot of disablement will be done against them. So it's the mastermind of RRQ Kazu still in play even on Clash Squad.
Yeah, and so far RRQ Kazu has been, you know, kind of on par with the macro sense, like what Argon MY said yesterday. But if you guys aren't familiar with the Argon lineup, here it is on your screens. It's Traps, Aleph, Noki, and Fires. Some of them have even had the opportunity to play on the global final stage. I think back in 2020, as early 2020s. But of course, Malaysia has taken a hiatus from the regional and international stage for almost 4 full years. So it's great to see them back, and later on we get to see Aurora in Paris. But for now, even Argon MY themselves, they did beat Aurora to get to the regional stage. And that really says a lot about them, right? Like, these are the cream of the crop from Malaysia. At least we've seen them for multiple years, and now they're back to prove something.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the roster they have or the draft that they brought in, there's a lot of hope right here. Even the score lines is, well, other than that game number 1 against GAM XPE, it was quite a surprise as well. There's a potential of them winning those battles, but now that they have the mastermind against them, RRQ Kazu. And what's deadly at this point, especially in CQC, is the Grenadier Dutz. Though Dutz haven't been bringing that much of the coda, but last time that they brought it against Buriram United, he knows exactly where to lob those nades. He knows exactly where to anticipate the opponents will be because of the Aurora vision, and that ended on a 6-0 RRQ Kazu winning it against BRU.
Yeah, and I think that also is going to be a big, I think a big highlight point for Argon MY to look at, right? The coda. Who do you, like? Do you let it through? How much do you want to prioritize that character? Because I think if you give coda over to RRQ Kazu and they bring in the Ray again, it's going to be quite troublesome, especially when they are willing to get in your face, which is something that we're not used to seeing from RRQ Kazu. They are known to be a more patient, more tactical team, but in Clash Squad, they have been looking a lot more vicious than we remember them from spring.
Yeah, I do agree, especially if given a chance that Ranze will be wearing that Orion. So twice he managed to pull it off from yesterday as well. And those are anticipation. I don't know if this is a bait that they can trigger the opponents to go for those bans. But before we go for the character bans and picks, let's take a look on the mat pick right now. We're starting it off in Bermuda. This has been picked by Argon, and then Kalahari as expected from RRQ. And then towards the latter port, we are going to Solara. So I'm just refreshing that we're going to see that. Hopefully we get there. Otherwise, we might miss out on that map once again.
Yeah, especially for Solara, right? One of the map with the more even odds. But yeah, the Kalahari, we knew it was coming one way or the other. No way that Kalahari goes to map 3. So either way, even if Argon MY wins game 1, at least there's an insurance policy for RQ to take Kalahari. So we get the Orion pick for Argon MY. So they trade the Oscar and Zane. Oh, baby.
Well, let's see now. Oscar Zane. We didn't see much of this from yesterday, but look at the bans. I'm seeing the anticipation right now. I'm anticipating right now that they will be pulling off that A124 for Dutz, or probably like even something that can give him that information. But will this be pulled off right now? Coda is still available. Another deadly pick, another deadly combination out of Dutz right now. If you have the Roar Vision and you're the bomber of the squad and there's no Steffi to stop your nades, then that is, I can call it GG right now. It's pretty much the same skills that we're seeing from yesterday when they faced off against Buriram United.
What did I say, right? Like there's a good chance that the Coda and the Ray goes over to RRQ Kazu. This is the dream setup for them. They basically got everything that they want. It's scary on paper. It's really scary. It really feels like this is already decided that RQ is going to win. But I'm up for surprises. Let's see what Argon MY has in response.
Yeah, I mean, if it's quite similar to what we've seen from yesterday, and Argon is watching those games, then they might find a counter against this, but it's tough to call right now because there's some history when it comes to performance, especially on the global stage or on this stage. But here comes the game number 1 between the battle of RQ and Argon, and starting it off, Ranze as well as Maal in the front line, and the Bay on the flank might be able to take down Traps on this 1v1.
He has already locked Traps down. Traps needs to win this, and Olive actually comes in for the support. Good stuff there, but Maal absolutely quick on the follow-up. It's him and Ranze left. 2v2 situation. Can they retrieve Traps or Noki for Argon MY? The members are down. Fire is more accurate, and that's Maal removed. And it's just the kid Ranze left on the table. Argon MY's better execution in this pistol rounds. They needed to land the shots, and they definitely landed more than RQ themselves.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Speed coming from Ranze, but not so much of a weapon to fight back. And USP2s is not that deadly, as well as the accuracy is not on point. But I'm just, this is just quite refreshing because Argon, there's a lot of anticipation that they might be losing this first game against RQ Kazu. Again, pistol rounds is somewhat of a 50-50 state. But now that they have more an economy, G36 being pulled in by Argon, they're taking advantage of that win right now. Make sure that they can get another against RQ Kazu.
Yeah. It's not in any way indicative of how the rest of the round is going to go, but at least it's a good start for Argon MY. I think they didn't lose anyone as well in round 1. It does help with the bank. RQ Kazu slowing things down a little bit and having Dutz on the flank. They still have the Valiant dash on Ranze's end. So if Argon MY puts up the glue wall, there is a way for RQ Kazu to suddenly just play the off-tempo game and catch them off guard.
Oh! What a shot coming from Dutz right now. That angle was not expected, but let's see if that can be confirmed. Ranze almost being taken down, and he goes for a push, a valiant down, Rebel Rash rather, against the team, against Maal, but RRQ, Abe, and Dutz managed to survive, especially with the initial pick by Dutz. And we were expecting that a turnaround might happen, especially in this moment where Traps was just too close, taking down Maal. But Ranze was just a little too quick, and even Abe managed to get away from that fight. It equalized now on a 1-1, but weapon-wise and economy-wise, it's favoring RRQ because Argon forced buy on those G36.
Yeah. What a headshot too from the Digo.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna hold on to that. I think it's a flank that Argon MY, they didn't really expect Dutz to take that chance. Smoke grenade in the middle for the cyber point. RQ Kazu making the move. Noki right into the smoke as well. They have suppressive fire, but now Noki completely alone. doesn't want to leave the smoke because of the intel gathered from RQ Kazu's side, so has to use a dome from Aleph to keep him up. But unfortunately, it really doesn't matter. As the drone drops down, it's going to be RQ with a full rush forward. All 3 members in the front line gets taken out, and Dudes cuts Fies in half. RQ Kazu with the second round.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, I think at this point in Clash Squad, that Ray is one of the most underrated active skill in the table right now, because the Bond of Eclipse not only shows the position of your opponent, but it also reduces the chance of them surviving all those shots, and then it automatically refreshes later on. So whoever is close enough to be hit by that Bond of Eclipse can be tagged up, and you can see the accuracy coming from AG.AL even on that CQC. He managed to take down 2, even damage 1 more through the smoke, through whatever covers. It doesn't work if you have that Ray.
And Abai already taking off the head of Argon and Widest traps, and Aleph both gone. Round ended before it truly took off. Noki again trying to play around in the smoke, but they just track him down. Fire is good for 1, but it's only on the flank. Consolation prize, and not even a confirmation as Dudes going to be rescued by his team. Another quick round in favor of RRQ Kazu. Halfway there to game 1. It's 3-1 score so far.
Yeah, 3-1 score. And again, I do agree. I mean, I think after this day, or probably after this stage, because it's early to say if everyone will be able to capitalize on that Ray being used. Otherwise, it will be the first ban out of the draft right now. But you can see how well Mal is using that. He's just triggering that Bond of Eclipse. It fans out, and it has great range as well. So sure enough, he knows exactly where the opponent is, tied up with a base coda, and information is already on them, and the aggression is being shown. But Mal catching 1 nade, HP reduced to half, and Noki might be able to capitalize on this. Good thing that they do have a time turner to work with to help them survive.
And Abai pushes forward to the back line. He's gonna trade himself for traps. Noki somehow still surviving, and now backup arrives. A multi-prong attack. Argon MY able to buy enough time to respond and take out 3 from RQ Kazu. Leaving Dudes his own devices. The captain of RQ Kazu nowhere near the scene of battle. Does see traps, but has multiple members of Argon MY that he needs to go through, and this round very cleanly secured by Argon MY.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just so much pressure for Deuce right there. What he could have done is switch over from a G36 to a Groza. He does have a Groza in hand, so I don't know why he didn't use that. More firepower, more damage, or he can move up to the rooftop, similar to what we've seen in Team Flash L1, and he can just shoot them down. But there's also a risk of headshot, similar to what ended, or how it ended for Deuce right there. If that's the only thing that's showing through the window, then definitely everyone can shoot you down through a headshot. But RQ is still in the lead though, by 1 point, and they're still in the same area. So those adjustments can be done.
Yep, definitely. A couple of grenades thrown now, all in the same area. So the rain of utility. Okay, another trade at the stairwell. Noki goes into the Crimson Crush while she being chased around. Dudes getting blown off. Another trade. This time the exchange slightly in favor of RQ Kazu, and it's just enough for them to edge out the win.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the risk as well of having just a switch side when it comes to maps, because in most cases you will need to I would say change your tactics if it's switched to a different area of Bermuda. But since it's just switching side, you know exactly the mistake that you've done, then you can correct it quite quickly. And now RQ Kazu, you can see all reds right now in their equipment. We are seeing a couple of level 3s, one of which is a Scar, another one is MP5. We've seen the Thompson as well, and this is deadly, especially if RQ can get close. Hopefully Argon can buy out with a patience and keep their distance first, so that they can take at least 1 knockdown first.
Yeah. In the smoke runs less than half. Another trade comes through. Finding Noki, but it's just a blind spray to the smoke. The smoke dissipates. Ma'ao's going to get exposed, and that's exactly what happens. Ale with the takedown, runs in around the corner, finds him, ducks back into the dome, but out the other corner. Traps was waiting. And bit of a mess there from RRQ Kazu. Argon MY, they just let the chaos unfold. They just let RRQ Kazu run around like headless chickens.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we have. I'm anticipating the adjustment that's being done. They kept their distance, waiting for that first knock to happen, and then there comes the isolation. And we're also in the level. We're also in the round. We're in all those glue walls is available, readily available for the team. So there's not so much of risk of being shot at that quickly, and you can play with building all those blocks of glue wall to pave your way on that isolation play. But let's see though. And again, another switch side situation, and we know how it works with RQ. They always recover quickly, but how can they do it, especially with how fast Argon managed to beat them earlier? God nade, and dudes got hit. Good thing there's no knockdown just yet.
Again, the Oscar dash from Ranze, he breaks through the glue wall, but finds himself isolated. Traps was just waiting. The hell bars not really favoring RQ Kazu, and the same story again. The same playbook from RQ, just not really working now in their favor. And yeah, I mean, not AG.AL, Argon, the Punishers, they're getting more real now. You see, the idea was there from Ranze, but heroics, man, can't just keep relying on these heroics.
Oh yeah, well, let's see. It's getting tough to call who's going to win, especially with Equalizer right now. And it's a trade-off not only in points, but also the weapons that is being stolen away from both sides. But we're seeing more of that M590 for the side of RQ. Dudes is bringing that Parafal right now, and there's a few adjustment that has been done on that weapon as well. But we've seen that Bond of Eclipse being triggered by Maal. Definitely Noki is tagged up, but they are also receiving damage. Maal almost being taken down. He slowed down. He goes for the crouch, but Trap still got him with that Thompson, and connected with that Cassie makes him even more deadlier. RRQ Kazu beaten down 3 in a row.
Wow, okay. Argon MY might be able to walk away with this game one. We did say that this was their map pick after all. And we did say in the event that Argon MY wins game one, there's always the insurance of Kalahari for RQ Kazu. But I definitely didn't expect it to get this close. Cyber points maxed out for Argon MY. And that is such a good spot. I mean, beating this Raycon from RQ Kazu, that's gonna be a first, an achievement for Argon MY.
I do agree. I mean, I'm loving this kind of situation. Earlier was Team Flash, who was pulling those surprises out of veterans in terms of Clash Squad. What's deadly? Maal being hit once again. I don't know where they are pointing right now and getting all those shots, but Crimson Crush saves Noki. Here comes Traps, and Maal managed to recover, but Ranze in the front line goes for that Rebel Rush and tries to get away. Now Traps is on the ground, and RRQ Kazu might be able to win this. Ranze with a sliver of health, still alive and kicking, and only a Leaf, the only one remaining at this fight, not even given a chance to recover, and Maal goes for 3 in that round.
Wow. Okay, so this one slightly unlucky. I mean, Argon and MY, they run through the smoke, not knowing that Maal is in there, but once they figure out, Maal just chases down Trap. I thought that Trap would at least try to fight. The backup was good, but just a little of health indifferences. RQ is still keeping it close. Sudden death. I think this is the first map today that we went to 11 rounds. We'll see if Argon MY can close this out. Give themselves a fighting chance on Kalahari or RQ Kazu. They just beat a team with maxed out cyber points. It's not an easy feat to do, and they started round 10 with lesser health bars as well. The utilities of Argon MY were on point. It's just the follow-up, leaving a bit more to be desired.
Well, let's see though. We're seeing a little bit of Spire action from Raiden. Now, if that one catches anyone from the side of RQ, then that's the direction that everyone will be heading. But a 3-1 split right now might not look good, especially for Faiz, especially with the angle that he's taking. He's not using that sniper just yet, and we might see Maal, or Abey rather, as well as Dutz make for those shots. But surprisingly, the switch of roles, switch of weapons as well, coming from these players, I'm happy to see that they're making this adjustment, but to what risk? Because they need to stick to their roles right now, especially in this close fight.
It's gonna be pretty tense. Blue zone will start closing in. The formation almost the same from both sides. But since Argon and Y are making the call to regroup in that building, RQ will do the same. But with the utilities available, the Aurora Vision is still pretty far off the cooldown. Might not have it in time to aggress, to ping out where RQ Kazu is, and that at least to ping out where RMY is, excuse me.
Oh.
See some shifting.
Well, it's a patient play. Patience play right now is everyone's being forced in. It's because of the sudden death.
Wait a minute.
Not caught off guard. No one checked the corner, but finally it's a good thing the traps is in there. But the zone's closing in, and this might be the downfall for Argon as they anticipated this rotation already. So a trade-off happened, but pick up on Vice, and Noki still firing as he steps back, and no one is going down from Argon MY. RRQ is at a loss, and Malaysia brings 1 point to their side.
What a back and forth tug of war in game 1. Argon MY winning on the map pick, and the 1-0 scoreline so far. Maal really playing the dangerous game there, trying to hide behind there, but a bit too patient and got punished by Argon MY. I felt like at some point you have to take a shot. That's how the cookie crumbles there. Argon MY getting a lead for themselves. And, well, let's see if they can close out Kalahari, right? That is going to be the more difficult map. It's RQ's, I would say, playground as well. But Argon MY continues to impress and surprise the competition.
I do agree. I mean, even before that happened in peak, like the move from Maal just hiding out in the corner, Argon MY, they flank in the same way. Like everyone was just together. They're waiting for the patience, or I think they're getting into the patience of RQ from that moment. And Maal, if Maal could have shot down at least one player, then that could be the prompt of everyone for RRQ to go for a rush. But since that didn't happen, and Maal's the one on the receiving end of those Lidicillin, then it just turned around, and Argon just capitalized on that knockdown, reeling everyone from RRQ to go for that win.
Yeah, and I think for RQ Kazu, they definitely... It reminded me of, you know, the AG.AL against Team Flash match as well, especially game 2, where Team Flash is very good on the punish. And Argon MY, they're doing the exact same thing against RQ Kazu. We just constantly punish them whenever they try to make those moves. They are playing into the tendencies of Runze on the Oscar, making these hero plays. And it paid off. I think this is quite the close one. We say that we wanted to be proven wrong. At least I know I want to be proven wrong. And Argon MY, there's a good chance that we get all 3 games. But it really comes down to whether they can close this out cleanly.
I do agree. I mean, we might be seeing a turnaround or a flip being done by RQ. But before we go for that, let's take a peek on the highlights right now. Again, this win, or this fight between Argon as well as RRQ, we didn't expect it to go that quickly, but it's a pistol round. And we anticipated there's a little bit slowdown despite of how well their movement as well as accuracy is. And Argon, that's where they got their motivation. From then on, it's just a back and forth, and it went into sudden death on that 5-5 score line. But I think with the number of rounds that Argon played against RRQ, they already read them, what kind of position they'll be taking, what kind of move they will be taking, and thus they managed to win that final round.
Yeah. And even when we look at the start of the comebacks for Argon MY, it was the same blueprint, right? Punish RQ Kazu when they overextend, punish RQ Kazu whenever they go for these plays, but a more, I think, subtle play that they were making was just the utility usage were actually on point. They were kind of opening up advantages and grounds for themselves with the way they use their utilities, especially the frag grenades, constantly catching RQ Kazu in their rotation. But this one is going to sting a little bit. Ma'al biding his fangs a bit too long. Never really got the chance to show them. And in the end, having to rely on the rest of his team to salvage the game into an Orion and a Chrono, which again, by default, is already difficult. But with one man down, it's even harder.
Now I was surprised because I remember that Steffi has been banned, but I remember there's a skill card for Steffi in that specific map. But this is one guy that we've seen go and take the front line, even steps backward to go for those elimination. This is Argon's Trap with 9 elimination, 4,197 on damage, 13 assists. And he's an all-rounder. Look at that. Active skill plus that pet combination. He's both a support as well as a bomber. With that Olivia, Luna, and Nikita, it's something that we don't see often, but it also translates to that split, that multitasking that he's aiming for. So he's connected with the teammates, and every time he heals, it also spreads to the rest of the squad, but he also have that reload as well as that fire rate power from Nikita and Luna, which makes him deadly in the front line.
Yeah, and I think it overall it really gives Traps sort of the agency to not just be like your combat medic with this electrotherapy, but at the same time we did say that the utility usage from Argon and Y actually were on point in this game, and that the setup allowed Traps to really perform to the maximum, right? Though I will say Ma'al still able to keep tabs, keep up with Argon and Y. Him and Traps both scoring 9 eliminations apiece. But as we go down the scoreboard, it's pretty even for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a back and forth. We got close, sudden death, 5-5 on the score line until it was ended by Argon MY. So I'm not surprised. It's just that mistake. I think what happened to Ma'al was just that mistake that made a downfall for RQ. If he had more time, he pulls away from the rest of the squad or uses his Raze Bond of Eclipse and then tags up one of the opponent. At least there's an equalizer on a 3-on-3 right there before they go in for the push. But it's tough to call. If he can pull it off, he does have the accuracy, he does have the elimination to boot, as well as the perfect skill to do it, but you know how it is in crucial moments. Sometimes you don't react as quickly as expected in those fights.
Yeah, and especially I think when the rounds sort of start to accelerate, that's why we need to look at the sort of split-second decisions, right? And I think both teams have similar ideas, but Argon and Y, they definitely came in prepared. Like we heard them say that they are more confident in their mechanics. They're confident if they have to get into the gunfight, and that's exactly what happened. They were winning majority of these gunfights, but again, a lot of that was set up by just better utility usage in the early rounds.
Well, let's see now. I mean, we're setting up right now for the next match. Second match for the series in Kalahari. And we know for a fact that if it's understanding the map, RQ Kazu understand this even more. But it's more of like there's not so much of distance. There's not so much of distance for the snipe. And even Ma'al is not using that AWM as often as we expected. So I still don't know if this is something that they can pull off. If he sticks with that Ray, it's still stronger in the front line, but it's not the signature of RRQ. And I guess Argon is just playing that to a T, wherein they're taking advantage of that unfamiliar terms for RRQ Kazu, and then they're just using it as their strength from those engagement. It was too close from the earlier match, but I don't know. I still don't know who's going to win next one.
Yeah, same. I think again, if you ask me for Kalahari, I think chances are RQ Kazu is going to take us to game 3, but it would be quite a statement if Argon MY wins this. been the last time we even had a victory over Indonesia, but against any team, right? I mean, for specifics. But this would be a good return, a good, again, confidence boost. I think this tournament, I don't think Argon NY is going to win the whole thing, but I am excited to see how far they can go. This is a good step forward.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I'm really seeing right here is in Kalahari, RRQ did win against Buriram United, and even from past against EVOS Divine, they managed to get this win. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. RQ Kazu played a Todak way back then, and they won at 6-2 in Kalahari. So this might be the same scenario that we are going to see into this next match. The only difference though is the meta, the current meta that teams are using right now. Back then, the Homer is a thing, and they have been using it. AG.AL has been using it for quite some time, and now he's sticking. If he is going to stick with that Ray, he might not have that disablement out of that censorship, but they can use information active skills like Coda or Clue just to get that, just to get the direction of where they need to point and shoot.
Yep, and I think the Coda overall, I mean, we said that RQ Kazu got sort of like the dream lineup, right? And that was, and even though it is sort of like their dream setup, there are clear signs of weaknesses, right? Where the long range support is slightly more lacking just because they are focused a lot on the CQC, and the long range support kind of goes over to Dudes instead, which normally is kind of AG.AL's job.
Yeah.
But we go into Kalahari, things are going to be a bit more different. This is where you are looking at who has the better coverage. A better coverage, I think, on the map with so many open areas to work with.
Yeah, I do agree. And well, let's see though. I guess this is something that RQ read that is their advantage. I was looking back on their history against the same players from Argon, and they might be able to pull this off. But let's start it off with those bans. Steffi still being banned by RQ Kazu, so the same plan might still be afoot, but the Moors right now being taken out by Argon. So I don't think this is something that is a threat against RQ, because it's seldom that we see them use that Moors.
Yeah, What have I'm trying to figure out what is the importance of this Morse. I mean, the win rate for Morse hasn't been the greatest, so banning it out, I think it specifically wants to deny I guess can't be AG.AL, right? Yeah, he's gonna stick with the Ray anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only reason I can think of is you don't want people to roam around Kalahari, but there are ways to go around that. Like, Coda doesn't exactly ping you out per se, but, you know, it's there are better ways to work around. There are different ways to work around the Moors, and specifically, if the Moors disappears from the map, usually he doesn't want to be in range anyways. I guess Kalahari has more open areas, so it's a risk that Argon NY doesn't want to take. They do have the Santino and the Cassie on that end as well, so almost the same setup as game 1. I think the main difference is that there's no Zane for RQ Kazu this time. Instead of a Zane, it's going to be Ignis, but everything else is similar.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know if it's a panic ban that happened in there for the side of Argon banning that Moors, but, well, I guess ban doesn't matter as long as you can use or you can have your own pick right now. But let's see though, because how close it was in Bermuda might not be the same in Kalahari, especially with the familiarity of RQ Kazu in this map. And starting it off, and there's a ramp side. There's Argon NY, who might be able to capitalize on getting into the airdrop first. And Noki goes over for the flank. But good thing for RQ, they managed to squeeze themselves in, but they might be pinched later on.
Out of the bat, Noki taking so much damage, that's getting topped out, electrotherapy. Doing so much work for Argon NY. Alif wins his 1v1 against Abai. Numbers dwindling for RQ Kazu, and a shutout right there. 3-piece for Alif. Again, showing us the most basics when you have a Cassie on your end. Look at the health bars, man. Noki instantly topped back up to full when he was one hit away from going down.
Look at that sidestep as well from Alif. I mean, he's going for the pickup. It's a good thing that someone from Argon steps in or jumps in like a superhero in there and saves the day for round number 1. But this means first win for Argon, better weapons for them. We're seeing G36 out here out of 3 players from Argon. It's Faiz, Noki, and Alif. It's just a switch side, and they still have the same position that they're taking right now. But Noki has the potential to go in for a shot from long range, and Dutch will be taken down. That's 1 down out of 1 player out of RRQ, and those in the front line like Alif and Noki, hopefully that basic therapy will be switched onto whoever's nearer on the front line.
Man, Noki is doing so much work. Look at that into the Crimson Crush as well. Insane presence of mind to read the potential rotation of RQ Kazu and convert it into more. Ranze only gets 1, but 1 is all he has. But I can't deal with the rest of Argon MY. There's 2 in a row. What a solid showing in this round. Masterful from Noki. This one catching Deuce and opening up the platform for, I think, Faiz to take control, and afterwards the ice grenade that chips away my health bar into the Crimson Crush, and to draw RQ Kazu out into the open before the follow-up. This was a masterfully executed plan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Traps was... I mean, if Traps could have... went in a little bit closer rest of the squad, then that could have been a faster run. But I get the idea of Traps. We were talking about support being taken down early, and he don't want that to happen. So that's why he kept his distance and probably tried to heal up later on. But for this time, it's Noki once again, up close and personal, a little too close for comfort, half an HP, but managed to pull off that Crimson Crush. But this time, he goes down. Now Traps, with only a sliver of health, they need to deal with 2 players of RQ, made that 1 player who is a Bay, and Alif has a better weapon, but Ignis tags him up, goes in for the shot, but not so much of angle can be taken. Here comes a couple, goes for the push, and Argon gets another point.
And as you look at the replay that is coming up again, it's the same modus operandi. Ranze tries to make a hero play and gets punished again. Argon MY, they always have an extra body, an extra gun barrel pointing at the potential direction where RQ Kazu might come from. And sure, Noki, he did end up going down, but Argon MY gets 2 in return. And if my math is correct, 2 is always better than 1. And Argon MY keeping true to the basics of numbers. So, starting to get a bit dicey, right? Argon MY up 3-0. Gonna switch sides and Santa Catarina once more. Faiz taking the front. Couple of initial tags from AG.AL. But I feel like this raid is starting to work against RQ Kazu. Yeah, sure, you get in, you ping the enemy, but you reveal yourself, and Argon might have been taking advantage of that. This time, do it with the initial takeout onto Faiz. He's going to give RQ a better chance.
Well, let's see now. RQ Mal on high ground. Alif might be able to shoot him down, but G36, not a good weapon against a VSS. And Mal, right now, just getting the angle, waiting for opportunity. Noki knocks into their doors, but manages to squeeze himself behind the glue wall, but the glue wall goes down, and Argon eliminated with a coordinated tactic coming from RQ to pull them in that small compound, or confine of this compound, and that's where RRQ capitalized on their position.
Yeah, kind of a weird movement there. Alif trying to provide backup to his teammate and completely ignores the fact that he's getting shot at. And unfortunately for Traps, he also got flanked from behind. Bit of a whoopsie there for Argon MY, but still having some good weaponry to work with. A P90 in the hands of Faiz. 2 VSS and 1 Mag 7 on Noki. Has been leading the charge so far. Cyber point available out in the middle. Initial tags on the Deuce as well. Faiz slowly aggressing with the grenade to finding Deuce. Takes him down low and gives his teammates a chance. Blue wall broken down, the dome drop. Noki needs to disengage, needs his teammate to back him up, and he was able to duck in the cover. The grenade good onto AG.AL. Still able to escape and back off in time as the reset comes through.
Oh, we're seeing a couple of Houdinis right now with the perfect timing and pulling away. When Ranze heard the gunshot or the footsteps from Noki right now. Here comes the push and perfect timing and the Crimson Crush, especially with that a couple of players from RRQ trying to shoot at him, but that's already used up. He does have that Miguel to be able to recover quite quickly, but he doesn't have that time. It's a 3v3 situation right now. Vice is receiving a lot of shot from the other side, especially with the base high ground advantage. But Ali, the next target to go down, if he gets caught off guard, and it's a three-way shot against Ali. And this might be another point being taken by RRQ just to recover out of this 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, good two-man push from RQ Kazu. And the punish onto Argon MY was sloppy. All started with Noki not anticipating the pre-fire around the corner. The moment he went down, RQ Kazu immediately doubled up to push fires out of that 10. And this time the crossfire was good. Abai was left uncontested as well. They were not able to flush him out, even though I believe Traps, was it Traps or Alif was around the corner there. So RQ Kazu salvaging those 2 rounds. Now really racking up the bank, triple VSSs and the max 7 for the side of Argon MY, but in terms of utilities, they don't really have much to work with.
Well, let's see now. I mean, all across the board, VSS in their hands. And we've seen how well the fire rate has been in here, especially with the Luna tied up to this as a passive skill. But now, because of how much pressure the team is getting, it's now a standstill. When Mahal gets close to trigger that Bond of Eclipse, now he gets information on where Noki is. But look at Noki, he's pulling away, baiting them out on to deal with Alif as well as Traps if in case they got in the open. But Noki wasn't able to move quick enough, and even Alif will be taken down by he's far away from the rest of the squad. Will have no option but to run away, and RQ full-man squad can wait for the closing of the circle, and they will capitalize on this.
Yeah, that's a clear mistake from Argon MY. They had no business staying out there in the open, but they kept trying to hold the position, even though RQ was doubling, tripling up on the suppressive fire. We saw them use the Ignis wall to break the glue walls. And at that point, Argon and White, they have to make a decision whether to push forward or to take the fight or to just get the hell out of there. But they chose none, and they ended up losing members for absolutely no trade back. So this should be RQ equalizing the round.
I mean, Traps got tagged with that Bond of Eclipse. They know exactly where he's from, but Abe was just waiting on their side. Only the communication coming from the rest of the squad that gave him that info where he is positioned. And RQ now equalizing it 3-3. Great comeback. Similar story from what we've seen earlier. And it's just gearing towards RQ's side if they can win this round.
See what the adjustment is from the side of Argon MY, because I feel like, you know, RQ Kazu starting to read into the gameplay, and they're making, you know, on-the-fly adjustments. It's working out. UAV quickly dealt with. Grenade from Ranze. Didn't really find a connection there. Alif able to duck away, to spray through the smoke. Abai still finds Trap instead of Noki over the vortex. Bad news there, as the Cassie has already gone down.
Well, Mahal getting too close, and with that Bond of Eclipse together or encounter with that Orion's Crimson Crush, it's still RRQ winning the fight, knows exactly how to isolate him out of the gameplay, and now RRQ has taken the lead in this battle, in this round, or in this match number 2. And this is where we see the communication working well for RRQ, because they know exactly that there's a Crimson Crush available. All they have to do is wait, play with that patience. They have enough health to sustain that Crimson Crush, and then once it expires, they know who to target. And that's the risk of being too close for comfort for the side of Argon.
It's 4 rounds in a row now for RRQ Kazu. We just say that there's a, even if they lose map 1, Kalahari is their insurance policy to push it to a 3rd. It's looking that way now. All the momentum that Argon MY has from round 1 has been completely extinguished. Not to mention, now this smoke vortex is actually working in detriment to Argon MY because of the Bond of Eclipse and the Aurora vision that RQ Kazu has. So sure, you want to cut a line on sight, they will see you anyways. Good suppressive fire from Deuce as well.
See a little bit of damage from those ice grenades. Manage to recover, distance themselves, and wait for the perfect opportunity. Faiz, on the other side, trying to respond, but they're like, he's running out of time. In a bit, the zone will be closing in. A god nade, but a time turner. Perfect timing. You don't throw a nade against dudes. He knows exactly how to time that. He goes in with a max 7, up close and personal, but he's just playing time. The zone closes in. That brings more pressure to Faiz. And Ranze's a clear view just to isolate everyone else from Argon to disrupt, or not to disrupt, that battle between them and dudes.
Yep. And you can see like Argon and Y, they didn't have control of any space at all. Whereas for RQ Kazu, they control all of the corners, so it's so easy for them to come for these multi-prong attacks. Argon and Y really tunnel visioning this entire second half of Kalahari. RQ Kazu 5 and 3 now. It feels like game 3 is imminent.
Yeah, I mean, there's something that we expected. Kalahari, we've been talking about this. RQ knows this like the back of their hands. And with the skills that they're using right now, despite of how, I don't know, like I'm still wondering about that Morse ban. If it was a Ray ban, then yes, I would agree that would throw off the tactics of RQ. Or probably they're just confident of that win from the first game, which threw them off of reading what can be brought to the table by RQ. But Noki, this is the problem, a little too close. Does have that Crimson Crush, but the moment it expires, it brings him out in trouble with that Ignis Flame Mirage. The rest of the squad of RQ goes for the push, and Noki almost taken down. It's a good thing that he managed to recharge it, and he's still bringing in the rest of Argon for that push. A bait and switch. Argon pulls it off.
And that's more like it. Once you've drawn in the members of RQ Kazu, backup needs to be swift. It needs to be instant. And instant it was. The rest of our Argon MY, without hesitation, jumps in to reinforce that position, which they haven't been doing in the past few rounds. That's why we even got to this stage. But this looks a whole lot better. Abai and Duos, different corners of the map. And this should be easy cleanup for Argon MY.
Oh, let's see now. Only a couple of players from RQ right now, but they're still fighting back. A couple of knockdowns to pick up on Noki, and traps right now would be the target. But the zone's closing in. A Leaf gets a corner, and a Winchester. Not a weapon that you can go against even in VSS. The firepower out of that weapon is on point, especially on the level 3. And this is a comeback coming from Argon right now to keep that distance close to RRQ, who's on match point.
Yep, RRQ still having the advantage in this game. All they need is one more round to bring us to map number 3, which is going to be, I believe, on Solara, but Argon MY. They have a chance to get to sudden death just like game 1. I see they keep their wits about them. It'll be the same area as the previous round. And same openers as well. Let's see RQ this time bringing 3 members to the front instead of 2.
Oh! What a great angle being done by Ranze right now. Oh, that nade. Noki almost being taken down, but the respond with ice grenade. Now, here comes Ma'al as well as Ranze. A little too close, though. Did trigger that bottom eclipse, but Noki right now does have the M1887, and you know how deadly it is. Time turner being pulled off and managed to go for a shot against Ma'al. And even Ranze has no say in this fight, leaving a Bay behind, going solo against 4.
Spectacular stuff from Noki. Pops out the Crimson Crush with less than half health and just 2 shots. Ranze. That was a fight that he had no business in winning, but he was just that confident and that decisive. Another sudden death. Look at this one, Noki. So he takes up Ma'al. Ranze getting backstabbed by Olive. That looked like it was hopeless because RQ, they had the right idea, right? They force the Crimson Crush out, you funnel him, and then you take the fight. But no, Noki was prepared. That is the Orion spirit that we need. Save spot again. Sudden death. Can Argon do it here?
Oh my goodness. What a play from Argon right there. And it's I don't know. It seems like they're reading RRQ like a book right now, especially with the beta switch when that happened 2 rounds earlier. But now it's a different area. Council Hall right now is different. It gives more advantage to the long range capability of RRQ, but Noki, as quickly as that, managed to cross over near the front lines, near enemy lines, and Ranze is in trouble, goes in for the push, but the glue wall was timed perfectly. Now brings in that super bonfire so that he have more health being topped up right now to counter that Orion from the side of Noki.
Yeah, both sides invested a lot of utility to hold that position. Traps is going to be under pressure as well. That's the Cassie that needs to survive. Noki tried to help out, but he gets gunned down. Alif, good backup there, but Ranze finds a trade. Pick up from Alif here. Ranze will go for the finisher instead. Both teams making the correct decisions, but it's Argon that is on the back foot again, losing the Cassie that early on.
I do understand that they need to be aggressive, especially on this close, but that was a loss. That was a huge mistake. God nade, but Dudes will not be damaged. He does have that Yeti that reduces the chances or damage from utilities, and he goes in the front line. This time it's RRQ winning that close battle. Once again, we ended on 11 rounds, but the result was different on the side who's winning the game.
We knew that RRQ has a good chance of winning Kalahari, but I gotta say, that hurts to watch because Argon let it slip through their fingers. They work hard to get into an even state, but then they completely forgot about the basics of what they needed to do, all that investment, and then they let their combat medic go down. It's just basic mistakes. There's a couple of errors from Argon NY, but you know, nothing short of expectations from RQ Kazu. This was more like it. 2 games in a row, we go the full distance. Let's see how game 3 is going to turn out, right? This is truly anyone's game.
Yeah, exactly. Truly anyone's game. And I'm loving how close it is. Not only in the series, but also in the scores for each match. Because it's 2 6 and 5s already on the score. And no one expected this, especially out of Argon. No one expected that Argon can pull this off, but similar to what we mentioned earlier against Team Flash, they have that opportunity to watch these teams play before from the previous season. And if they study enough, if they do their homework, and that's what we often call the teams do, like for each days of rest, do your homework, and this is at paying off, but there's still a risk of, well, not really relegation, but still losing out for Argon MY because there's they left RRQ with this 1 win, and they could have ended it on the 2-0 already.
Yeah, they were up 3-0, and then they lost 5 rounds in a row because they got sloppy. RRQ was the one really adapting to the playstyle, and then Argon NY figured out what they needed to change, and then they just forgot about it. They got tunnel vision in the last round, right? We saw the way that they committed onto RQ Kazu, and then they realized that, okay, this is not working out. They back off, but it was already too late. And I think that was something that they didn't really need to do because they gave up their position in pursuit of a frag, and it just wasn't worth it.
Yeah, exactly. And they also, there's also a moment in time in the final round wherein there was a little bit of hesitation. But let's speak of the highlights right now. And also let me take advantage of this time, a little bit of correction of what I mentioned earlier. It was not Dudes who was using that Yeti. It was Noki. No wonder he's so aggressive in the front line, even with like understanding that RRQ has nades, because with that Yeti, again, it reduces the damage receiving coming from grenades and explosive. And with a Crimson Crush, I mean, you can maintain your life, but unfortunately it didn't happen towards the end where RRQ got this win in this match.
Yeah, I think the Crimson Crush isn't, how do I put it? It's not the be all end all, right? There were still certain moments that, where Noki gets punished because of a good pre-fire. I think, yeah, like the 0 to 5 point streak from RQ Kazu really hurt Argon's chances because they just they were just getting punished in these open areas we talked about on Kalahari. It comes down to who has better control of these long-range angles, and clearly RQ Kazu just has better command of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the final round did happen in confinement, Argon could have had a better chance, because if you remember that highlight that we have where we have the bait and switch happen, so Argon could have taken it. But right now, let's take a peek on who's grabbing that MVP out of this match. It's none other than Abai, and he is getting 7 elimination. He got the 7 elimination, 4,718 of the damage, 6 assists. He is using that Ignis, but with the Luna, Nikita, and Moko that we see often, especially in matches with VSSs involved, that Luna can give you great fire rate and thus the speed of elimination coming from these teams.
Yep, and Abai really stepping up in the later stages of Game 2, and just I think the storyline is almost same as Game 1. You know, Argon MY punishes RQ Kazu, and then we switch sides. RQ Kazu kind of figuring out Argon's approach, and took advantage of that. Right, I still feel like it's more of a missed opportunity on Argon's end than RQ, but they definitely, were not invincible. Like this Ray, it has its weaknesses, but if you're snowballing, suddenly it looks unstoppable.
Yeah, I do agree. But let's see, who's unstoppable in terms of numbers. Again, since it's close for these two teams, or between these two teams, in terms of the points in this match, like a lot of points is going across the board. And if in case Argon managed to get that win or that booyah in that match, Alif could have been our MVP. He's always in front line together with Noki, and that's just the threat that we have, especially if you are on the Zane. But another faster approach would be to use that Ignis, and if you have a combination of, if you have a support of either that Oscar's Valiant Dash coming from Ranze or Miles Ray, then there's so much firepower on the front lines out there. So I'm really loving this kind of turnaround being done from both sides of these teams.
Yep. And I think you look at the match summaries, it tells a very good story as well. Again, very evenly spread out, but this time, as much as we say that Traps, there was some rounds where he shouldn't have been the first one to get picked off. He still came off with 17 assists, right? Like that electric therapy gave a lot of value for the team. It's just certain moments where they have some lapse of judgment and they sort of like lost track of where RQ Kazu were, that they got punished.
Yeah, well, let's see, there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of pressure and suspense happening in this battle between RQ Kazu as well as Argon MY. It's like equalize in number, even the result for each match is equalized. So I'm really looking forward to who's going to win this in Solara. But a little bit of fun fact right now, Solara from the past, this is where RQ Kazu managed to sneak in one win against Team Falcons. And the scoreline was 6-4. So I don't have any records of Argon as well as when they were Todak in Clash Squad in this specific map, but this is an advantage that RQ has.
Yep, it definitely is, because RQ has a lot more, I guess, experience on the big stages on the with this map, but it is Argon's map pick. They took this over Nextera, and I think it gives them, maybe for them, it gives them a better chance compared to Nextera, but it makes you wonder, right? What is the balance going to be? I still feel like the Morse one was a kind of a hit and miss. It was a very, very hard call. So in Game 3, the fact that both these teams are pushing each other to the absolute limit, it's going to be exciting. I think all gloves have come off. I think for Argon MY, again, just got to make sure that they don't tunnel vision.
Yeah, I do agree. Again, a little bit of correction. They did play previously against GAM XPE, and it didn't end well. It was a 3-6 loss by Argon, and they're pretty much using the same skills that we have earlier. Noki is always on that Orion. The only surprise factor that I saw on this draft pick coming from Argon in this specific map was that Alok being used together with Nero as well as Koda. So it's great. The ideation is great. out of Alok being used as a support, but I mean, being able to pull it off, it would be tough right now. So I am really looking forward on how they're going to make this work this time around.
Yeah, and I think for RQ, Kazu, I think they probably will still stick with the Ray, and now it's just a variation of how much do they get away with, right? Do they get the whole Zane, Oscar, Ray? I personally feel like taking the lineup from game one is actually a lot more detrimental because the Ignis provide them with enough value to slow down this Orion, right? To really put a dent in the plan of Argon MY, where I put up glue walls, I send the Orion in, and then I take space. But with the Ignis, the Flame Mirage removes those glue walls and really exposes Argon MY when they overcommit. So I think RQ should stick with what they have in game 2. And for Argon MY, I guess don't need to ban Morse, right? Because it's so weird to ban Morse.
Yeah, I do agree. Or I don't know. Probably it's anticipation of what they have or what they can do on this next map. All right. As we have seen a great turnaround, a back and forth between these two teams. Again, Argon managed to pick their first map of Bermuda and they won it. Now Kalahari was picked by RRQ and they won that as well. So this is a different story compared to the other two games that we've seen earlier. But now let's start off with the draft in game number 3. And this is Solara. And we're seeing that Steffi being banned by Argon right now and that Cassie being taken away by RQ. So there's also stealing away that Orion to their side, giving it to Ranze. So it's no more Orion Noki, but they still have that Sane that they can bring or that they can pull into the table right now. But I don't know. If they got comfortable already with that Orion, then this might be a downward trend in terms of performance coming from Argon. Great response though is still maintaining that Ray to their side, and I already mentioned that Alok earlier, so I don't know if this is going to be pulled off by Maal, but we have to wait for the pick coming from Noki and Faiz, and Noki was just waiting since he don't have that Orion already.
What? They go for the Tatsuya again? I mean, we saw that yesterday and it ended horribly because they got 6-0'd. I'm not really sure if that's the play, Chief. Are they? Okay, there's no Cassie. I feel like 8124 probably is the answer. I really am not sure about Tatsuya, which means that they want to go ultra aggressive because this is what the whole lineup is made for. Dash in, take people down, end game. There's no plan B.
There's no plan B. I mean, there's after this, it's the end of series for them. So I don't know. I'm even surprised on what the pick of RQ is. There's a lot of questions right now, but I guess questions is just for us, for the teams to answer, especially as we are going to step into their game number 3, their match number 3 out of the series. Again, the battle of Argon MY against RRQ Kazu from Indonesia continues, and this is the last straw into Aquarium to go for the first round.
And right off the bat, Abai and Dudes get one of their own. Yep, that's going to be round 1 over the RQ Kazu. Very quick and easy. Quick and simple there. And again, like CQC, you got Ray. You got Ray and Orion. It's the double trouble from RQ Kazu.
Well, definitely double trouble. Pistol round is already done and dusted. Those shotguns, those shorty has been deadly, especially with the speed that they have right here as they push on that glass aquarium or that glass center. But they do have better weapons right now. Well, I would say better weapons for RQ Kazu. A double, a triple on the M1917 could be deadly as well. They do have the firepower, but not so much of an accuracy. But as you can see, the split of RQ, they're going for isolation, and Ranze just paying them back of what they are receiving. They were receiving earlier with that Crimson Crush.
What was that range with the blaster and the shorty? Okay, that looked a bit too deadly. From mid-range, Ranze finds the one tap. But pretty much expected again. They have a lineup, the AG.AL, giving them topped up, if given enough time. But more importantly, utilities to take down blue wall. Invulnerability with the Orion to buy time, and AG.AL as the finisher. Looking clean so far for RRQ Kazu, but now the big guns come out for both sides. Let's see if Argon NY can change it around and avoid a direct confrontation and play from range.
I don't know. I mean, how they played that first 2 round seems like they were pulling our legs for the from the earlier matches that we witnessed, because it was very close. It seems like there's a lot of weaknesses that's being shown for RQ, but now that everything's in line, or this series is on the line, they are moving quite fast. Dudes right now goes for the flank. Doki goes for that Rebel Rush, but unfortunately he gets taken down as well. Team Booster can pick up Dudes, and they have plenty of cover to work with. Alif right now in a 1v1 against Ranze, as we head over on this side where Argon managed to go for a flank and takes down AG.AL, and RRQ is at a loss. Only a Bay remains and still short in hand, and I don't think he'll be able to clutch this unless he moves fast, and Argon takes back a point in this game.
Great coverage there from Argon NY. Good backup here, especially when Noki commits and he gets knocked down. And you can see the rest of Argon NY, they're able to not only hold Ranze back, but Faiz and Travis found the angle to slip through, and unfortunately Abai was slightly late on the flank, so he couldn't get in position to stop this reinforcement. And by the time he got there, his backline has already been removed. So Argon NY, good split-second decision. The comms looking clean and crisp in round 3.
Well, I'm really loving this. It might be continuation of... This is a part 3 of what we've been seeing all along. It's getting close between these two teams, and I was expecting the RQ was just playing us all along with how close it is between them. But I guess we are seeing also the potential of the gameplay coming from Argon NY. Noki! What a valiant dash! Beats down AG.AL, now goes for the fight against Ranze. Alif for the save, but here comes a Bay for the pick up. Grenade or ice grenade being thrown at him and got denied of that revive. Perfect timing for Argon NY.
Again, great follow-up from Argon NY. The valiant dash into an immediate follow-up from Alif, and once Noki went down, Alif instantly traced back. Good stuff there. Argon NY speeding up the pace this time, taking matters into their own hands with this Oscar, with this full aggressive lineup, and they're playing it to a T.
I'm loving this. I'm loving how well Argon NY has been anticipating what is being done by RQ. It's the communication really that's making it work for them. And hopefully they get that speed as well coming from passives that they are using. Well, Faiz does have that Rebel Rush, but he needs to reserve that for moments just like earlier. Noki though, almost in trouble, pulls in the super bonfire just so he top up his EP and recover those HP, but Faiz takes down Abe and traps, deals with AG.AL. Ranze though escapes from harm with that Crimson Crush, but it's only left to Toots right now, and 4 players from Argon beating him down.
3 rounds in a row there. Good stuff from Trav. He was able to keep Dudes suppressed, so Dudes only forced to have his eyes only on Trav, and even if Trav goes down, the job has been completed. They will bring Trav back up. Look for the finisher onto Dudes. Faiz with the cleanup, 3 in a row for Argon NY.
I didn't expect that to happen. AN94 being used like a sniper, but Dudes from high above, and I don't even expect, like, I didn't even think that you can get that high onto this compound. So a few tricks in his sleeves that's being used and being shown to also survivors out there by RRQ. But it's Argon NY who's taking the lead this time around, and I don't know, with this momentum, similar to what we've seen earlier in previous game, they might be taking this home.
Yeah, starting to the advantage starting to really grow on on Argon's side. Abai takes a headshot. Was able to survive. Noki just dashes in, drops the dome. Finds one. Where's the trade coming in, Alif? Good on the backup. Now the rest of the cavalry has arrived. RQ again, getting his absolutely swarmed. Traps does go down as Abai stands back up. Throws out the Ignis Wall, but it's Abai against Alif. It's gonna be the pickup there onto Faiz. So Numbers advantage is going to be there. Good glue wall just in time. AG.AL stood no chance. Alif with the ace here to bring Argon MY one step closer to the win.
Great prioritization to pick up right there. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, and that's one thing though. As a solo mission, even if you have great angle, you don't let go of that. And AG.AL managed to pick he was picked up by a team booster, but he couldn't recover that easily because there's two potential threat in front of him. It was one, but the pickup did happen, and that's just Argon making sure that they have the numbers advantage. So we're getting close right now to match point, and Argon, well, I'm happy to see this happen for them.
Yeah, they're looking great so far. Noki's gonna release so much pressure, able to relocate with that dash. Drops the dome and the glue wall, so that's gonna break the tempo. RQ for a while. AG.AL comes in for the corner. Ranze brought back in. Noki still good for one, and that is good enough. As AG.AL gets removed, Krabs does fall, but Noki gets picked back up. And now Fires with suppressive fire is gonna have to face off against AG.AL as well, but Alif managed to stay safe. They reconvene. Another dome. Ranze in the thick of it. Chases Fires down. Ranze gets two as Argon loses focus. And this is going to be RRQ salvaging the round for themselves and keeping it close.
Oh, I mean, that M1887 as well as the M590 coming from Ranze was just deadly. Look at that. A couple of knockdowns coming from him. Well, there was a little bit of help from AG.AL right there with AN94, but you know exactly where the distraction is coming from. Ranze can move that fast. That's one thing that we expect out of round number one, but it's only now that they can pull it off, especially the weapon that they have and play. And this is a threat right now from Argon. If Ranze can continue this run, and he does have that Crimson Crush, so he would be unstoppable if he has that charge up.
Yep. There was a quite the play there from Ranze. Just raw mechanics without gun. Argon and wide. Let's see what the adjustment is going to be this time. They will slow things down. They need some info on RRQ. Dual Melter will come true, and Alif deciding to not hold that angle. They will relocate. Running into some RRQ members here. The UAV sent out AG.AL on the high ground. Do they know this?
Oh, let's see now. I mean, they have the super bonfire. Definitely that would be heard by Argon right now. Giving more information, but shot from behind. Let's see. They're trying to destroy this glue wall. Gives an opening to Faiz on the other side. And what a great plan right now. Just to make sure that there's no cover that would save RRQ. But they are not phased. They are not moving. Ice grenade onto dudes. And they back away in a perfect timing. The zone is closing in. They're playing. Argon is playing with the patience of RRQ once again. But I don't think RRQ will fall for this trick.
Yeah, trying to create the opening so that they can get out when the blue zone closes in. They need an outlet. They need an out here. RQ around the corner too. This is starting to get scary. RQ on the rush. Traps on the low ground. Alif on the high. There is a crossfire angle available. Dudes should see Fires right now. The dome will keep them safe. But he instantly breaks, and Noki finds the leak and plugs it instantly. Runs it in with the Crimson Crush. Fires and Noki all work together. Great stuff. They funnel RQ through the meat grinder and turn it into a shooting gallery.
Yeah, I guess that's a good plan coming from Argon. They know that the zone is not favoring RRQ, and they just push them in the corner. They push them not to get through both of the exits that they have in there, and they just played with time. They just played with circle. The moment that the RRQ felt that pressure, they were forced into one spot because the other one is close by the zone, and it's just a perfect timing as well as position being taken by Argon right now. But at this point though, I think with the loss of RRQ, if they can pull in a sniper or even a marksman, Faiz might capitalize on their position on this area if they can block off any exit.
And Noki has already found first blood, given a punch in the dome. Sort of insurance there, AG.AL Needs to pour some heroics on these low health members. It's only good for one. The trade does not favor RQ Kazu as they are down with numbers. Trap needs some help right now. The rest of RQ Kazu pushes in as Abai against Alif. Finds that. With the mini Uzi, runs it around the corner. Trade it out. It's fires against Abai. Shotgun in hand. Fires around the corner. The mini Uzi wins out. And the spray down gives RQ another chance.
Well, it's twice already. I believe that's Abai who managed to pull that off earlier. Twice already, Abai managed to make a magic run with that mini Uzi. And you don't expect this out of pros right here. Mini Uzi being used, you need to get close. And he's not even using an active skill that can bring him or make sure that he is not damaged that much. The best thing that they have though, or that he has, is that J Beebs that he's wearing as a passive skill. So great accuracy, great position, and well, props to them getting closer to the match pointers, who is Argon MY.
They do it again here. There was some good trades coming in, but again, had to come down to some heroics there from Baal from Abai with that mini Uzi. Ranze already taking some shots from behind. Let's spend some time healing back up. If you lose Orion this early on, it's not going to be good. Ranze, the response onto Noki. Noki now needs help, but the blue ones are going to be burned down by the Ignis Flame Mirage. And Ranzai finds the finisher there.
Well, let's see, Noki's already down. Fraps and Alif. Great distraction, glue wall being brought in by Alif, but he's not recovering just yet. Pretty sure there's a Dreki involved. That might be the downfall of them, but they're losing out time. And equalize once again. 3 in a row. We go to round 11.
The most unexpected match to go the distance in all 3 games. 11 rounds, sudden death. Here it is again. Can Argon finish the job that they started? Worked this hard, came this far, and an upset is 1 round away from being a reality.
Oh.
The RQ Kazu now ready to go down without a fight, and a hell of a fight they have put up so far. All for the marbles here.
Yeah, not only lost the marbles, also someone lost his boots right there. Let it go. Also an M1887. But that's one thing, especially in points like this. In round 11, they have full 9900s on the coins, or more like full on the coins, just to set the expectation. So they can buy any weapons that can be fit in their arsenal right now, and that makes both teams deadly at this point. But again, similar situation, similar story from what we've seen in one of the round in Solara. They're just a waiting game right now, and RRQ didn't win it last time. Hopefully, they already learned from that mistake.
Both teams have won a sudden death each. Fires was on the flank, Noki getting tagged. Runs it dangerously close here. So you get vision. Baal also fishing for some intel. The train carriages now side by side. It seems like RQ are going to converge in the middle. And unfortunately for Argon and Y, they're starting to take damage and the pressure is mounting. Got to make the call right now because RQ certainly will make the move first. These chip damage, they are going to add up. Compounding numbers on the side of Argon MY, and they're going to start with the push. Instantly finding one of the Argon members. Can they back off in time? It's going to be a trade on both sides. Down to the 1v2, Alif. Can you do this, my boy?
Well,
doesn't seem to be like it. RRQ complete the comeback. And today is just not the day for Argon. Not yet.
Finally, I saw a smile out of Baal. I think he was having a little bit of trouble trying to adjust his role right now. He's used to the sniper role. He used to keep this distance. But I guess for this, it really needs, or he really needs to make that adjustment. He really needs to make that change. And I'm loving that they can still pull it off. But there you have it. After three matches that ended to round 11, RQ Kazu managed to get that win against Argon, and it's just unfortunate there's so much of promise from Argon, but that it is what it is.
Yep, they were able to push RQ Kazu to the absolute limit in the entire best of 3. And I think that's something that they can be proud of and they should be proud of.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of what ifs, with this series concluding, a lot of questions that they're going to be asking themselves. But I got to say, this was something that I think no one expected out of Argon MY. And very few people would have placed their bets on this team. And even though it's a loss against RQ Kazu, they've proven more than enough to be a contender.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, with how close it is, with how well they played it, everyone will have their eyes on there. Denying them of that Orion might be the key to it. But even after the fact, they still played it well. They still played it to the end. So I'm really looking forward to more of the matches coming from Argon MY. But again, congratulations to RQ Kazu moving further on the top of the leaderboard for their own group. But again, we still have another match that we may expect out of RQ Kazu in the group stage, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I think tomorrow RQ Kazu, they play BRU. They play Argon MY. Gamex PE is going to be next. Right? We'll see if they can take down the defending champions. And even Gamex PE, they're going to have a date with BRU later on. And they did say yesterday they hope that BRU goes easy on them. But I think after yesterday's losses, going easy is probably the last thing on Buriram's mind. So something to look forward to, whether Gamex PE can continue their winning ways.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher right now for each day of this competition, because for every mistake that you make, everyone who's anticipating to match against you will capitalize on that, and you need to do double the effort on improving those, correcting those mistakes, because it's only it's correcting it against your past opponents and then the future opponent as well. Well, let's take a peek of the highlights right now out of the battle between RQ, Kazu, and Argon in this map of Solara.
I started off with RQ Kazu winning the first 2 rounds, but then Argon MY, they started springing to life. They brought us to that match point, that series point. Very promising spot to be in, but let it slip out from between the fingers at the last second. Still, I mean, RQ Kazu, pretty sure they learned a lot from this matchup as well, about themselves and about Argon MY. And this definitely will change some of the opinions people have of the Malaysians.
Yeah, really looking forward to them showing up more and more, because you did mention Aurora, who managed to get their spot in Battle Royale. Now Argon is showing a different side of Malaysia right now in Clash Squad, which is good for not only Malaysia but also other regions, because they need to buck up. They need to really improve their ways, not to be complacent despite of who they're against. It will not be that easy if this improvement continues.
Yeah, back then we don't even have a spot in Clash Masters, but now that Argon MY is here, they really earned their keep, right? They really earned their keep and really show that they deserve to be here as well amongst some of the best teams we have. And I think that's the most important part, that they are not pushovers. They are not here to just fill up the slots. They are here to give everyone a fight. Perhaps a bit of reality check along the way as well.
Well, let's see now. After a game, we're going to see who is the MVP of this match. And let's see who it is. It's none other than Ranze. We've seen how well he moves, how quick he weaves in through opponent. And no offense to Noki, but I think he managed to pull off a better Orion from those engagement. And with that, he needs to not to be seen as well. Does the Sensei take in here to reduce the man marking skill coming from the opponent? But look at those numbers. 10 elimination, 5,171 on damage, and 7 assists. This makes him deadly, and I think he was slowing down the previous rounds.
Yeah, I mean, even with the M590 in hand, he was putting out some good clutches when needed, 1v2s as well. But not only that, right? Ranze, I mean, RQ Kazu, I think they did mention that they scrim a lot with Argon MY, and most of the time they win in the scrims. This is, I'm pretty sure the results today is also a result of that scrim, right? Argon MY learn a lot about themselves to give a fight to RQ Kazu. Both teams knowing each other way too well for their own good. But in the end, it was Ranze that really pulled out the important clutches.
Well, let's see now. Looking at numbers of our rest of the squad. And it's not only Ranze who managed to pull it off. It's also Bay who got 7 elimination, Maal with 5, and Doots with 3. What surprised me is, despite of how well Doots has been playing those nades from the past, it's not showing this time around. So I don't know. There's a lot of adjustment that's being done, especially from RRQ Kazu, and it's a good thing that they managed to get this win. Otherwise, Argon could have pulled it off, because look at the numbers. It's equalized from all sides, from all players. So it means that whoever is in front line, or who's ever dealing the damage as well as elimination from Argon MY, it might be a threat against RRQ Kazu.
I can't believe they almost made the Rebel Rush of Tatsuya work as well, right? Because it's definitely has fallen out of season, but you know, Argon and Y, they tried it yesterday. It worked out poorly, and they decided to give it a go in the most important game of the series. And again, almost paid off. Like, Faiz walked away with the most eliminations for his team. But of course, if you compare numbers, Ranze and Abai, they put in a lot more work.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, it's just valiant effort for both of the teams, but winner gets more out of this. It was very close. It was really tight. And we didn't even know up until that final moment who's going to win this battle. Thus, there's more excitement that's being brought in on this competition right now. And, well, again, RRQ, Argon, we might not see that that great dominance out of RRQ from the past, but we know for a fact that also they're making their way to improve and be stronger every match that they played in, and that only shows that Argon is trying to do the same.
This is a matchup that I am excited to see in playoffs if it ever happens, right? And hopefully we get to see them face off once again in the playoffs, regardless whether it's upper or lower bracket, because it's good revisiting from time to time. Very good showing from both sides. Say that after yesterday, Argon MY, they look promising. I want to see how far they can go. They have definitely set the bar for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And look at numbers out there. Three in a row. It's comparing to the other 3 match series that they have. It's always a back and forth, and the ones who took the first win is the ones who's ending it. But like, this is a great reversal being done on game number 2 in Kalahari by RRQ, and then towards the end in Solara, it's probably because of the familiarity that they have on Kalahari as well that made them confident that they can win that fight. And this is the only scenario, or other than the last one in Solara, the only scenario when in 2 out of 3 picks is being won by those who pick those maps.
Yep. And I think overall, it goes back to, it's not how you start, right? It's how you finish. And RQ, Kazu, they finished strong. But if you just look at sort of like who won the map without the scoreline, it doesn't paint the full picture of how close it actually was. But again, props given to Ranze. This kid, Ranze, has really continued to prove that, you know, he deserves a seat in RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it begs the question though, because Aiden Deer hasn't been playing, and we know how quick as well as how similar they are right now in this play. With Ranze showing up, I don't know if it's a threat for 18 Deer right now, but let's look at the standings, and there you have it. They are, RQ Kazu will take in the top of the board right now, similar to what we're seeing from Secret WAG. No losses in the series, but that was very close. And Argon, though, in spite of them having 2 losses, there's a fighting chance. They might be able to at least get a higher seeding compared to who will be pushed down bottom, but we'll have to wait and see, because we still have another series that's going to happen. And out of Group B, I guess this is the most anticipated, because it's the defending champions, GAM XPE, as well as the most anticipated team out of this lobby, Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, and of course, another important thing that's worth noting is also, like, because of the tiebreaker rules that might decide the seeding, right? So it doesn't really matter how many matches you lose. If the points are the same, it's tied with someone else, then we will have to trigger tiebreaker rules. So winning rounds is actually pretty important for this team, even if you end up losing. So Argon and Y going 6 and 5 for all 3 rounds is pretty important if we have a tiebreaker. But for now, we gotta celebrate the moment of the winners of our RQ Kazu, and we are looking forward to speaking to them in what they have to say about one of their loyal scrim partners. So let's head over to an interview of this post-match with RQ Kazu to see what they have to say and what we can look forward to down the road for the rest of FFCM. We'll be back.
Perbedaannya kalau di scrim tuh mereka kayak masih nyoba-nyoba sih bang, tapi gue kaget waktu pertandingan kok dia bisa begini ya gitu. Ya kita saling percaya sih bang, biar kompak, biar hashtag satu terus lah. Buat PE lu lihat lah, kita 2 hari ini alhamdulillahnya bisa menang 2 kali kan ya. Siapin aja permainan yang keras.
Yeah, I mean, look at that answer coming from Abe. He's just so humble. I know that Argon is seems like stronger at this point, but looking at the historical RQ understood that they also have dominance, and they were just like toe to toe with them, but they managed to get a 1-up against them. They're really looking forward to more battle against Argon, as well as the upcoming matches that they have to face in group stages. So hopefully it would be a different story, because I know how stressful it is. You can see from his face how tired he was after 3 11-rounders.
Even he was like, man, they weren't this good when we practiced against them. And I mean, it's a compliment, right? It's a compliment that, you know, even Abai acknowledged that, okay, they gave us a pretty hard time, right? There was a good chance that they were the ones who were going to get interviewed. But, you know, keep on believing, right? RQ Kazu has, for the longest of time, still been the strongest team from Indonesia, even though, you know, they were also synonymous with choking when it mattered the most. But you cannot take away the fact that this is one of the most established teams, and you know, with the good graces of Captain Legalov back in the 2020s, RQ Kazu is still one of the most revel Indonesian squads we have. But we still got one more match coming up. This one, Buriram United Esports up against GAM XPE. We'll go for a short 5-minute break, so go to the washroom, get some quick bites, and be right back for one last best of 3 before we close out day number 2. We'll see you in just a little bit for more FFCM action.
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight.
We've arrived at the final series of today at the Free Fire Clash Masters Summer 2026. You're here with us, it's Husky and Neptune, and we're gonna get ready for a banger of a best of 3 to close out the evening. It's Buriram United Esports up against Gigabyte Marines XP Esports. Quite the rematch of the Titans, 3-time world champion against the reigning FFCM champions.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this because the last time we saw them, it was from the past where PE Esports does have to win more than Buriram United when they face against each other. So that's 4 out of 6 matches that GAM X PE does manage to have an up against Buriram United. But we might be seeing a little bit of a change in play comparing to what we've seen from yesterday's Buriram United's gameplay, because I would say it was tough to watch what happened yesterday out of BRU.
Yeah, I mean, it was so shocking that people refuse to believe that it actually happened. But today, we believe that BRU are going to be in shape, although statistics alone tells us that PE Sports have a good chance of winning. But it will not be an easy win. It will still go 2-1.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, if I don't know. I don't know what the plan was for Buriram United from yesterday, but we've seen a lot of changes overall, not just for these teams, but also for the other squad. And probably it's because of the change of the meta, as well as the update that we have in the game, that is opting them to change their usual picks, not their comfort picks, especially in drafts. Map, per se, is something of a 50-50 chance as well, because we're just talking about Clash Squad. They don't have the battle royale advantage they have, wherein they stay silent in the beginning and then eliminate a lot of teams or a lot of players towards the end. It's more of an equalized battlefield, regardless of which map they have. It's more of that draft. that changes everything in this game. And hopefully Buriram United shows us more of a better drafting, similar to what we've seen in the past from AG.AL, because that makes it even better to equalize the playing field between these two teams. But let's introduce the lineup from Thailand. This is Buriram United Esports. We have AG.AL, Moshi, Wasana, and Terna. Still no Jonah in the starting lineup. And, well, let's see though on how this is going to turn up.
And just like yesterday, yesterday we saw, Terna play game 1 and then they didn't win, and then they saw Jonah in, and then the loss was even harsher, right? So on a technicality, Terna performed better. We'll see if that is different today. But I'm happy that Terna gets a bit more play time. It's not easy, right? It's going to be a lot of pressure, especially when you're coming in to fill in the shoes of someone as prestige as Jonah in a team as prestige as BRU. You're going to be put under a microscope. You could sneeze halfway through a match and someone will call a foul out of that. So I think for Terna, he definitely needs a bit more time to kind of play with the team on official stages before we get a good gauge of where he actually is.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of hopes. There's a lot of potential for this team. But going against the defending champions of Clash Masters, AG.AL right now, we have LBT, Zeref, Wangshi, and Sichuan. And we've seen how well they played it out, especially with the picks that they have in this competition. I think they got a hang of it from the previous season, wherein they had a longer run. They went into lower brackets. They had more matches against their opponents and more chances to not only study them, but also experience those battles up front. And the same goes for this season. They could have that longer run, but I think they don't want to make that mistake. They want to focus more of identifying what they can use on the grand finals, on that upper bracket, towards our grand finals. And this is where they started off. If they win against Buriram United once again, then they will be in a good spot to be in the top 2 of their group.
AG.AL, we know that they are a very, very, very confident team. And I mean, I wouldn't blame them. They are the reigning champions, right? Like they're in their lower bracket run in spring. The lower bracket semis and lower bracket quarters and lower bracket semis and lower bracket finals were technically harder than the grand finals itself, where they 3-0 Team Falcons of all teams. They had to go through BRU, they had to go through AG.AL to even get to the spot where they took down Falcons. Yesterday, the vibe on BRU side definitely felt like they weren't themselves, but today seems like the pressure has been lifted off a little bit. But against a team like AG.AL, this definitely is expectations. I'm not really sure how much of a ratio people are considering that BRU are going to win no matter what. But I'm willing to say that PE Sports have a good chance of still taking down BRU.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. It seems like BRU, if yesterday was better, if yesterday was not a 2-0 win, then yes, we might be saying that it's equalized between them. But it might be us. We're looking at the numbers. We're looking at past performance from spring season up until the first day that they have. But it would depend on which active skill they're going to bring to the table right now. So let's start off with the map picks right now to see who got the advantage in terms of maps. It's Dextera being picked by Buriram United, and it will be followed by Bermuda being taken by AG.AL. And if in case we go into that game number 3, we go into Kalahari being picked by Buriram United.
And again, BRU taking Dextera. It's I still think it's quite a surprise that BRU didn't open up directly with Bermuda. I guess maybe because they're up against PE Sports, which is understandable. But let's see what the draft is going to tell us about these two teams, because PE Sports, they've been very comfortable running U2 focused lineup, and the Zane, Cassie, Ben, Oscar first pick.
Oscar right now, and definitely Wasana is fitted for this role. One time that we saw him from yesterday using that coda, it didn't work out that well. And now, a little bit of denial of any nades being thrown in by Buriram United. That's Steffi by LBT, and Zeref right now also bringing that Orion. So that might be a threat that they need to deal with, but a good thing that on the other side, even if this is Jonah who's playing in other than Turna, he will still be using that coda. So it's a good play right here, and the support get high will be bringing in that time turner from the Chrono. But an Ignis and a Santino gameplay, I don't see that much of a read of PE Sports, but this might be the element of surprise that they have to offer against Buriram United.
Yep. We get the... Again, we talk about full util for the side of PE. It seems like that's going to be the case. The Moshi locks in the Morse. All right. So there are some plans there. Wasana with the coda. Oh no, Wasana with the Morse.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yesterday he did play the coda, so I guess Morse makes a bit more sense. Well, maybe we'll find out. We'll find out, right? BRU, they haven't really set quite that high of a bar like they always do, and not at least not from yesterday. So let's see if Nextera tells us a different story.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's a good plan probably for Wasana. It's more of the timing, because we are used to see Wasana go in for the front line. He goes in for that aggression, but with the delay of that stealth bites. And look at this. Early onset of this game, triggers that stealth bites, goes in for the flank, doesn't have the angle though, and everyone's just following him. So it doesn't even matter if he is incognito. They know exactly where they're coming from. Let's bring around the Rosie.
There's only so much you can do on Nextera in these opening rounds. And look at that, a Mexican standoff. They basically ran one full lap. Back to where we started here. No more shenanigans. Wasana, we have to wait for a bit for the stealth bites to come back off cooldown. It seems like PE Sports, they're going to be run aggressing. And BRU, Sun, ready to receive the hit.
Oh, Turner right now. A little bit too close for comfort. Here comes Orion coming from Zeref, but LBT will be taken down. Get High will be traded off. And in this small area, we have Wasana trying to beat them down, but Zeref managed to win it. Moshi right now will try to go in for the push, and the Shape Splitter might have saved him. And it's Gamex PE who outwitted Buriram United from that final play.
A good old 4v4 in a boxing ring, and they designated the time turner as the Thunderdome. Look at this, Zeref goes into in the Crimson Crush. Moshi gets distracted. This one comes in, basically just Houdini this way, and Moshi takes his place. Oh, you're gonna be loving what these two teams are doing. What a spectacle for the opening round. Well, now investments comes up from both teams. We see the mini Uzi on the Pufterna and Get High. Let's see, is it going to be the same approach? A couple of rifles ring out, grenades shown as well. PE Sports having the vision obscure. BRU going for the rush, but a good blue wall taken down into the Dominant. They're not getting completely sprayed down as Zeref does not take any prisoners.
Well, that's one thing though, especially in this area of the map right now. Sticking together would be a good plan, especially what we'd seen earlier. And Gamex VE only had to deal with Moshi, but he's still as deadly with Kingfisher. And Wang Shi doesn't have the distance. Good thing the backstab did happen. It's C1 once again for the final hit. And they managed to get another point against Buriram United.
They have everything planned out. Gamex PE. Again, another fantastic execution. They ran in, BRU laid down the defenses, and Huang Shi was like, nah, let me just burn it all down with the Flame Barrage. Now going to round number 3. So far, it has been Gamex PE with good execution on the round 2. I mean, they did have the weaponries to work with, but more importantly, breaking down BRU's front line when they don't really have a way to respond was a surefire way to get ahead of the curve. And now better weaponry is in the hands of both teams. Moshi gets himself the VSS.
Oh, well, do have a VSS, do have a great elevation to work with, and a fire rate to boot, but will he be able to get an opening? Because for the rest of GAMXPE, they're trying to head out, making sure that they're not in the crosshairs of Moshi. Turner almost being taken down, and the time Turner saves not only Buriram United, but also PE. ZF turns into the Crimson Crush, and a quick trade-off from both sides. Turner about to lose, and there goes Seraph, who can go for a pick-up unless Wasana beat them to it.
Yeah, and the support system from Huangxi and Sichuan, perfect. As they just keep everyone from BRU pinned down. Another Crimson Crush. Wasana starting to get a bit annoyed at the fact that he cannot get any takedowns, and the LBT will finish him off. There's Moshi nowhere to be seen. Just Koda far away from the rest of the squad. 1v4. So GAMXPE already halfway there. Halfway through game 1.
Yeah. Similar from what we seen earlier. Similar to what we witnessed yesterday from Buriram United. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for BRU right now. Despite the weapon that they have, the skills doesn't match your role. It might not work similar to what we're seeing right now out of Wasana. If Moshi was the one on that Moors and Wasana was the one using that Koda, or probably that Valiant Dash instead of Turna, then it could have changed the pace of this game. But still don't know what's ideation for Buriram United. There's a lot of practice that they're doing right now that is not working towards their goal.
Usually, I mean, we have seen crazier things. And, you know, a comeback still very possible. RQ did prove it to us. And Wasana off to a great start already to Santino, not giving a chance to pull off his magic trick, get high in the rush. Zverev actually wins against Turna, and get high was like, I gotta bail myself out of there. Unfortunately, Turna gets left hanging out in the open and collected. Moshi getting rushed as Huangxi backstacks him. And get high late to the party around the corner. There's a pre-fire, and Zverev was waiting for him to make the entry, and PE just doing it better.
Huangxi, with a sliver of health, managed to sidestep his way into survival. And it's just looking good for GAMXPE. Not so good for BRU right now. And like just looking at the position that's being taken by Buriram United, it's not in their usual ways. They're not getting the best position in this situation. They're just going too close. And once one of the players from GAMXPE can squeeze themselves in, and that's where they start falling like flies. But let's see, there's so much of open area, and Buriram United right now does have elevation to work with, but GAMXPE is just going for speed and aggression.
Yeah, and it is paying off. You know, hit him hard, hit him fast. They don't know what's coming. Get high. He's forced out of his dome already. And Turna, he's like, wait, what are you running towards me? Because he's got sprayed down. And another trade in the favor of GAMXPE. Wasana. Oh, he didn't want to be there, but he's forced to hang around. Couldn't rescue any one of his teammates. This round sped run through by GAMXPE.
Well, Moshi doesn't have a weapon as well. With elevation that they have, he needs a weapon that has an aim down, but that Thompson wouldn't have that capability. Sichuan, great distraction, but was forced to switch on with that shape splitter, but it's just a waiting game. The zone will be closing in a bit, and he will be taking a little bit of glue wall melter just to chip off his HP, but not so much of an exit from him. Even with those boots, he will not receive damage, but more of the fight will be happening, will be brought in by GAMXPE, and they are 5-0 right now in this match.
Give me the fastest game we've had so far today. I mean, it's been quite the festival, quite the slugfest, but GAMXPE making it look effortless with some of these executions. And so far, nothing fancy was needed just yet, you know. Through the core clash squad, 4v4, pick up your guns, run at your enemies, shoot them down. They haven't been really pushed to the brink just yet. The BRU hasn't forced their hands. GAMXPE very comfortable in their skin and with the state of the game. Another head-first rush. Couple of tags on the LBT early on, but still, this Steffi is unfazed. Zverev pushes forward as a double up on BRU, set up around the corner.
Well, let's see. In terms of position, It's good for Buriram United to stick together. This might be the bait and switch that they're waiting for, but Seraph triggered a Crimson Crush just to find out where they're positioned. A little bit of big investment to go, and he got chased by Get High. This might be the comeback of the century if they can pull it off, but there's still 3 more players from GAM XPE that they need to deal with. But Buriram United sticking to that game plan of sticking together, making sure that they can go for a pickup if needed.
The Aurora Vision used as well by Wang Shi. Can't detect the Morse at least, but Moshi pops it down with the finish switch. Wasana, good backup there. Thankfully, it paid off for BRU, and Wasana gets his buddy back up with the dome as well. Finally, signs of life, but Moshi actually ends up getting dropped regardless. LBT in the low. Wasana finds him with a Winchester. Sichuan needs to bring him back up, but doesn't have time to do so. 3v1 surrounded. And this time it's Wasana that gives BRU the first.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that they can pull off 1 point out of this. And this play coming from Wasana, his stealth bites expires, but it's because of that few seconds that he was invisible. He was like, there's no attention even in that corner where he was staying, and that gave them the advantage for the first blood from that fight. Now, it's a few more. If they can go 5 more out of that, then they have a fighting chance getting 1 point out of the series. But it's looking very tight right now, and I still don't see any success out of this play. Get High being shot at up close and personal zipline by Wang Shi.
Yeah. And they're gonna go for more. Trina wins the 1v1 against Seraph. Very much needed respite there to even the score, and Trina now needs some time to heal back up. The rest of PE Sports pretty far away from the war zone. Moshi will keep his rookie in check here. UAV needs to be dealt with first. There's some time for PE Sports to start aggressing. Each one looking for an angle. Good vantage point. Huang Shi with the zip line through. Closing in on Trina again.
Terna and Wang Shi on both ends of this bridge, but a threat against Terna would be Sichuan, who's taking the high ground. Moshi left his elevation and got a little bit of delay on shooting back against the player from PE Sports. But LBT right now up close and personal through the time turner, through 2 time turners. Managed to weave in and out and reap down Wasana. Now Moshi goes for the response. Couldn't break down the glue wall, needs to hide away, but Sichuan is not healing just yet. Game time for LBT to win that fight, and this is a 6-1 scoreline. GAM XPE got another booyah.
What a dominant one. Yeah, do some fit check while you're at it. Why not? GAM XPE, and just a flawless showing. I mean, feels like they can do no wrong, really. Yep. I obviously, yesterday against Argon MY, we did go the distance, but even they say, yeah, we went that far because, you know, we got a bit overconfident. We let our guard down. We started, you know, mess around a little bit, and we didn't, you know, communicate properly. But yeah, when they lock in, they lock in hard.
I do agree. I mean, it's really tough right now. I don't know. I still don't know what's happening. We've seen this in the previous season, wherein Buriram United is being beat by GAM XPE. I'm expecting a little bit change this season, but like, if you're a champion, why are you going to let the other teams to catch up to you? So I guess that is the theme right now for GAM XPE. They are improving their ways season after season, and we might expect them to be once again on that grand finals.
Yeah, that's a very, very good chance, right? There's always going to be the argument that, you know, we've seen and heard plenty of times that the playoff forms are going to be very different. But GAM XPE, I am confident that this so far is a top 4 worthy performance, right? I think a podium is very much within the realm of possibility. They just look refined. I think even when we first spoke to the team prior to the start of the summer season, they did say that PE Sports, they're coming in hot. And PE Sports themselves admitted that they are at their prime right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking as if they are on their prime. The adjustment that they've done in that moment, and like the lead that they have in most cases every time they played in this season is just so much. So I'm loving this. I'm loving that they're continuing their ways compared to what we've seen. And when we were seeing like FFWS a Clash Squad, there's a lot of changes of those who's taken number one spot. But now dominance as well as the continuation, the consistency coming from these squads from Vietnam is just phenomenal. So let's see though on those phenomenal gameplays as well out of the highlights as we talk more of what's going to happen between these two teams.
I mean, it's, sometimes like watching PE Sports is quite a journey as well. They've been around for so long. They were the first and only Vietnamese team to kind of step onto the EWC stage 2 years ago before the whole region missed out last year. And then we've seen them sort of have some of the better Battle Royale seasons, right? But it's always sort of the later stages that they kind of fall off. So winning Clash Squad in spring was actually a very big deal for this team itself, especially when you have Zareth in the team as one of the newer additions. And defending this title, I think it means more than just showing that Vietnam has it, but more towards sort of like a validation for GAMX PE that all these years of pain has been worth it.
Yeah, I mean, for most instances, pain, you know how I say, but like no pain, no gain. And definitely this is the gain that they are reaping right now at this point, and they're bringing the pain out of their opponents. Yesterday was different. Now it's Buriram United. We didn't expect this. We didn't expect this from yesterday as well from BRU, but they're still playing around with the drafts. Hopefully they bring in a better drafting in this game, in the next game, so that they don't end up on a 2-0 on this series, especially with how strong GAMX PE has been from previous season up until this season. But let's see who's the MVP of this game, Husky.
Yeah, it's going to be Zareth with the Orion as well, with the MP5. I mean, they cleared the rounds pretty fast, you know, almost like a speed run, comparable to what we saw yesterday, I think, between Secret WAG and Team Flash, if I remember correctly. But it also does beg the question, right? Even though this series can still go the distance, it does beg the question of, is it a BRU thing or is it just GAMX PE are playing really well? Because yesterday, BRU didn't really perform the best, right? 3-6 in Game 1, 0-6 in Game 2, and now 1-6 in Game 1 against PE.
Yeah, I mean, it might be also both. Because we are seeing that the great improvement coming from GAMX PE, as well as some of the missed opportunities in the draft, as well as a movement coming from Buriram United right now. So we still don't know. We still don't know the story until we see them or we interview them if they get that win. But looking at the scoreboard right now, look at that lead, 6-1, as well as the numbers being brought in. And one good story though is no one from Buriram United ended up with 0 on elimination.
Yep. And I think, you know, for this I'm not sure what the Morse idea was. It felt weird. It really did felt weird. And we've seen Morse work, I think, in the spring season. I think Falcons were the one that played a lot of that Morse. They rotate between Morse and Santino and sometimes the Skylar. But I think Morse's win rate has been quite abysmal so far in the summer season.
Yeah, I do agree. There's a lot of potential when that has been introduced, especially in Clash Squad. But looking at how quick the teams are adapting to this, there's just a little capability of that Morse being used unless it sticks to the role. Unless it sticks to the role of sniper, you can get a better flank. But if it's being led or being used by especially a rusher, there's potential, but no one has managed to pull it off just yet. And look at that. Even with Wasana, who managed to get most of the elimination from his squad, he still couldn't bring most of that damage in this fight. It's not the Wasana that we're used to seeing in not only Battle Royale, but also in Clash Squad.
And his number is definitely quite the sad one. I mean, BRU 6 deaths in total. Basically, the round that they won, it was quite flawless, but it was also a BRU pick, right? They picked Dexterra, they get completely ran over, and coming up, it's gonna be PE's best map on Bermuda. Like usually we would say that, okay, Bermuda is BRU's best map, but up against PE, I think the odds are slightly different. It's a slightly more GAMX PE favorite.
Well, I do agree. I mean, I guess looking at how we compare these two teams, regardless of which map, it's still GAM XPE favorite. They're the ones who's focused. They're the ones who's serious. They're the ones who are locked in for that win. And I'm really, really expecting that they end up on the grand finals once again. The only question, though, is who will be challenging them. Will they be beat by another squad who will be taking down bottom two of their groups within this group stage, and who will travel the same journey as they have in the previous season? Because that would be a great storyline. The long runners, the ones who went in a longer run, who got the booyah from the previous season, will be taking the similar scenario, similar approach for this season. But that's just me asking too much. It's up to the team right now to show us what they got.
You know, I think just based off of what we've seen thus far in these 2 days and all of the matches that have concluded,
yeah,
RQ Kazu against GAM XP in the finals doesn't seem too far-fetched of an idea, right? Like,
oh yeah,
those two are the most solid ones so far, at least up to this point of time. I mean, Secret WAG is also up there in the equation, so it's these three. But GAM XPE still looking confident. You know, just chill, right? There's no stress at all.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, no stress at all. They're just all smiles right now. And that's the best scenario for a squad. If you can be relaxed, if you can be chill, regardless of how much pressure there is. And I'm pretty sure there's still so much pressure because, again, they're dealing with a big name right now like Buriram United Esports. And if they can, like, throw that away for a moment in preparation for the next round, then I guess they can just enjoy the game. And that is the goal of all this. Not only the prize pool, not only the prestige, but also enjoying the game to do it more and more for years to come.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the takeaway from this, at least for BRU or the BRU fans out there, you know, just to reaffirm that this ain't no AI. this is reality. This is real life. BRU obviously.
This is real life.
What was that song? It's Bohemian Rhapsody, right?
Yeah.
Such a classic. You know, I learned about that song in college because I didn't even know it was a thing.
I know I'm old, but don't rub it in.
What I'm trying to say is my background growing up, I was more exposed to the Chinese Mandarin stuff. So yeah, but masterpiece anyways. But BRU, it's there's definitely, I think, some takeaways here. We know that they have been one of the better Clash Squad teams, at least when Clash Squad was first introduced as a format, right? But as time passed by, it's a harsh truth is that they were never really in the top 3, right? Top 5, yes.
Yeah.
But this one, probably one of the more underwhelming showings we've seen so far.
Well, let's see though. Buriram United pans out Santino. They're even denying their own squad of a potential win. And Zane being taken down as well. Well, just in case they expect either Wasana or probably get high to use that Zane, at least they get to deny that. And they're also stealing away that Orion. But that gives an opportunity for that Oscar as well as that Coda to be taken, because earlier it was Turner who picked that Coda.
But the LBT gets the Cassie too. This is already looking good for PE. The fact that they banned out the Santino, which did cause a lot of problem. Is Moshi gonna go for Skylar? They actually went for the Skylar. All right. Let's see what the. I mean, that means that the Chrono is available. Chrono or Nero. I feel like Chrono probably is the more one that makes sense here.
Yeah, it's more viable. I mean, he's been hanging on that unless he pulls off a little switch towards the end. But Chrono would be more deadlier because you'll have a couple of potential for support, as well as one rusher. But judging from the playstyle or judging from the active skill that's being brought in, the playstyle will be a slow pace for PE Sports. They're not risking anything right here. They still want to make sure that they have an advantage against Buriram United, who's bringing in, I would say, somewhat of a solid lineup as well. But Wasana on that Ignis, what he's planning all throughout, from what I'm seeing, is to get close faster without being seen by the opponent.
They head into Bermuda. This could be an extension of the series, or it could be GAM-XP Esports cementing themselves as one of the podium contenders in the summer season. Gotta see the opening rounds. BRU and PE this time charging forward. How honest it's gonna be? It seems like PE Esports, they see the Flame Mirage, so they're gonna back up just a little bit, but they do have the Chrono Dome that they can utilize. And the electrotherapy too to keep them topped up. Especially in these pistol rounds, electrotherapy value does go up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not so much of damage, and that electrotherapy can recover most of damage. But Turna with a sight already, but LBT just focus on him. That would be a threat if he get close. But Wasana also pushed to the corner. It's now left to Moshi right now against two players. But Moshi, if he can pull off a clutch, unfortunately LBT as well as Wang Shi is a little too quick on that pinch and brings him down on the pistol round.
I mean, look at this pinch. This pinch, good stuff from PE Esports, right? They flood to different angles. They take the fight. I mean, it's not to say that BRU didn't have the flanks covered, but they just did not have enough firepower to stop it. PE Esports, again, the execution. Solid stuff out from the Vietnamese. BRU, they tried. They had an answer for that, or potential answer. It just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, especially with that Riptide Rhythm out of Moshi, doesn't help that much in the early parts because not so much of blue wall can be used, and that's like quite a loss unless they can carry the momentum. But Zeref right now, a little too quick. Didn't even expect it by Wasana, who's waiting in the corner. But Crimson Crush being brought in by Turna as quickly as that. He gets taken down. Moshi pulls off that Riptide Rhythm, but he opens the door against 4 opponents from GAM-XP, exposing his position, and he might be taken down, will be taken down, and another point goes to the Vietnamese squad.
Again, business as usual, another quick round. Zeref smelling out Wasana's position and instantly swings around the corner. Cannot underestimate the Aurora vision. It just gives so much utility. When you have a team that is on fire, that is on a roll, that is willing to throw their bodies at you and take that fight straight on, these intels give them an extra advantage on top of what they already have, which is confidence. And BRU gains access to slightly better weaponry for round 3. Let's see if they can turn this around. So far, placing Wasana in the front line hasn't really been working. Now they didn't get to utilize his utility as much. As an Ignis too, it's pretty awkward if you are the first one to take contact and go down.
I mean, it's getting tough right now, but it's a different approach right here. Coming from Buriram United, they stick together until Wasana split up. But PE Esports is also anticipating that, going for a 2-2 split. And Wang Shi, a little too quick with a smoke that saves him. They pull off that Steffi. Now, let's see if that can save them, recover a little bit of armor, but they're dealing with 3. Still is troublesome for Buriram United, but Siege 1 will be taken out by Moshi from the other side, confirm, and now PE Esports were receiving the shots from BRU. As quickly as that, they are now recovering. So hopefully this continues for BRU.
Yeah, Moshi left unattended. If you look back at both round 1 and 2, it was Moshi that was the last man alive, but he was landing some sick shots. So, you know, PE Esports gotta pay attention to that. If they bring down the front line fast enough, of course, then Moshi won't be a problem. But if the rounds extends, then suddenly Moshi is quite the issue. PE Esports needs to keep that in mind. They have a good idea, but once Moshi starts racking up those frags, those knockdowns, suddenly it opens up opportunities for Wasana to spring into action.
Well, now it's a switch on the spawns. Zeref sees some shots coming from Wasana, but managed to hide away. The only question, though, is what will they do on the flank? Everyone was just scattering, but the PE Esports will be pushing the corner. LBT right now on the ground. The pickup can be done with the team boosters, plus the super bonfire that can heal him up. Together with it, Cassie, that's overkill in a revive. But if it works, it works. And PE Esports right now could take advantage of this, but Wasana steps into the picture, and only left is LBT to deal with for that equalizer, and BRU is back.
Yeah, find the equalizer here, already looking a lot better than game 1. This whole sequence, PE Esports They did everything right. C1 holds the front, they get LBT back up, and then Huangshi goes for the push against Get High. But this is where we see Wasana springs into action, right? This Flame Mirage, good lord, completely foils the plan of PE, the rescue plan at least, and gives BRU that upper hand.
I guess the ideation of having Wasana with, I would say with that Ignis is good because he knows exactly how to time or approach if an opponent is picked up or has less than HP. Just pull off that Flame Mirage and then you can damage them even more, if not knock them down. But let's see how this works. Smoke's being released right now into their airdrop. They want to take this cyber airdrop to their side once again, but Get High. Oh, pulls up the side, but unable to see Wangshi out of the smoke.
No way, Wangshi sneaks through a C1, drops down from the bottom, and Moshi sees him again. Moshi left unattended. Esports a bit careless with that move. They need to know where Moshi is before they perform maneuvers like that. And now Wangshi might be punished because of that. He takes down Get High first, needs to go for the second turner, goes back into the Crimson Crush to buy a bit of time for himself, and BRU converts to a full wipeout.
And I thought Moshi will be left alone. If it wasn't for Turna with that Thompson and spraying against two players of Gamma XPE, then Moshi would be left in there. Look at the delay of Moshi. He was very far away, but Turna just sidestep in, goes for the backstab, and Wasana was just a distraction as he pulls away. So there's a lead. Finally a lead by Buriram United right now. And this is the same spot. So they can pull off the same strategy, well, away from Moshi getting that elevation for that Groza angle.
Got the pot just fired by Huangshi. No connection yet. Early Flame Mirage sent out. BRU wants control. 3 consecutive round wins, starting to give them confidence. That's the confidence we want to see. Oh, interception. Here's the whoa! There's a blast Get High in the face. None of it respond in time. Zeref can get Mortal Turner in the smoke, completely blind, disorientated. Is Esports now that pays it back twofold. Zeref leading the charge and finds 2 on BRU. Wasana getting C1. That's the trade that you need as BRU. But still outnumbered as Huangshi guns him down. And this time Moshi will not get any help.
Yeah, I mean, not so much of HP. No time to recover. And pickup is being done. There's more players against them, and Moshi will be taken down. Score goes equalized when we thought Buriram United will be able to capitalize on that win. But they went a little bit too aggressive. And again, the skills doesn't match the roles for the moment. And hopefully they can slow it down for Buriram United right now. But PE Sports or Gamma XPE definitely is not slowing down. But priority is making sure that they have more of the manpower against BRU.
The idea was correct. But we see that second floor boost by PE Sports, and Zeref so ready for that one shot onto Get High and takes the Steffi out of the equation. See round 2, are they going to pull out the same trick? The Ignis wall breaks down the glue wall, but another boost on top of the roof. This time Zeref will receive a warm welcome there from Wasana. Get High moving forward to the grenade over the top. And look for Huangshi and C1. Doesn't really find a connection.
Well, let's see now. Zeref right now, save with the smoke, and Wasana will have to spray and pray. He managed to hit Zeref, but Zeref was quick enough to get away from that field of view. And Wasana is slowly recovering out of the remaining flames of that super bonfire, but they need to move fast. Wasana not even topping up this HP, doesn't have that much in the meds, and he gets ducked down by M590 from Zeref, and everyone from Gamma XPE is just ganging up on the 2 players from Buriram United on that compound.
While that was happening, Zeref single-handedly held back the rest of BRU on the flank. Another great execution from Gamma XPE. And an extended sequence, right? But Zeref, again, you have the electrotherapy on your end. He breaks line of sight, hops back onto the roof, and just blasts Wasana. And unfortunately, there really wasn't anything that Turner could do on the Orion. not like you could provide backup when you're in the Crimson Crush form, and he wasn't in position to do so either way.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher to call right now if Buriram United still has a chance, because how well PE Sports, GAMX PE is recovering out of this play. Again, sticking together, Moshi getting distance, but does Moshi have the weapon to play on that long range? Does have the AWM, and will he be able to get an angle? But the distraction in the middle between Turna and that drop, the airdrop, pushed Turna away. It's a good thing they managed to get up, but Get High's the ones on the ground. And GAMX PE is slowly being brought down, and so each one remains. Will he be able to clutch this? And a pickup is done. Will he be shot down by Moshi before he goes for a full revive?
Moshi's way too far away to stop this from happening.
Oh my god.
And there's a full team revive. Oh, what a play there at the end from PE. It really came down to the wire, right? It was a 1v2. Everything was going well. Turna doing his absolute best. And then we get the savior play from the side of GAMX PE as everything boils down to absolute chaos. It was Turna that really turned it up. The Crimson Crush providing so much value. And then you get this pre-fire. C1 completely blindsides Turna. And because Moshi was too far away, there was nothing that he could have done to get that round back.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, if he found, like in most cases, if you're a sniper or if you have a capability to help out your teammate, just don't wait that angle. The moment that one player has been knocked out or two players have been knocked out, then and the rest of the squad or the rest of the opponents is close behind, you get close, you get a better angle. Or the sole survivor backs away, but it's tough to call as well if you can back away with so much pressure being brought in by GAMX PE. But Zeref right now with a God nade will it hit? Doesn't, especially when it's Steffi fainted refuge being brought in by BRU.
Turna taking some pot shots again, and they see Get High, the Skylar, Riptide Rhythm only forces a minor response of Huangshi as he backs off with the dome as well. Ignis Walk coming right through, LBT with some chip damage. C20 is the one taking pressure. Wasana hunts him down, remove the AWM, but Zeres wasn't able to find a trade on the other side, so the Orion traded out for the Coda.
Let's see, Wangshi. Great elevation. Might be able to spot out Moshi right now, but Zeref is giving time to recover. And he might be able to go for a flank if he's not spotted. And Wasana is also on that rooftop, so that is deadly for Zeref for the moment. And Get High deals with them with an M590. What a jump shot coming from the guy. And now they're getting close to equalize on that match point. But you know how it is. At this moment, if GAMX PE is close enough to smell that victory, they might fight it off against BRU.
Get High taking matters into his own hand. And has had enough of all the shenanigans. Willing to disrespect GAMX PE and take the fight to them, making it close. AWM out from Wasana and Moshi. Huangshi and C1 on GAMX PE getting their own as well. Starting to start devolving all of this one shot, especially for Moshi. We know, try to be deadly when given that sniper. See how Wasana in the open. First contact on the C1 already.
Surprisingly, Wasana on the AWM together with M590, and he was on the top as well together with Moshi. So I guess this is a backup that they need if they want to go for a double sniper setup. But have they spotted out Seraph and LBT already, who is at the corner of the same compound that they're guarding from above? But no one's making a move. No one from BRU wants to risk losing this fight because this is GG for them if they make a mistake.
I think they gave the AWM over the LBT too. Which makes sense. He's on the Cassie. Now it's gotta wait for a bit of the cooldown to come back up. So BRU forced to go on an exploration. It is a bit nerve-wracking if you're BRU because you don't have the traditional intel gatherer like PE Sports. So it's easier for PE to plan their moves around. LBT gets tagged by Moshi.
Moshi got an angle, but the glue wall is just a little too quick for GAMX PE. Nade Onto Siege 1 coming from Wasana, but that exposes his position. He might be able to capitalize on this Riptide Rhythm first grenade. Perfect timing, and Siege 1 goes down from the AWM from Moshi.
And Siege 1 going down, gets picked back up actually. So still a second chance. Instantly top back up. Leave with electrotherapy. Moshi, good shot onto Zeref. Rescue doesn't seem like it's coming in anytime soon. C1 would love to go for it, but the blue zone will prevent that from happening. BRU taking this slow. A 3v4 now. BRU getting closer to the equalizer and sudden death. And the blue zone not favoring PE Sports at all. They gotta move fast. Smoke grenades thrown out. Vision cut off. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the glue wall. Get high in the midst of things. In the dome. Turner sees the charge. And that is enough for BRU to gain that equalizer. It was not a round for GAMX PE. Not with that setup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a patience that BRU was playing in here. And look at the position. How quick Wasana managed to get on top of those containers just to get elevation, and uses that smoke as well to not being spotted, because he couldn't even use that that flame mirage from that moment. So he capitalized on the smoke, make sure that he's not seen, but he still have a chance to jump and shoot at them with that M59 they have. And the triple sniper setup from Buriram United, Wasana, Moshi, and Get High. I don't know what the plan is, but there's not so much of angle to play with a sniper in peak.
And they still have commitments onto the AWM, which does beg the question, what's going to be the game plan? Because C1 finds himself very far forward. So they, in a sense, did push BRU to the outskirts of the building, right where they want them. Wasana will have to be the one that gathers the information. And this gives space for PE Sports to kind of duck back into the building and set up for when the circle closes in.
Okay, let's see. Turna, a little too close. They spot Wasana and Wang Shi for an M590 shot. Seraph right now isolates him from the rest of the squad, but there's little to no hope for BRU to let them live, and they get the point out of this game finally. 1 point out of the series. This might be BRU being back in play, turning things around after a devastating loss from yesterday.
Turner really the only reason, the sole reason that they won that round. Getting a triple elimination towards the very end. If not for him, I think PE Sports 100% would have won that sudden death.
Yeah.
So at least, you know, there's some hope there. We definitely can see more of this kid. And he could be the key, right? Probably warmed up now to take out GAMX-PE, because he was definitely the star on this Orion.
I do agree. I mean, Orion right now, especially in a situation wherein it's tough to say where the opponents will be coming from. But then they made it work. They managed to pull it off, and it's just a great turn of events right now. So Buriram United has a chance to win a series against the defending champions, and all stories that we are trying to build up earlier just got turned around.
Yeah, and still within the realms of our prediction, right? We thought we expected it to go all 3 games, and indeed it has, you know, progressed to the 3rd game. But definitely felt like, you know, PE Sports, they got outgunned by BRU. Like Turner really stepped up. You can see the clutch genes activate, but they were definitely certain situations where PE Sports, they sort of dug themselves in the hole and they couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was nerve-wracking as well, probably for the fans out there watching their team, like a BRU, being pushed down in there. 5 games in a row, 5 rounds in a row, but a comeback was just prestige. How well they managed to pull away all those points against this team of GAMX-PE was something that we didn't expect. We were about to give up as well on expecting BRU to get another point, get 1 point away from GAMX-PE, but this is good. It might be them paving their way onto grand finals.
And at least BRU sort of kind of boost their morale a little bit, right? You can see, like, even just now they celebrating that win. It didn't come easy, right? It started off rough for them. PE Sports looking to run away with the entire game, but round 4 we saw BRU sort of waking up and adapting, and like Wasana started coming online. Get High especially taking initiative to just challenge GAMXPE and confident that he can win those gunfights. And it starts building BRU back up to a decent pace, but they start getting better weaponry and eventually the victory.
Yeah, I mean, look at the energy that's coming from them once they started catching up the points right now, especially in this moment where GAMXPE was very, very close. But we talk about the timing as well. Earlier on a previous map, we were seeing that it's GAMXPE is playing with the patience of BRU. But now, I think they're trying to flip that script right there and also play the same music against GAMXPE. But let's see who's MVP of this game. And what a post. Definitely deserve this kind of event. Wasana right now. MVP, 7 elimination, 5,103 on the damage, 11 assists, and managed to pull off with that Ignis Flame Mirage. He's even using that Beastin. So he's standing up as a replacement for Jonah for the moment.
Yeah, and letting Turna take charge as well as the rusher, right? We did see like a secondary MVP, 100% Turna in the front line, but Wasana, adjusted a little bit towards the later stages of the game, and those Flame Mirage have been absolutely accurate with how just the utilization, just stopping PE Sports from taking ground with their utilities is good enough to create space for his team, but not only that, allowing Moshi to take free shots.
Well, I'm really, really happy to see this right now, but the rest of the squad, right? I do agree. I mean, Moshi's getting free shots in there. Look at that, 4K on damage. We have Turner right now, and you did mention that he is the man who turned things around for Buriram United, and also with Get High popping off. Most of the time, it's Get High who is taking the leader in there, following Wasana. But it's a switch of roles that is making them pull away from their usual position. But it's a good thing that it is working at this point in Clash Squad.
Yep, things are definitely coming together more cohesively, right? 7 elims for Wasana and 6 apiece for everyone else on the side of BRU. Very evenly distributed overall. Even in terms of damage numbers, sure, Wasana does have a bit more compared to everyone else, but it never really felt like any of these players from either teams was lacking in this series. Yeah. So, but reminiscent of the RRQ Kazu against Argon MY series.
Yeah, I do agree. And looking at what else the rest of the squad managed to pull off right here. And it's just unfortunate though, because Zerf did quite well from this fight in Bermuda. It's just that the rest of the squad couldn't catch up, or they're just being isolated by Buriram United in most of the cases when they are rushing in. Those smokes have been crucial in every engagement that Buriram United has been pushing all throughout that game number 2. So if that is the case right now, they might be able to do it once again in Kalahari, but it also gives an opening for the snipers of GAMXPE to shoot them down before they get close. So hopefully they bring in a few more viable active skill to prevent GAMXPE to spot them on their approach.
I personally am very excited to see how Kalahari is going to play out, because I thought that BRU were more inclined to go for Solara instead of Kalahari, but here we are, right? It's also a map that I want to see GAMXPE perform on. Right? At least in Battle Royale, it's not really their best map, but Clash Squad, it might be different on Kalahari because they had to go through that to even win Spring Season.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking back at yesterday's game against RRQ Kazu, Buriram United did lose 4-6. It is close though, 4-6, but looking at the past performance, it's I mean, they have a better win percentage in terms of Kalahari. It's just that closing this game, closing this series with a bang would be much better. So if it's a much favorable, like as you mentioned, Solara, then hopefully in the future we see more of that, or they could have changed it to Solara. But I don't know. They might have a plan right now, especially with what we've seen, the changes that they've done in game number 1 and game number 2. And then now we might see in game number 3 another surprise being pulled off by BRU.
I want to see the Orion get banned out. I mean, it grew on me in the first day, but I want it to get off of me now. I think let's see what happens without the Orion, right? Because obviously Orion has been a big influence in the current meta, in the current Clash Squad meta, because of what he provides. But we came from a period when the Orion wasn't a thing, and even then, I felt like we have quite the diverse meta. So I wonder, if it's worth banning it out.
Well, let's see though. I mean, hopefully they do stay true to that. Hopefully they ban it. But again, it is BRU right now who will be the first pick in this game. So it's their decision. Hopefully they started off with that ban of Orion, or they just play the Z and then pick it first. So that would depend. That would depend on what their decision is. One thing that I would say that they need to stick with, if Wasana can pull off another play with his Ignis and make it work once again, then so be it. But I think they also need a little bit of Santino gameplay coming from Moshi, because remember that failure to revive the teammates from their game number 1. They don't want that to happen. So that Santino would be very helpful in reposition and that recovery.
Yep. All right. We are going to go to Kalahari for game number 3. This time, I think it's pretty exciting. I want to see how GAMXP plays this map, but BRU, they've given us sort of like a sampler of how yesterday went against RQ Kazu, and even after the win on Bermuda, which I feel like PE Sports had the upper hand. Turner did step up towards the very end. Could be a map that benefits BRU, especially when Moshi is hot.
Well, let's see now. We're going to see our draft pick right now out of the squad. Steffi and Cassie on both sides. Turner. Well, I guess this answers your question. No one's banning Orion just yet. They are taking it back for themselves. And the response is to have a Zane as well as that Oscar. So if you have invulnerability from that Crimson Crush, why not bring in speed as well as that extreme encounter?
That's true. The A124 is up and available. Chrono, Orion, and this time the Santino going over to the side of BRU. You have to pick Coda if you're PE. But what else? Do you take Coda and Nero? Oh, sorry, Ignis, right? Coda and Ignis.
Yeah, I mean, Wasana doesn't have any pick just yet. He did well with that Ignis earlier, so it's good to deny him. But I don't know what the play is right now. Earlier, he was, for Wasana, he was using that AWM in combination with the M590, which I would agree. He does have that accuracy of an M590, and if he can practice, or is he practicing a double snipe setup out of this Clash Squad, then it might do well in the future. But now he brings that more. So a usual sniper build being used by Wasana, hopefully they can pull this off.
A Morse again, huh? This time you have a Morse and a Santino, so a lot of moments of opportunity where you can misdirect your opponents. And really puts the and really speaks to sort of just the setup of Kalahari as a map. A lot of open areas to play around, a lot of nooks and crannies you can slip in and out of. And if BRU is familiar enough with this map, they could end up making making PE run around in circles.
Well, let's see now. Refinery first area of the map in Kalahari. They don't have the weapons as well yet for those angles. So most of the plans that we've seen, especially for Gamma XPE, is to stick together. But Wasana, a little too close. Sends for a backstab, trigger that super bonfire, and goes in for a fight. Crimson Crush already activated, and turn Sichuan rather. It maintains to be alive with a backstab coming from Turna. Zeref right now goes for hack and splash. Only Turner remains. If he can charge up, he can beat him up, and they can get the points. An unexpected turnaround being brought in by BRU.
That was actually a pretty good attempt from Gamex PE. Again, the Orion from Turner causing a lot of problem, but it was sort of like the tail end of the sequence. Zeref, he pulls out the sight. He takes down Get High, and he switches back to his pistol to try and win the fight against Turner, but still have to work with Sally. It's a good attempt nonetheless from Gamex PE.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I also saw that there's a backup plan with the team booster. Wasana was picked up in there, and Turner was a distraction as well for that revive bot not to be shut down. But Turner, a shot onto Moshi and Get High as quickly as that, and we go in for remaining one player, Wasana, who couldn't survive. So 2-4-2 on elimination between Sichuan and Zeref, and they ended it quite quick.
This time PE was taking no prisoners in. Right in the face, Zeref. I mean, the young bloods of both teams really are playing fearlessly, right? Like Turner and Zeref really putting in the legwork there. Sometimes you do need these kind of fearless lunatics, you know, able to take the battle up front. PE was definitely going to be investing in a bit of a CQC as weaponry. We see the MAC-10 on both LBT. I think C20 also had one. Or maybe swap it out. But the MAC-10 definitely going to work well in the shipwreck of Santa Catarina.
Well, let's see though. LBT a little too close on to Get High. Goes in for the push, but turns around for that flank. Zeref doesn't have an angle as well to go for that backup. But Turner triggered the Crimson Crush, and the moment he gets back, turns back, it is Get High who got knocked down. Zeref though, sliver of health, and what a quick move. That was Wasana for an ace.
I guess they just ignored Wasana. Wasana didn't move, like he was shooting at them the entire time, and everyone from the side of PE for tunnel vision and just did not know where to look. It was a pincer maneuver though from BRU. Basically firing at PE Sports from two separate angles. So good on them to trap Gamex PE in that tight space.
I mean, let's see if they can pull it off once again. This is the same spot, only spawns would be different. And now Wasana is getting that elevation. Good chance if he still have better weapons in the long range, does have a VSS in hand. Zeref is trying to make sure that they are not in the open, not in the sights of Wasana or Moshi. Even beat down that shape splitter being brought in on the other side by Moshi.
Yep. This is the upper deck. It's gonna be controlled by BRU. That poses slight of a problem to Gamex PE. I feel like Gamex PE wants to find some intel, but it's hard to now come up from where they are because there would be an easy crossfire set up by BRU.
Well, let's see though. I mean, everyone's a standstill right now, but I guess the information or position has been relayed already from either side. They are playing similar to what we've seen in Bermuda. This is a patience gameplay. Once that zone closes in, it forces the shift, it forces them to shift the circle, and that's when they make them move. But there's also a huge risk right now on where Moshi is positioned. But I don't know if there's potential of a bait and switch that can happen right here, but not a lot or no one from Gamex PE has an angle to take. So they're just chilling like a villain right now.
Not really an answer there from Gamex PE either. Eventually we have to make a move with the circle closing in like this. Sana with the stealth bites will be able to go and explore a bit more. That's the advantage that they got. Gunfires ring out. So much damage taken by PE just from the blue zone. This is already not looking good for them.
Well, let's see. Moshi right now might be able to trap Zeref. Goes for a shape splitter, and LBT the next target. And as quickly as that, all angles covered. And this is what I do agree with you. I mean, how they played, how about them play that with the zone helping them was just something else. And Moshi was just a distraction or damage dealer as well and backstab. But the moment that zone closes in, he used that shape splitter to reposition and regroup for the rest of the squad. So it's 2-point lead right now for BRU and 3 more, and they will be winning the series.
Yeah, Esports just took too long. Reminded us of how Argon MY played against RQ Kazu, right? You just took a bit too long and ended up costing you the round. I mean, starting the 4v4 with 50% health isn't exactly the handicap that you want as PE. Osana on the flank with the Morse.
Does have the weapon to go for a distance, Moshi! And there you have it, Wasana beat him down. Now this is what I'm talking about. If a rusher can use a sniper skill for the flank, not really a rush though, for a flank, then he has better position, he has better advantage. And Siege1 right now caught off guard. LBT up close and personal with M1917 and Seraph the only remaining. No, not so much of an escape coming from Gamex PE. And that's 4-1 in the scoreline right now. BRU still in the lead.
Yep, in the lead and is pulling ahead, pulling far away from Gamex PE. This really felt like Gamex PE is out of their element, especially the Morse on Wasana starting to cause a bit of that problem. Gamex PE couldn't figure out where he's at. He's able to get into these cheeky positions that completely foils PE's plans of sending someone forward in the front line and setting up with the glue wall.
Yeah, I mean, you did mention that this is the second time that Wasana is bringing that Morse. It didn't work quite well in Nextera. I guess it's map specific on what or which map it would work for them. Even that Santino that Moshi has been using, reposition wise, he's using as much as possible every time it cools down so that he can regroup with the rest of the squad. But Moshi has been taken down. As a response, Siege1 will be eliminated. But let's see if LBT and Zeref will be able to at least reduce the numbers of BRU so that they can have a chance to win.
Turner going into the Crimson Crush, but there is a glue wall between him and the rest of PE, so not much value out of that, but it does buy time for the rest of BRU to come right through, get a high blast, Huangxi down. LBT taken up by Wasana, and BRU another whole near flawless victory there.
Exactly. And then we're going to see as well what Wasana did to distract the opponent. He triggered that stealth bites. He goes behind that glue wall where Turna was, and you've seen how quick Turna goes for the bait and switch as well. So this is a good trick. I'm seeing the pattern here. Look at that. This is one thing I noticed in the beginning. I didn't pay too much attention to that, but they have similar skill all across the similar skins all across the board. And now they're using that as a distraction for everyone, for their opponent, because they don't know who's going to trigger which skills when they are up close and personal, which is smart, I would say, for BRU.
Even for Huangxi and LBT, they weren't able to do too much this game. 0 deaths, 0 elimination, excuse me. 2 already down on the side of PE Sports. It's not looking good already. I mean, this match point, BRU ever so close to that victory. Contrary to what popular believe, BRU definitely woke up, and that's why we say we can base things off of yesterday's statistics, but part of us knows that that's probably BRU at the tamest. Them at their best has always been the top contenders here, and Gamex PE unfortunately have to find out the hard way.
Yeah, I do agree. And again, there's like we're seeing a pattern right here, a reason why they didn't perform that well from yesterday, because they're trying different things right now. And there's no other time in Clash Masters to try different approach, different strategy, and other than the group stage, because there's no risk of elimination. But now they are on match point, or they are taking the victory rather, and they got it 2-0 against the defending champions of Clash Masters.
Even get her even lifting one of their existing trophies as well as a sign of celebration, and this definitely lifts a lot of that weight off the shoulders after yesterday's performance as well. They deserve that relief, and Turner, he should be proud of his performance today. Really showed up for the team.
I do agree. I guess all the fans who drop off or who's not really expecting that much out of this broadcast is returning. Who wants to celebrate with Buriram United? Because definitely they are back. And I'm loving this kind of turnaround as well, wherein they might be able to get more of the points later on, or for tomorrow on our final day of the group stages. And won't be surprised if they can end up on upper bracket right here. But I'm really, really excited on how this turned up. And I'm really looking forward as well on what they have to say on the interview, or any of the interview that we have all throughout this competition, because yesterday was abysmal for Buriram United. It's just that late recovery that they have for this day that made it work for them.
Yesterday was not BRU, right? You could even argue that it wasn't BRU playing at all if you weren't watching the broadcast. But today, it's redemption for BRU, of course, taking down Gamex P of all teams, right? It couldn't have been a better, I think, a better matchup for BRU to show that they still got it. They did make it here by going to a lower bracket run after all in the domestic qualifiers. So BRU, good on them. That means they're back on the menu, which means that Group B is not as clear-cut as it seems.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it will be getting tougher and tougher right now. And that would depend on the results of tomorrow's game. More on the results of tomorrow's game. Because, like Group A, it's like they have a few teams already who I think is already in a good spot of what we expect by the end of tomorrow. But Group B would be shuffled overall. Not only of those ties on who's getting that lead in the middle of that pack, as well as how it's going to turn up tomorrow, because this element of surprise that has been brought in by BRU right now is something that not everyone expected. And if they face against someone else that they can win for tomorrow, then they will take it to the top of that board.
And BRU, I think, today was a good showing, but I want to see how their playoff forms look like, right? I think, after 2 days of group stage, we sort of get a good idea on who might be in that upper bracket and who might not have the second chance. But playoffs always gives us a very different story. It's the same with Battle Royale and Clash, and more so for Clash Squad, especially last season. Gamex PE was probably the last team that we expect to lift the trophy. They gave us one of the best lower bracket runs.
Yeah, I do agree. And this is where the story is even ever changing. Because not only is Clash Masters, though there's a frequency right now that would be closer to each other compared to what we've seen from the past when we're talking about Clash Squad. But now the frequency is quite faster between each season. Even after updates, they can recover not only within the game but also on the next season that they have. So won't be surprised if there will be different champions overall right now, season after season, just for, especially for this year. But there's still a lot of story to tell. It is not yet over. Again, we're still in the first stage of this competition, and changes might happen towards the latter part of this week.
Also, an exciting discussion that is going to slowly arise is, are we going to see turn up for the rest of the tournament, right? Or will they still switch around between him and Jonah? And if not, then it's going to be one of the first tournament ever that we see BRU play without the full, sort of like the original lineup. And that's going to be exciting. Exciting times for BRU fans and exciting time for Turner as a player.
Oh yeah, I mean, exciting as well because from what we've seen, the moment he has been introduced, there's a slight difference on their play, but you can see the recovery, you can see the improvement day after day, even in Battle Royale. And that might be the same story right here. It's a true test of whether Turna is deserving of a spot within Buriram United. I'm not saying that he's not, but there's still that challenge. And it's similar storyline that we keep seeing every time Buriram United gets Booyah or gets a championship. They challenge each other for every tournament of every game. They want to steal away those MVPs against each other. And I won't be surprised that Wasana is the MVP, but I was looking for someone who steals away the MVP against this guy.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to do that. There are only 2 players in the history of Free Fire so far that's consistently gotten MVPs and are always fighting for MVP titles. It's Wasana, and then there's Dew, right? Like Dew was performing so well that he even got MVP after not winning a global finals, and that's solid he is as a player. But Wasana, you know, it took him like a year, but he finally got his as well last year in Jakarta. Overall, I think this is also a good transition for BRU, where the young players now will have to be sort of like the big brothers and guide Turner on his path to greatness, and also to uphold the standards that BRU has always held in the Free Fire scene.
I do agree. I mean, once again, from what we've seen right here, that Wolfra is making a comeback on his skills. It's quite different from what we're seeing on what Wasana is bringing to the table right now. But this is expected. In most cases, the challenge of adjusting to different metas, different roles is always on the table when it comes to great teams like Buriram United. But this is something we don't expect. Most of the time, they're just throwing things. We're assuming that they're throwing things randomly into play until we see them win the fight, right? Because from yesterday's games, we started questioning their movement. We're started questioning their picks, their drafts. Even from the beginning of this day, there's a lot of question why Wasana is using that Moors. But now, in their recovery run, game number 3 or match number 3, they show why he managed to pull it off. And it's a matter of perfecting that move. And if they can do it match after match, day after day, then this is a team that we wouldn't expect what would be the next plan. And that can be their key factor of being the champions.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this game 3, they completely devastated PE Esports, right? Like, Huangxi and LBT, the top performers of day one, wasn't really able to get off the ground running, right? Like, less than 1,000 damage, 0 eliminations, and barely any assists to boot. Really came down to Wasana setting up the opportunity with this Morris. These obscure flank angles was a big problem for PE, even though they have access to Coda, just because Wasana keeps catching them off guard and dismantling the front line.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's still the usual gameplay from him. It's just a different approach, which might have thrown Gamex PE off guard from that fight. You can see the fight on them. You can see the struggle as well towards the latter part of that last round. So hopefully we will see more of a focus, because we were talking about how well Gamex PE was focusing, and even like there's not so much of pressure, but you know how masterminds are. You know how champions are. Some point you give them you give them a bait, and once they take it, like you just pull too hard that they couldn't recover. I think that's what happened in this final match in the series.
Even Turner on this Orion has 14 assists as well, and the way he uses Orion is very by the book, but also because he understands that you have players like Get High and Wasana who will run into the fire with you. So he just starts the fight with the Crimson Crush, which a lot of times is slightly discouraged if you don't have a follow-up. But for BRU's case, he can afford to do that, because every time he does it, it draws the attention away from his teammates and allowing Wasana and Get High to start getting those eliminations.
Well, looking at some of the numbers that we have, the map summary as well, similar to what we've seen in the previous series, wherein one squad got the first one, but back-to-back they managed to recover. So that was what Buriram United managed to pull off right now. And look at the numbers from all the sides. It's not just the elimination, the assist as well. That increases the odds of them winning the fight. Even if you're not in front line, even if you're switching it up as a rusher or a sniper like what we've seen in Wasana, you can still make a change out of this game. Though they don't have a specific bomber at this point compared when we have a Jonah into the mix, but this is a good run for them as well, because if Turna can take over at least one spot, even in situation we're in they're left on a 3v4 or a 2v4, the position is still good. The combination is still good because they can just switch up their roles based on and making those adjustments based on the situation they're in.
Yep, and 6 deaths across the board for all the PEs member, and the only round that no one went down was round 2. Round 2 that they basically, I think, wiped BRU at the start very quickly on Refinery, right? But afterwards, BRU again just found the trick with the Moors, and being able to, I think, stop the setup from PE Sport was the most important thing, especially when they're always sending Zera to the front. But without proper means to track Wasana down, it almost feels impossible to stop a backstab. Not to mention, they also have Santino on Moshi that is making things twice as hard.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I was expecting that sniper setup coming from him, but I do agree. In frontliner, he's not working with speed right now. He's working with stealth. He's done that with Morse. He's done that with Ignis earlier. But look at the standings right now. Once again, similar story from what we're seeing, as explained by Husky earlier. So there are a few teams right here who are tied up, and we still have a tiebreaker that we need to consider as well in considering who's on above and below. So the tiebreaker rules, just to recap for everyone, it's either the head-to-head and then the map win and lose points, or the total map wins, and if that doesn't break it, we have the round wins and the lose points. So 4 factors to consider to see who's going to be on the top. And right now we have secret W18 Team Flash, 2 Vietnamese team on the top of Group A, and for Group B, 2 Titans, 2 veterans on the run for that upper bracket run after day number 2.
And Gamex PE ends up below BRU just because they lost against BRU, right? So the tiebreaker rules basically says that BRU has more round wins in total, so that is going to be important. But Gamex PE, you still have one more match tomorrow against RQ Kazu, and BRU takes on Argon MY. So we'll see if it changes, if the leaderboard shifts by then.
Yeah, I do agree. Now, judging from the situation that we have been put in right now, because especially in Group B, like how close it was between RQ, Kazu, and Argon, it seems in paper, it seems like they are not that dominant in a run. But the same story almost happened between Buriram United Esports and Gamex PE. But looking at how well Buriram United managed to recover and not really bring it to a round 11 towards that final round, seems like once they meet up tomorrow, they in paper they seem to be stronger.
It seems like there's a chance that if Gamex PE beats RQ Kazu tomorrow, we will see BRU in first place. It is very possible, but I agree with you. I feel like, RQ, even though they got a dominant victory over BRU yesterday, there's just based off of what Argon MY did to them today and what Argon MY managed to put up against Gamex PE, there's a good chance that RQ Kazu would end up missing out on the upper bracket if they lose.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's I don't want to go with a pattern of similar stories from the past competition for RQ Kazu, but hopefully this is a recovery run. Hopefully this is something that they've anticipated already and prepared for tomorrow's run. Because if it's the same, there's potential. RQ Kazu is one of those teams who pop off in the beginning and then tapers off towards the end. And as early as this in this competition, this is their peak. They can bring in the numbers, they can bring in elimination and strategy, but at some point, I'm not saying that they're getting weaker, but their opponents are reading them quite well towards the tail end of the competition. That is the usual happening for RQ Kazu. The usual risk that RQ Kazu has been dealing with seasons after seasons, even years, even in Battle Royale. So hopefully it doesn't trickle in Clash Masters.
Yeah, this is a team that, like you said, peak too early. Peak too early, and then just not able to not able to sort of like keep that momentum going. Right? It's always been an issue that I wouldn't say only plagues RQ Kazu, but it's the most prevalent on them because they have the most frequency of sort of like dropping the most important games, most important rounds, whether it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad. So it's definitely something that I think will continue to be a conversation until RQ Kazu can, even in a loss, prove that it's not because of their carelessness and it's more just to play on an even playing field, but your opponents are just better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher to read right now with the movement of each team. I don't know, but I'm loving a storyline because at any point in time, similar to what we've seen in Battle Royale, the Champion Rush condition, anyone can end up on the top. Anyone can be the champions, even in Clash Masters. But I'm really looking forward to more of that. And let's see, though, on what they have to say right now, because our entropy is ready, and we're going to bring in the winner of this game. So we'll see you in a bit.
เหมือนแบบน้องใหม่เราเพิ่งมาแข่งครับได้ลงเป็นตัวจริงรายการแรกก็เลยฟอร์มยังไม่คงที่ครับก็เดี๋ยวมีให้เห็นแน่นอนครับก็เล่นตามที่ซ้อมครับเพราะว่าตอนซ้อมเราทำผลงานมาดีครับแต่แค่วันแรกเรายังเล่นตามที่ซ้อมไม่ได้ครับก็พรุ่งนี้เอามือให้ผมเลยครับผมขอ3แต้มนะครับ
And there you have it. That is Wasana explaining why or what happened in there from yesterday's game. And I guess it's the same story as you did mention. But there's a lot more to expect right now in this competition. We are ending our second day of the group stages. Tomorrow will be the final day of the group stage. And we're looking forward to how it's going to happen right now. I guess it's about to get into close. So let's see who's going to go in for the matches for tomorrow right now. As we started off once again with EVOS Divine, this time against Team Flash, AG.AL, and Secret WAG. GAM XPE going against RQ Kazu. And the last game is Buriram United Esports against Argon MY.
Pretty exciting. EVOS Divine still looking for the first win over Team Flash, who basically demolished AG.AL today. But AG.AL against Secret WAG is also a match that we highlighted earlier on in the day. Of course, GAM XPE against RQ Kazu. That one can decide who makes it to the upper bracket and who loses by tiebreaker. And of course, Argon MY gets another test given to them, this time against BRU.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher right now because if Argon MY is used to the usual gameplay, how they read the play earlier against RQ Kazu, and yes, they might have better advantage. But with an unconventional gameplay that has been shown by Buriram United, then it gets tougher to read. You don't have any idea on what they're going to pull off, and if they'll be able to pull it quite well, comparing yesterday's game and today's game by Buriram United. So I still don't know. Hopefully they have more of that mental strength to be able to read their opponents coming tomorrow.
Yep, I think, for any of the teams tomorrow, especially those who haven't won a single series, and in this case, EVOS Divine and Argon MY, again, high chance they're going to be in the lower brackets when the playoffs start on Friday. But still, the playoffs is the more important one, right? Is where you decide is sort of the amount of prize pool you're going to get and how far you are going to go in this competition. Especially, it serves as good practice for everyone. More so for the teams who also have a trip to make, in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, let's see, but there you have it. We have seen 4 great matches right now, and it has been phenomenal. A lot of tricks and turns has been shown right now at this point, but I'm really looking forward to more right now. Again, I'm Neptune Garcia together with Husky. We're going to bid everyone goodbye and good night. See you again tomorrow.